And just to quickly respond to 2 points the other panelists made, Mike Baker accused me of wearing a tinfoil hat. The truth about the cartel of the Suns being created.
I said I forgot
CIA.
mine.
Okay, fine. I just want to point this out for viewers. The truth about the CIA founding the cartel of the Suns to ship cocaine in the United States was exposed to a national U.S. televised audience by Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes in 1993, back when 60 Minutes reported on the CIA and not on behalf of the CIA. And just quickly to respond to Virtual Ambassador Story, who accused me of ad hominem attacks. You are a government official. You are a veteran coup plotter, and it is legitimate for a journalist to scrutinize the activities of a coup plotting government official who in February 2021 hosted a insurrectionist summit at the Marriott Hotel in Bogota. You, with Leopoldo Lopez, the US-backed coup leader who staged multiple failed military coups and led violent riots that saw Afro-Venezuelan citizens burned in the streets. Check out Orlando Figuera. And Carlos Vecchio, the fake ambassador to Venezuela, who is actually the lawyer for ExxonMobil, which seeks to regain its control of Venezuelan fields. This is one of the most deeply anti-democratic opposition movements led by Maria Corina Machado, who has led several coup attempts in Venezuela. I mean, it's basically like January 6th again and again with the sponsorship of the U.S. Embassy. Violent riots that have killed hundreds. I personally watched Maria Corina Machado attempt to take over La Carlota Air Base in Caracas while the U.S. was trying to ram aid trucks into Venezuela, which the Venezuelan opposition subsequently burned and blamed on Maduro. This is a corrupt opposition that stole millions of dollars from Citgo after the U.S. stole it from Venezuela. This is a corrupt opposition that has paid millions to U.S. mercenaries like Jordan Goudreau, who I interviewed, who has personally described to me what the real agenda here is, which was for Trump Incorporated cronies to get their hands on contracts and to plunder Venezuela's rich mineral wealth and oil. Ambassador Story revealed the agenda himself when he appeared on a straightforward propaganda piece for regime change on 60 Minutes and said, Nicolas Maduro is a bad actor sitting on the world's largest oil reserves. Well, that's why you consider him a bad actor, because there's plenty of bad actors in the world, and neither of you will condemn ICC wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu or call for his arrest, will you? Neither of you will talk about Ecuadorian President Daniel Noboa's role in the international drug trade through Benita and his family shipping company. I mean, the list goes on and on. I could spend the next 45 minutes talking about U.S.-sponsored bad actors, but there are bad actors. The reason Maduro's a bad actor is because he's sitting on oil reserves.
It's the homeless left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Costa Jardula and Jay Scott. Episode 149, Cautiously Optimistic. With special guest, NIKO House. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. We are going, guys. We are rocking and rolling this Thursday. It is The Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We have a great show for you guys today. We're waiting to get some of you in here. Maybe we're just not used to starting at our normal time. This is our normal start time. I'm a few minutes late today, but as you guys kind of join us here, we always have to fight the algorithm to start the show. Our Rumble channel, it's really interesting. It's been harder to get the engagement at first, and then you guys kind of come in as we go. But luckily, we'll be here all afternoon into the evening. We got a big show for you guys, and it's okay if you guys come in and out throughout. We'll keep the live up. You guys can go back if you miss anything along the way. And of course, we put our segments up on our YouTube and Rumble channel, so you guys can share out those segments as well. And we talked to you guys about that and our responsibility to keep the conversation going beyond right here. Now, what you saw at the top there, that was what was very important there, is that's how journalism is done. Just a shout out to Max Blumenthal for having his facts, having his notes ready to go. You get these little moments of engagement, get these little moments to call people out. They're right there, not in the room with you, but in another box. And you know that the people are watching. Whoever's watching Pierce Morgan, you know that the guy can at least have sometimes a platform where people can debate and engage in discourse, which is good. So those moments are important. So that's what today's show's about. With all of the horrible stuff happening all over the world, and the psyops going on, and the division, and the control, and the confusion that involves fear and hate and separation and all this stuff that we have to shuffle through every single day of every single week. Sometimes we take a step back and we say, are we actually making any improvements? Are we doing anything? Are we making these little incremental steps? So right now we're going to look at kind of the landscape, and we're calling today's episode cautiously optimistic, because we have to be hopeful sometimes, even if it's all for nothing. We don't want to behave as nihilists with there's no hope to anything. But every once in a while, we do get a little win here and there, and we want to celebrate those moments. Moving ahead, cautiously optimistic, which means you can be hopeful, but you prepare for the worst. Hope for the best, but we have to prepare for the worst. I think that's the sentiment here. So let's remind ourselves about that. So what's coming up today? We're going to be joined soon by co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. Later on, we're going to have Jay Scott in with us, as well as our guest for today, NIKO House. It's first time on the show. The duopoly destroyer himself will be on with the Homeless Left. So we're excited to have that opportunity later in the show. Leslie will be here as well to do talking back with you guys. As you know, we like to engage with you during the live show and respond to your comments. So we want to make sure you guys know where you can find us. If you happen to be on Twitter or anywhere, that's cool. I don't know if I don't think the Facebook one is up right now, but our Twitter's up on these two accounts. My main account, Matt Weinglass, Homeless Left's a little newer account, but if you're watching on any of those, this is our most recent YouTube page, because the original one got destroyed. It doesn't exist. It's terminated. We were told by Google that we can't have conversations like this because what we're talking about is dangerous and words are violence. And so we don't want to hurt people with our ideas. And so, following their instructions of like, we won't do that anymore. Well, we just went ahead and started another channel, and we're still doing the same conversation. So shockingly, we haven't been banned or terminated on this one. So we're happy that we've gotten this far. We've had it for, I guess, this calendar year. So it's still very new, but we appreciate you guys engaging with us on YouTube. If you guys do a super chat today, we'll definitely be engaging with you there. So we really appreciate that. And of course, our Rumble channel, this has been our home base the whole way doing this show. They haven't taken anything down, which is awesome. They still do the surveillance stuff on us, which we know, we get it. We're definitely being watched and monitored. Whatever, we deal with that. But at least Rumble doesn't take our stuff down. So you guys can always go back and, like I said earlier, watch our live shows. If you missed anything on those, they're all raw. They're all the way they aired. We don't switch them out or take them down. They're all there. This is our 149th episode. So we're heading up on 150. So very excited. And we can't do that without you guys. So we really appreciate all of your engagement with us, not just watching the show, engaging with the show. And then, like I said, take the segments, the ideas that you connect with the most on a personal level, and you can share those out with your friends, your colleagues, your family members, people that you might have had little fallouts with, little arguments, little debates, I don't know, maybe something happened in the last few years, maybe that drew you apart. I don't know. It could have happened to you. We know what happened to a lot of people here. We're based right here in Hollywood, in Los Angeles. We knew a lot of people that kind of things changed. Things changed over the last 5 years. The reason we started the show is because people weren't able to have conversations anymore. They weren't able to engage with each other. They weren't able to be critical of the party or the tribe or the thing that they thought they felt part of, the club. Get in the front door. You have to check these boxes. And one of those boxes is not asking any questions. That became more apparent than ever during COVID, during the lockdowns, and of course, all of the illegal wars, all of the occupations, all of the proxy wars happening under the Biden administration. Let's not forget, we're gonna call out Trump. We do that every week, but don't forget the historical context. Who started the Ukraine proxy war? Who wrote the first check for that genocide after October 7th? So we hold both parties accountable, because guess what? Guess what? It's not two parties. It's one party. We call it the uniparty. And that's why we have to detach from that. And any other tribe you've ever felt part of, not just the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, anything that made you feel like, if you want to be with the cool kids, if you want to, be part of the club in any way, you got to keep your mouth shut. We're sick of that. We're done with that. We want to bring back our humanity, and we do that with our critical thinking skills. And once we're able to take those tribal goggles off, we can start accessing our critical thinking skills again. And that's what this show's about. That's what it's about right now, with all of the issues going on, all of the controversy, all of the wars, all of the geopolitics. We're going to get into all of it today, guys. So if you're here for the first time, thank you. Hit the like. Help us fight this algorithm. I think people are starting to spill in, so that's good. We'll keep that going, guys. And if you're new, don't just hit the like. We also need the subscribe button, because then you can get notified. Hopefully, you get notified when we go live. That would be a good thing. We hope that happens. We hope that's happening on YouTube and Rumble. Okay. Here we go. Okay, guys. Let's get started with the show. Those of you guys who know what we like to do here on our Thursday show, we always like to start stuff off with a little top censored news of the week. So let's go ahead and kick it off. Here we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. We're going to count down the top 3 stories right now that the mainstream media might have just forgot to cover, or they didn't cover it in an honest way. Here we go. Starting at number 3. Coming at number 3, unremovable Israeli spyware has been discovered in Samsung phones. Well, what about, wow, that's a big story. You think that would be all over the news? Well, it's not. So let's look at what actually happened and what was revealed here. Okay. So Atomy Media tweets out this, and this is sourced here. Unremovable Israeli spyware. It's been found on Samsung devices. It's the app is called App Cloud. It's an Israeli developed app, and it's pre-installed on Galaxy A and M series devices. The investigations have now revealed that the app is embedded in the operating system, and that's on purpose, and it prevents full removal. Even when disabled, App Cloud remains on the device, and it reappears after updates and can covertly install additional software. This is spyware. Make no mistake. This isn't just a thing they're trying to get out there. And you guys know those ones that the apps that come with your phone. This is not that. This is purposely done to surveillance, keep track, use data against you, and this is specifically coming from Israel. Like I told you, the mainstream media is not going to be advertising this discovery. And this was just this week. This should be all over CBS, ABC. It should be all over, right? It's not. Okay, so you do have some damage control happening. Let's go to the damage control, and then I'm going to show you we're going to tell you, they're going to tell you themselves how they do this. But this is some of the damage control going on right now. So so this is how you spin this story. I'm going to explain to you guys this. So Samsung unremovable Israeli spyware controversy is hitting a boiling point. Okay, well, what's the controversy? Why is it controversial? This should be everybody on the same side on this one, that is BS, and they shouldn't be doing it. There should be consequences for this. So what is the controversy? Let's see here. So an alleged unremovable Israeli spyware on Samsung phones is sparking chaos. It's already trending on X. And you guys know that sometimes we hear about X from people that aren't on X. They like to pretend that X is just loaded with conspiracy theorists. So this is where we got this trending thing. It's getting people afraid. You will soon see multiple media outlets covering the news, accusing Samsung of shipping Galaxy phones with Israeli spyware. Oh, so these are accusations. This hasn't been proven? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Samsung phones come with various pre-installed apps, blah, blah, blah. We know this. Okay, so AppCloud is the one that is being accused, even though we have documented proof. But okay, the accusation, that's where you start with the accusation, is being an unremovable Israeli spyware. The online controversy sparked after SMEX wrote an open letter to Samsung to end forced Israeli-founded bloatware installations. And it says it's a nonprofit that advocates for an advanced human rights in digital spaces across West Asia and North Africa. So this is not just affecting us here. Israel loves to spy on the U.S., but it also likes to spy on everywhere else in the world too. So this is affecting people in West Asia and North Africa, and people are pissed. It's not actually controversial. It's actually very cut and dry what is happening here. So the concerned app is AppCloud. Now it's being used. It's been used for several years. So now you're saying, well, it's been around forever. So what's the problem, guys? This isn't new. And when they say several years, they're actually talking about 2022. But we'll get to that part in a second. So you got this. However, anti-Israel forces are linking it with spyware to create outrage among users. Oh, it's because we're anti-Israel. That's why. So it's this intention to link it to make Israel look bad. So it's the people with the concern that are linking it, not actually Israel that's linking it in the technology itself. No, it's the people that are anti-Israel that are linking it. Okay, got it. So SMEX says it has investigated the AppCloud, and they're saying it's unremovable. We know this. It's deeply integrated into the device operating system. It's making it impossible for regular users to uninstall. And it voids warranties and poses security risks. Okay, so they're telling us what was discovered, but then later at the bottom it says, meanwhile, AppCloud has been designed as a marketing app which promotes other apps to push their installs. A system app has been termed spyware. Oh, so now they're gaslighting us about spyware. It's been termed spyware without technical and genuine proof. It demands grow for its removal. So, and you see the picture they use here. And again, I haven't heard of this outlet, this writer, Yash. I don't know their history of writings, but this is how you write a deflective piece, right? And you put a generic thing here. This is the picture they should have used. This one, because this is exactly what the intention of Israel was to do this, and it's all on purpose. And if you don't believe me, listen to Netanyahu tell you himself that he was doing this, and he's gloating about it. Watch this.
Just said this in another meeting, and they said, oh, Israel is isolated. Israel can't break out of the siege. No, I said, we will. Some of them have stopped weapon component shipments. Can we get out of this? Yes, we can. We're pretty good at producing weapons. Like intelligence, we share both with the United States. A good chunk of your intel. And our weapon systems.
And our weapons. Okay. So we share with the U.S. Oh, a good chunk of your Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's really cool. Really slick of you, Netanyahu. How integrated you are. Your technology is with us. And everybody in the room claps, of course, because it's such a noble thing. He's able to say that Israel's able to do that, integrate with us. Stuff you wouldn't even know. Like it's very, there's an attitude he's bringing here of, I know stuff you don't even know. And he's gloating about it. So go on, Netanyahu.
We share with the United States. We're tremendously appreciative of the bipartisan support and military matters to Israel in previous years and today as well. But do you have cell phones? You have cell phones here?
Here we go. Here we go with the cell phones. Do you have Samsung? Did anybody here have Samsung?
No. You're holding a piece of Israel right there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of the cell phones, the medicines, the foods, you eat cherry tomatoes. You know where that was made? I don't like cherry tomatoes, but it's an Israeli. What can I do? It's an Israeli product, as are so many other things. And I think this serves for the betterment of all mankind and womankind. I think that is Israel's unknown contribution. But we can make things, we can produce things. We cherish the fact that we have the constancy of American support despite the attempts to erode it. And we'll continue to work to make sure that that continues on both sides of the aisle. It's very important for us.
We're going to be so sure that we continue that we're going to make sure you can't remove our involvement with your products. We're going to make sure you can't undo it because we're in there to stay, mother effers. We're in there to stay. So that's how we do it here in Israel. Mic drop, Satan Yahoo. Okay. So now you guys know what's going on, and you know why this isn't being blasted everywhere. And if you do start seeing this on mainstream, watch out for that language, right? That in that article, that language of that it's the anti-Israel crowd that is overreacting and building up controversy, and people are, conspiracy theorists on X are getting a little overexcited about this. So watch out for that language. And they put spyware in quotes when we know it is spyware. So this has all been checked out. This really happened, and it should be front page news. Okay. Here we go. Coming in, top censored news. Coming in at number 2, former CIA officer reveals Israel threatened to use nukes if Trump did not bomb Iran. What? Well, this just in, former CIA officer John Kiriakou, he says the reason that Trump decided to bomb Iran was that the Israelis said, quote, if you don't bomb Iran to take out the bunkers, we will use nuclear weapons. They had never threatened that before. Like ever. There's no record of them ever doing that before. So Trump thought that bombing Iran might actually save us from World War III if it kept the Israelis from using nuclear weapons. Well, let's hear him himself. He's in this interview, and I want to play this clip, and you can see how the interviewer responds to this, basically this bombshell of reveal that we're getting from this former CIA officer. Here we go.
And though I'm told that Donald Trump decided to bomb Iran, was that the Israelis said for the first time, if you don't bomb Iran to take out these deep bunkers, we're going to use nuclear weapons. And they had never threatened that before. And so Trump said, bombing Iran might actually save us from the start of World War III if it keeps the Israelis from using nuclear weapons.
So according to your source, the Israelis told the president of the United States that if he did not use the United States military power to bomb the nuclear facilities in Iran, Israel, acting on its own, would use nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Do you see why there's a problem with that statement, John?
Yeah.
Because they've never admitted that they've had them.
That's right.
So you're telling me that they just admitted to the president of...
Oh, just pause. I don't think he saw that coming. I don't think he saw that coming. Great question. Great follow-up question. Because they haven't ever fucking admitted that. Ever. That changes everything, doesn't it? Because isn't that the whole point? That when JFK asked, very nicely, very politely in a letter back in 1963, could we please register the American Zionists as a foreign entity? Can we please have a transparency on your weapons, on nuclear weapons? Because I don't think you should actually have them. And we need to know that if you do have them, you shouldn't have them. Israel has never admitted to having them. So having this reveal, it's a big deal. Because the threat of using nuclear weapons was actually, if that is true, and was actually given, that threat was given to our sitting president in the United States. Now there's an official admittance that Israel has the nukes. They've never said it before. It's a big deal. All right, let's see. Let's see his response to this.
The United States that they have nuclear weapons and we still do not.
Actually, let's back it up because I want to see it. I want to see his reaction. Here we go.
Nuclear weapons.
So according to your source, the Israelis told the president of the United States that if he did not use the United States military power to bomb the nuclear facilities in Iran, Israel, acting on its own, would use nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Do you see why there's a problem with that statement, John?
Yeah.
Because they've never admitted that they've had them.
That's right.
So you're telling me that they just admitted to the president of the United States that they have nuclear weapons and we still do not have them in the IAEA treaty?
I mean, if Israeli nuclear whistleblowers are to be believed, yeah, they've had them. They started working on them in the 50s. They got them around the late 60s or the early 70s. Look at Mordechai Vanunu.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he wasn't charged for treason for nothing.
That's the guy who they hid in Rome with the honeypot?
Yeah.
Yeah, 86.
Oh, the honeypot stories. They go way back, don't they? That Kash Patel's girlfriend ain't the first one. We've seen this time and time again. But I think he was now that I'm watching this a second time, I think John Kiriakou here appreciated that follow-up question. Because he's saying, yes, that's what happened here. And he's saying this is, I'm telling you factually that they said this. So we know this. And it's insane that they have the nuclear weapons. It's insane that that they don't have to be transparent about it publicly. And it's also insane. Let's see here. Okay. I think I'm frozen here. Okay, let me see. Hold on. All right. 1 second here, guys. Okay. We had a little glitch there. I think we're back. Let's make sure. We'll pick it up where we left off. As soon as I know we're back. That is strange. We've been having some weird stuff like that. Okay. Let's make sure we are good to go here, and we'll pick it right back up there. Okay. That's funny. They reset everything got reset here. Okay. I don't know if there's a StreamYard problem or an AT&T problem or whatever it was. Could have been something else, a little more nefarious going on. Who knows? Let's just set this back up here. Okay. Man, oh man. Okay. We're back into it. We were finishing up the number 2 story. We were just finishing that up. So yes, this is insane that Israel is saying this out loud, and we know it's true, and they're saying it's true, yet we still don't have a paper trail and transparency on their nuclear weapons, let alone their American Zionists that are now called AIPAC still are not registered as a foreign lobby. And so this is the thing that at some point we're going to hit a wall with this. It's taken decades, right? It's taken decades since JFK started this discussion. But I think we're heading to the end of the line here. This can't go on for too much longer. This information is out in the open. People have access to it. This is all accurate. It's all true, and it can't go on much longer. Okay, now we'll head to the number one story of top censored news. I have to just reset it because everything had gotten taken apart here. Okay, we are good now. All right, guys. Top censored news of the week, coming in at number one. Oh, oops, wrong one. Here we go. All right, here we go. Coming in at number one, the UN approves U.S.-led Gaza occupation. Western media celebrates as Palestinians get screwed again. And we don't want to say I told you so, but, kind of told you so. And this is the UN news reporting this as a good thing. Look at this. Breaking. Yay. UN Security Council adopts resolution authorizing a board of peace and an international stabilization force in Gaza as outlined in the United States Comprehensive Plan. This is the Trump plan. Some people call it the peace plan. The peace plan, Trump's big 21-point plan to end the Gaza conflict. And they give you the results: 13 in favor, 0 against. And we'll get to the 2 that abstained. We'll get to that in a second, but let's watch the thing happen in real time. Here we go.
Draft resolution to the vote now. With those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2025/748, please raise their hand. Those against? Abstentions?
Now you see that's Russia raising her hand. The one not in the shot is China. So we need to discuss that. Why they are sitting this one out? Probably to do with their relationships with Israel, but they are sitting it out maybe halfway on principle, halfway on well, more than halfway up for political reasons, right? That's why you sit out. You have your own relationships, but maybe there's some sort of little itty bitty principle involved by not saying yes. Okay, good, but zero nays on this. And I think the U.S. got 2 hands up in the air, so I think they got to count for 2 on that one. So yeah, that happened. Now, what type of pushback are we seeing on this? We're not seeing really anything at all. When you go through the media, the mainstream media reporting on this, they're all saying that this is by the book. This is the next step in the 21-point plan. So they're not really, making a big deal about it. But the bottom line is this is not a peace plan. If you see anybody reporting this as a peace plan, that is not true. They're lying to you. This is a total green light for full U.S. and Israel full occupation of Gaza. This is what we've been calling ethnic cleansing the entire time. They're not going to have any right to their own state. That's not a thing. They can say it is because, we're going to let some supplies come in now. Ooh, yay. You guys stop complaining. We're giving you supplies now. Well, you're taking over the entire, you're occupying, and then you're selling the real estate, and you're going to have Trump Plaza up very soon. And we've shown you guys that 21-point plan. You've seen it. So the big story here isn't that, because we knew that the Western media was going to behave this way. That's how they behave. They only get a little angry if they see the Trump Gaza AI video and they go, well, that's a little, don't want to gloat about it, Trump, you narcissist. So they'll do that. They'll tell you, that's a little much. You drinking Mai Tais on a hotel pool deck with Netanyahu. That's a little tacky, with Elon on one side and Netanyahu on the other. They'll tell you that's a little tacky, but they're all for this. So that part isn't really the story. What's the real story here is that the UN basically said, yeah, we're good. We're good here, guys. Do your thing. That's the story. And that is what makes this really, really disgusting, because we know what Israel and the U.S. and the Western propaganda war machine, we know what their intentions are. That's not a surprise to us. We always talk about that, right? We always talk about we're wasting all our time getting mad at Republicans for doing the thing that they're supposed to do, right? They're supposed to be, they're supposed to have Supreme Court judges, vote against Roe v. Wade. You're supposed to do things that's what you sign up to do. So we're wasting our time actually being mad about U.S., Israel, and the Western media war machine, propaganda machine. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to. The UN, that's like the equivalent of the thing that was supposed to be fighting for the people. And they just went, you know what? We're good. And we can go be mad at Israel and US, but the UN said, we're going to sit this. We're good. And then we're going to go promote it on all of our websites. And we're even going to use the word peace, or we're not going to tell you how the Palestinians are going to get screwed. And we're going to go even further. And we're going to kind of insinuate that Hamas not being okay with this, and Hamas not agreeing to this, they're just being spoiled losers. And they need to really wake up to the fact that they're about to get some supplies and some help. So that's what the UN is doing. And that's the problem with this. Again, not enough people talking about this one. I grabbed one tweet. This is at least, Code Pink's tweeting this out, which is good. So, let's grab that one. But yeah, not too many people talking about this one, but we call this the number one story. And this is what's really the thing. So let's see here. Wait, now I can't get back to that. Okay, here we go. There's the tweet. Nope, we already showed you that one. Man, got a little mixed around here during that little tech glitch, but not too many people reporting out on this right now. It is disgusting. It's shameful. And more people should be livid about this. This is what we qualify this week. When we do Top Censored News of the Week, this is a story that makes us most angry and really goes to show that we need to keep doing a segment like Top Censored News, because this is the type of story that no one's talking about, and they should, and it's affecting so many people. And that's it. So we're telling you, share this out, guys. Number one story. The U.S.-led Gaza occupation has been greenlit by the UN, and Western media folks are high-fiving about it. And there you go. There's your Trump Gaza plan. So, what are we going to do? Okay, that should do it for this week for Top Censored News of the Week. Okay. I think we're back. We're back in gear here after that little hiccup, StreamYard hiccup. Okay. Let's go ahead and get ready for our next show segments coming up. We got some good stuff coming up here, guys. And I think it's time to bring in our co-host. Let me make sure we are lined up. Okay, we're good to go. We are good to go. Okay, guys. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta Jardula. Oh, don't hear you.
What's going on, Matt?
Hey, how's it going, Pasta?
It's going. We live in a cartoon, but it's going.
Man, did you see that little blip that happened? I think you were coming in.
Right when I came in, you
right
were
when
frozen
you came
up.
in, you saw the whole thing kind of shut down, right?
Yeah, it was like kind of black. It was frozen. It was weird.
Yeah. Well, our audience, they toughed it out with us, so that's good. And of course, we'll edit it in post. But yeah, man, we got to roll with the punches sometimes on here.
Yeah.
And before we get going, I have to tell the audience, because I should have said this at the start of the show, but actually now that more people are in, I'm gonna just be clear about, if you guys are watching the end of our show Tuesday, man, we had some crazy, like, I don't know what it was, tech issues. We had it was our second attempt at interviewing Bill. We had Kelly Lane on, and what we were doing was we were trying to have this conversation that for some reason we were being told that there were these glitches that weren't just accidental. We were being told that they were purposely glitching our conversation. So I'm not a tech guy. Craig. So I don't know the logistics of that, but it was wild. And I think we ended up ending our show on a kind of on a weird like cliffhanger. And we told everyone, and I just want to check in with you guys. We will be able to continue that interview and do it in a safe place, pre-recorded. We're going to put it together and then get it to you guys soon on an upcoming show. But it was pretty wild how that thing went down. And so we have to roll with some weird stuff sometimes here, Craig. I don't.
Yeah.
You ever experienced anything like that where you're just like, man,
This
does not look like an accident, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, throttling is a thing. It's kind of funny because the Bill Benny, the whole situation, like he invented the term clustering, right?
Yeah.
Which is where you get a bunch of, it's almost like equivalent to ballot stuffing, but you take clusters of ballots and you get them into the drop boxes. And, you know, they're mostly done in areas and states where they have ballot harvesting and people can bring multiple ballots, but there are clusters of set votes to, you know, predict or move, I shouldn't say predict, to affect the outcome of an election. So when he talks about these things clustering, they're real. So when you start talking about throttling, I do believe that. You know, I believe such a situation. I mean, we used to make the joke, like Fiorello would say right away, deep state. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's doing the throttling? Deep state. They're making sure that the internet connection is not good, that things are just spinning. I do think there's something out there like that, you know, where they understand the AI now has really helped them out too as well in today's age to pinpoint the people who are going to help, who are going to push for other people to think for themselves, to do their own research, to see things. You know what I'm saying? Because we're usually on the side of the truth, right? At the very least, you know, and our biases are different than, you know, most of the people in the propaganda field or the useful idiots. So they throttle our situations. It's almost like turning a valve up and down. And it's meant to drive you crazy. It's meant to make you lose hope. It's meant to, you know, put in seeds of doubt, to question why you're even doing this. So I do believe that does exist. And, you know, at the same time, it's just the way our infrastructure is. There's a lot of gremlins and there's a lot of other stuff. So you can never really tell. But I certainly do believe it does happen, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been around, you know, like Ron Placone before when I lived with Ron, when I was kind of just being his booker at one point. I've seen him a couple times just slam something down and like, that's it, I'm done. The problems you have, they just make you want to quit, you know, and just get the hell out of there and not even do stuff. So I do believe it does exist.
Wow.
Throttling.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, what is the online? It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you.
Yeah.
So, yeah. What are you going to do? We have to roll with the punches, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So let's, why don't we go ahead and start with this, first story that you brought in front of me here, Pasta. It was it's interesting because I guess we kind of missed this one. It's Trump's latest memorandum.
Yeah, I don't know if he signed another memorandum since, but definitely do exist. Do you have it in the doc, or should I go to my doc?
No, I got it right here. So let's go ahead and bring up this link here. So this is from Hotspot. This is a little video from Hotspot from David Hundian, which, you know, it's kind of funny. I did a show with Nico. Nico's going to be on your show today. I did a show with him earlier today for WBAI with Fiorello. It was like the old school convo couch with the professor Jeremy Kuzmarov and Gloria Guillo. And he had mentioned David doing some work with him in Hotspot, whatnot. And David's got millions of followers. And he really just hits it on the nose. Now, I'm not crazy about the fact he used Hassan Piker, but I brought this video to you purposely because it does have Hassan Piker, and I'll get into my theories about what's going on then, what happened then after J6, because this is a parallel, right? What happened then with J6 and what's going on now, the political football that's taking place, the pre-crime that is here. But this video gives you a really good breakdown, Matt. I think I'll explain everything, and then we'll get into it a little bit more as we go along. Okay, let's check it out.
In national headlines, President Trump signed an executive order Thursday targeting domestic terrorism networks and organized political violence. Trump saying the order will work to tackle, quote, anarchists from the left and the groups funding them.
That doesn't sound like much, does it? Just the president signing an executive order to fight against a local problem. Or is it? Because when you take even a cursory look at National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM 7 as they're calling it in Washington, a lot of things with a lot of far-reaching implications start to jump off the page at you. The first is that this is possibly the biggest internal power grab we have witnessed by a US president in our lifetime. Typically, when the empire's presidents wish to wield unconstitutional power, they couch it in layers of bureaucracy and legalese that would give you a headache trying to figure it out. Not Trump. With a stroke of his pen, he has not only effectively declared war on any domestic institutions, organizations, or individuals that fundamentally oppose his agenda, but he has also effectively criminalized them through the back door by creating incredibly vague definitions for what a terrorist is now. Domestic terrorism, according to NSPM 7, now includes expressing support for ideas like anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility toward those who hold traditional American views on family, hostility to those who hold traditional American views on religion, and hostility to those who hold traditional American views on morality. Do you see the problem here? Does being a vocal trade unionist, for example, qualify someone as an anti-capitalist, which would then make them a terrorist under the wording of this executive order? And what are the thresholds for any of these things that would make them constitute domestic terrorism? Apparently nobody knows.
There isn't a lot of appetite for this kind of thing. There isn't a lot of appetite for this kind of like mass apprehension, right? But the goal is to manufacture some kind of consent for the federal government to start apprehending and arresting anyone and everyone that has remotely demonstrated empathy at any point. This tactic sounds familiar if you are aware of how America's allies have worked, or puppet states, dictatorships, fascist forms of governance all around the world that we've aligned with. We have done this everywhere else. It's called the Jakarta method for a reason. It was first implemented in Jakarta. Now we are turning that same scrutiny and same principled authoritarian fascist technique to the domestic front. Fascism is colonialism turned inward, and this is fascism.
NSPM 7 is actually a full frontal attack on the US First Amendment, and it's an important sign that we are at this stage of imperial collapse, where the empire has lost the ability to pretend to uphold certain ideals and is now retreating full speed into regular old fascism. We're long past imperial boomerang now. We're at the part of the story where the empire is building large detention camps and preparing to turn itself into the exact fascist police state that it has spent decades creating in other people's countries. It's now deploying surveillance equipment recently tested on Palestinians on its own streets. And most interestingly of all, the open-ended wording of these newfangled terrorism offenses makes it such that predictive policing has effectively become a reality. So now if you live in the imperial core, you're about to witness Minority Report happen in real life. No First Amendments, no checks and balances, just an angry, naked emperor pushing every button available to him. Welcome to the reality that the rest of us have always lived in.
So what do you think from that, Matt? I mean, do you have any initial questions or thought? I mean, he really laid it out. I thought this was one of the better videos. The only thing I'm critical about is Hassan Piker, because of the language Hassan Piker used on January 6th, when Joe Biden, I don't know if you remember, but it was called the National Strategy for Countering Domestic Terrorism. That's the first time when they started defining domestic terrorism, right? Who was a domestic terrorist? And, you know, me and Fiorello jumped up. We screamed about this. This is bad. If they start calling their own citizen terrorist, then the security state will have carte blanche to do what they always want to do, just like they're doing overseas. The many times I've said to you before, and I've said on my show, it only starts, you know, with the immigrant, right? It doesn't end there. With how they take away their rights, they'll take away our rights. How they jail them without due process, they'll jail us without due process. What they do overseas, eventually the chickens will come home to roost. So I just want to know what you think what your initial thoughts are on this. And then there's a couple questions I'd like to kind of ask you, get your opinions and kind of talk through this, because this is something that's not got much coverage. I was on Union of the Unwanted on the night. I thought Union of the Unwanted on Monday. And I thought for sure these people would be into it. Nobody on the panel of 12 people even knew what the fuck I was talking about. I'm like, okay. You don't hear anybody on the right talking about this the way they were talking about it when the strategy for labeling domestic terrorism was out there by Biden after January 6th, right? You heard a bunch of right-wingers going crazy. Where's Candace Owens on this? Where's Nick Fuentes on this? Where's Dave Smith on this? Where are all these people out there that are talking about all this jargon and stuff and not pointing out that pre-crime is here? Because the key word in this memorandum is disrupt. They want he's he's telling people, agencies, the IRS, the CIA, and I said, yes, the IRS, because they're going to go after the financial ties. The CIA, this is when he said minority point, he said disrupt. That means it's currently happening. It hasn't happened yet, or it's about to happen. This is pre-crime. It's here, ladies and gentlemen. Your thoughts, Matt? Sorry.
No, this is absolutely an important discussion here. And the reason that you're not hearing about it from people that maybe are calling out other things, right? We know we know the people you mentioned are calling out Israel about Trump, but they're not. They certainly don't have their mind in the right spot with what is actually happening, which you hit it on the head. And it's about the language, right? So it's about what we define as terrorism. And so I think for us, where we're coming from, homeless left or whatever you want to call us, we saw that, and I'm glad you brought the J6 thing, because we saw that right away in the beginning of Trump's term, that you would think that if people that were yelling and screaming about this when Biden was doing it, you'd think that they would apply that principle. Well, they didn't. They did the opposite. They said, let's ship all these criminals to El Salvador. Let's go teach those Tesla protesters a lesson. And he started using this language, right? So of course they're not seeing that right now. And it's I don't know if it's shocking, but it's disturbing, and it's saddening that so few people are seeing this, because this is a blueprint. Of course they're using it against us. Of course they can define the language how they want to define it when it's convenient for them. I don't know why we can't understand that. Yes, we can yell and scream about Israel and align with these people about that. Absolutely. But if they don't understand the fundamentals of the way our system is functioning and that we can just do this, it's not unique that Trump is doing this. This is what I'm seeing from this. It's happening now. No one's talking about it, but you mentioned Biden. This is how every administration functions. And I think just people are on both sides are just used to it. We grew up with this, man. We grew up with this, war on terror, and you're either with us or against us, and we're gonna come after you if you give us a reason. But hey, if you got nothing to hide, what are you so afraid of? What are you so afraid of? You got nothing to hide. You ain't doing anything wrong. Not unless we say you're doing something wrong. So we know all this stuff. And yes, more people. It should not be this should not be a partisan issue. This should be a people's issue. That's my initial thoughts on it. Are we kind of on the same wavelength here, you think?
Yeah. There's some things I'd like to highlight,
Sure.
being that. All right. So I mentioned Hassan Piker, Hassan Piker and Ken Klippenstein, Rania Kalik with Eugene. I forgot the name, Breaking Points, I think it's called. I'm not sure that one. They did a video on it. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird because now I don't want to say I can't really pinpoint the fact that, Rania and Eugene, they were really upset about this coming out, and they were pointing this out, how they're going after leftists, right? They didn't really say anything about the other stuff. They were silent when Joe Biden did it. But same thing with Ken and Hassan. They didn't go forth and rubber stamp and say, yes, they should do this. They should label people as domestic terrorists. But they use language which would certainly justify this, saying this is uncalled for political violence. This is really bad. They manufactured consent, definitely, with their definitions. Yep. And you can go back and look for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Once again, they didn't cross the line completely and say, yes, this is good. But they used the language definitely that they were used in the mainstream media and the politicians were using to label people, political violence, domestic terrorist. They wanted to take over the government and stuff, and that's just not true. A bunch of Second Amendment nut jobs didn't bring their guns that day. I didn't see one single weapon. But it's important to say, okay, well, this time Donald Trump is in office. Look who he labeled as a domestic terrorist, right? Anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, right? If you go back and you look at the national strategy for countering domestic terrorism under Joe Biden, it was animal rights or environmental violent extremists. Like, if you didn't believe in climate change the way the Democrats did, you were a domestic terrorist. If you didn't believe, if you believed in animal rights, right, they went after you too. Vegans, they even said. Abortion-related violent extremists. If you are anti-abortion, then you are a violent extremist, right? Then you are a domestic terrorist. And they did, and now on this side, they just did the opposite. So it's important, Matt, that we stay consistent on the First Amendment, that we stay, I'm saying? It's your right to be anti-capitalist. It's your right to be anti-Christian. It's your right to be anti-American, if that's what you consider. If you don't, I'm saying? You're not allowed to direct people to hurt people. You're not allowed to spread violence. You're not allowed to direct violence or call for violence. You know what I'm saying? But you're allowed to oppose these things. All this speech that they are going after, and they're playing political football. Biden went out there and he designated who is a domestic terrorist. Yep. Donald Trump did the same thing, but now he's directing all the three later agencies, which are all unconstitutional, by the way. All their powers are not in the Constitution. Every single one of them. FBI, CIA, Department of Homeland Security, DHS, you know what I'm saying? State Department, IRS. I mean, so not only is he labeling the people, his enemies on the left, and you saw all those people, right? You know what I'm saying? He was labeling. He's directing these agencies what to do. Disrupt means pre-crime. That's why he talked about Minority Report.
Oh, yeah.
This is really, really bad, Matt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, like the pre-crime part is, it makes it even, it's like, because we're just talking about Black Mirror. We're talking about a dystopian future we've arrived at, where it's not even our actions that they can justify the labeling of terrorism. They can talk about our future actions because our algorithm came up a certain way, and there's nothing we can do about it. There's no recourse. And everybody signed on for this right now. So everybody on the Biden camp has signed on for it. Now everybody on the Trump side has signed on for it. Who's left? Who's left? We're right here. The small group of us that have been yelling about it the whole time and are consistent. It's too bad more people can't apply those same principles. Doesn't matter who's in office. They're doing it to all of us.
Now, if you can just, the next article I have.
Okay, let me bring that up. Okay.
Yeah, just go to section 2 real quick. That's all I want to do is I just want to read the beginning of this. And I mean, this should be frightening. And anybody who supported Donald Trump, I mean, this isn't the nail in the coffin. This is the M80 thrown in the little hole of the coffin to blow you up while you're in there and you can't escape. Now, make that as big as you can. I'm just going to read the first couple lines.
Oh, man.
It says, investigating domestic terrorist organization. The memorandum appoints the National Joint Terrorism Task Force, which I think was created under Biden once again, and its local offices to coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy. Look how it's using the same language as that bill that Biden wrote, right?
Oh,
to carry out the memorandum's goals. It directs the JTTF, which is the Joint Terrorism Task Force, to investigate, here we go, potential federal crimes relating to the acts of recruiting and radicalizing persons to engage in political violence, terrorism, or conspiracy of violent deprivation of any citizen's rights.
Wow.
I mean, that's all I got to say. That's all I brought to the table, ladies and gentlemen, because I want you to go look at it yourself. This is more of the same. I read this article. I went through it. I looked at the bill. I perused it. I mean, it's there, guys. It's pre-crime is now officially here. The fourth industrial revolution, the Great Reset is in stride. You should say completely and clearly out loud that you do regret supporting him and telling people to vote for him. This is scary. We have to understand that there's no such thing versus Democrat versus Republican. They're working together, handing off the baton, continuing what the last presidency started. You know, it was Democrats and it was Joe Biden. He had the national strategy and he labeled people. He labeled citizens as domestic terrorists, and so many leftists were okay with it because they thought they were fighting misogyny and racism and fascism and bigotry. You know what I'm saying? And xenophobia. It's okay to break and twist the law. It's okay to ignore the Constitution. It's okay to infringe on other people's civil liberties who don't have your beliefs as long as you're doing it for good. This is how we get in trouble when we are not principled. And you use that word a lot, Matt. That's the word of the year for the homeless left. It's principled. When we are not principled on the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment across the board, it will come back and bite us in the ass. Now they're watching everything the left is doing. So really, I don't want to hear so much from Hassan Piker or Ken Klippenstein or anybody else who didn't speak up the way we did when Biden pushed his national strategy, labeling Americans as domestic terrorists. Chickens are coming home to roost, guys. You see what they're doing to the terrorists in the Caribbean? Well, they can do it to you. We had to snipe him because he was going to commit a crime.
Yep.
That is fucking bonkers.
Those fishermen were about to really unload some drugs there. So we had to get them.
And how many people are going along with that, Matt?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nobody's speaking up about it.
No one's speaking up about it. But I'll listen to those guys if they can have a little reflection moment and say, you know what? I got that Biden stuff wrong. I apologize. Huh? We talk about the apology. That would change things, right? A little bit, maybe, but that's not going to happen. Let's not hold our breath on that. They're not going to get that apology. Okay, principle, guys, principle. All right, we are rock and rolling here today, Pasta. We're shaking some things up now. We're shaking some things up because we have our crew coming in, our people coming in, all different time zones. So I think we had to do a little moving some stuff around for whatever reason. Here we are right now. So Craig, I'm going to throw you a little curveball. We're going to move on to some topics we were going to do later. We're going to do them now because we have NIKO House here with us right now. We did a little switch around. So Jay Scott will be in with us later. Are you down to
No, I don't want NIKO getting into my airspace. Hell no. Tell him to sit there and wait. Of course, bring him in.
That's dude. You did that. You did dry delivery on that. I love that's like East Coast humor, man. East Coast humor. I love it.
Just because the Knicks won last night, don't mean I want to celebrate with him.
All right, here we go, guys. We got a treat for you right now. Here we go. I think it's his first time on the Homeless Left with us. Please welcome the duopoly destroyer himself, NIKO House. There he is.
Yo, what's going on? I'm tired of seeing your face today too, Pasta. You're not the only one.
How about those Knicks, baby?
Oh yeah, we on fire. And we even got Jalen Brunson back, boy. And we still
he played last night.
Oh, did he play? Did he end up
playing? It was
playing?
his old team. You know, he kind of pulled it together. Go play against Dallas. So.
Oh yeah, bro.
They missed 16 free throws last night. You know what I'm saying? Not good. But you know, Anunoby didn't play.
We stay missing free throws, though. I don't know how we win so much missing. Like, this was a problem last year, too, actually. That's a different conversation for a different day.
The Knicks,
yeah, man.
You guys both played like organized basketball, but the Knicks are shooting worse free throw percentage than the Weinglass brothers right now. It's bad.
Hey,
you know what, though?
Come on now. Man. I went to big man camp back in the day, and I think it was at San Jose State. We did a big man camp. And I had the highest free throw percentage in the camp. All the big men.
What,
I was
46%?
Like 82
like
or
68.
something.
Wow. That's actually really damn good.
You only shot 6 free throws. That's why.
For a big man don't hit free throws. I got 82% at the time, you know.
If you can shoot 6 free throws in a game and still get 82%, that's actually more impressive.
Yeah. Yeah,
NIKO, you're a 2 guard, right?
Yeah, I play 1 and 2. I'm like a combo.
Oh, well, I mean, you try 1, but you're more of a 2, you know.
No, it depends on who I'm playing with, really. Like, I love getting people involved. But if I need to, I'll cook you.
Yeah.
You know,
I played organized highlights. So, you know, I played organized baseball, organized football as a kid, but, you know,
like
organized
MLB,
highlight.
Like MLB 2K5 or 2K25.
No, I was the other one. What RBI one? What was the
RBI was
baseball.
better.
Yeah.
Oh, and All-Star back in the day when Derek Jeter was the cover guy. Oh yeah, All-Star.
No, RBI baseball used to have the old one, like the old the Murderers Row, the old Yankees and the old Royals and
but my favorite was the show, but before that it was definitely All-Star baseball. Yeah. But I was a Yankees fan. It was
when I did play video games, I played hits for football blitz for football, hits for hockey, and the NBA jams for basketball, like the 2 guys with the big heads and slamming stuff down.
Yeah, that was NBA Jam.
NBA Jam is shit, bro.
Yep. NBA Jam. That was awesome, man. There's a little.
They remade NBA. Yeah. Oh, bro, Kobe was OD on that. Kobe and remember when they had on the Spurs, they had oh my God,
Tim Robinson.
Was it Robinson or Duncan?
It was Robinson. It was Robinson. Yeah, they were OD. Like, yeah, the Spurs were like OP in that game. Spurs, really, I think the Spurs and the Knicks were OD because we didn't
have. I don't think Patrick Ewing. I think he retired by when they started. They had like Allen Houston and Marjorie
on there.
Freewell and
Patrick Ewing was on there. That's how I learned about Patrick Ewing. Was NBA Jam. Yeah. Because I was like
the zero-time champion Patrick Ewing, that guy. Yeah.
Well, hey, listen, we don't do that.
How many championships does Luka have?
Luka, he will never have a championship.
He's still playing.
Oh, you hear that, Matt? Zero.
He's gonna have a whole bunch of conference finals championships. So I guess like if we're counting those,
well, you better be careful.
he's gonna be
Laker fan over
Luka
here.
Doncic is probably gonna be the Patrick Ewing of point guards.
It's possible. It's possible.
I mean,
Charles Barkley of forwards, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There's a
hey, we don't. It's not fair. Like, come on, guys. Like Jordan. Like, come on, man. It really, because the thing with Charles Barkley was like he had to deal with Pippen while Jordan's kicking everybody. Like, it's really not fair. Because that team, that Chicago Bulls team was just so well put together.
They had 2 years when he took off for baseball.
Yeah.
They could have won there.
What happened there?
Yeah, and they did the deal with goddamn. He personally had to deal with Hakeem.
Yeah. No, the Knicks lost in the finals. We lost to John Starks 0 for 7, like fourth quarter,
so
losing to the Rockets, and you know.
If I remember correctly, the Rockets win the first one when Jordan was gone. And so everyone got like, ooh, I want to go join. So they picked up Clyde Drexler. He got to go get the second one. And then Barkley was like,
Barkley,
I want in on that. So he trades himself over there. And then they don't win that third one.
And then Jordan comes back. Almost like out of spite. It seemed like he came back like, oh, hell no, you're not getting
Barkley's going to the Rockets. No way. I ain't coming back.
Clyde's like, I got mine. I don't. What's your problem?
Yeah, Clyde was nice too, man. Yeah. He was almost like Barkley until he went to the Rockets.
I can't remember the name of the dude for the Rockets who was a rookie when they won, and he really played good. He went to Temple. He played for the Rockets. He looks like an alien, like the big head. Yeah, he looked like he was so God, I can't remember.
Hold on, you're talking about the point guard?
Yeah, he was a rookie.
Lord. Steve Francis?
Steve Cassell?
No, Steve Francis?
No, that's not Steve Francis was after. It was Sam Cassell. Sam Cassell.
Oh, Sam Cassell.
Yeah.
He was a hooper, yeah.
He put them over the edge. I mean, it was all about Hakeem there, but he put them over the edge against that series against the Knicks. The Knicks had it.
Yeah.
Man,
Citizen Pendejo says, oh yeah, I got to put this one up. Says about Patrick Ewing.
Yep.
Go easy on Patrick Ewing, Matt. I mean, the NBA screwed the Knicks twice. Okay. I'll go easy since we got a lot of New Yorkers.
Bro, we did get screwed. Bro, the New York regularly gets screwed. Like we get, bro, that Pacers series. Oh man, don't even get me there. And then, first of all, we got screwed by letting Tom Thibodeau actually coach again after like he just said, yeah, fuck Precious Achiuwa. Like he's not a hooper. Like yeah, we're just not gonna play anybody. We're gonna play the same lineup every single game for eternity and expect everybody to be healthy by the time playoffs come. Yep. Because we're doing the same thing tonight that got me fired from the Bulls.
Check your microphone, Nico, by the way.
Is it low or is
Make
it
sure
high?
you have the right microphone on. It sounds a little echoey.
Echoey, yeah.
Some people from somebody from the bleachers, a scream from the bleachers. Check your microphone, house.
Oh, I don't know how it's echoing because I really...
Dude, I did crosstalk the other day and my microphone wasn't on. And is a Trump meltdown going on, and Lionel was on the show, and so was Mike Maloof, and they were both Trumpers, and we were going at it, and now it's all echoey. I didn't even want to watch it. That's how upset I am. Nobody over there at RT told me. I don't even know how it switched off.
I'm
so mad.
I don't know how it shouldn't be echoing because I actually have my headphones in, and
sounds better now. No, did you choose anything or?
I mean,
no, I just turned it off. I just
it's
muted
still
and
a slight
unmuted.
echo, but it's not like. It's not a big deal. We hear you fine. We hear you fine.
That's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
Let's get into some politics.
Yeah, let's do some stuff here.
Some work.
Yeah, Nico, I love all the work you've been doing, Hotspot, and following you on Twitter. And I think there's so many stories where we're like, what should we talk to Nico about? And I wanted, because we've been covering Epstein, and not to go down the Epstein rabbit hole all right now because that's going to take all day. But I do think there's something here. You did a story on the Dem I guess we would call them kind of the Dem capture, where they are all aligned in the protection mode right now, and Mamdani and AOC, and the way they're responding to these Epstein files. And it's very clear that they're all either getting in a room together or they know what they signed up for. And if you're still thinking that the Dems are thinking for themselves and acting on their own behalf, you're just not paying attention right now. So So Niko, let me play a little clip of your little work you did here with Hotspot, and you can kind of get into how we're connecting the dots here, how they're exposing themselves right now. Okay, so here we go. Little of your work here with Hotspot.
AOC throwing shade and discouraging leftists from challenging Hakeem Jeffries. Yes, Councilman Osei of New York announced that he will be challenging Hakeem Jeffries. And you know what AOC had to say? She certainly doesn't think it's a good idea to primary challenge the leader at this moment in time. This is your progressive champion. This woman is your leftist queen. She couldn't even give a good reason as to why she doesn't think it's a good idea to challenge Hakeem Jeffries, ladies and gentlemen, which is hilariously ironic because in order for AOC to win, she had to primary Joe Crowley, who was the leader of the Democratic caucus and was set up and in line to replace Nancy Pelosi as a leader of the Democrats in the House. Looks like AOC has finally completed her transition from leaving the squad to joining the mafia. Democratic mafia, I mean. Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, I haven't forgotten. It was just last week that a lot of y'all were calling me crazy for suggesting that Mamdani also didn't support Osei's run against Hakeem Jeffries. Despite Osei supporting Mamdani, despite Osei being an advocate and a friend of Mamdani said that I believe there are many ways right here in New York City to both deliver on affordability agenda and to take on the authoritarian administration in the White House when he was asked about Osei.
Let me talk about Hakeem Jeffries for a moment, who now may face a challenge from Chi Osei, who is a member of the DSA. You said that there are local issues that Mr. Osei should be focused on, maybe should remain a councilman. Are you saying he should not run against Hakeem Jeffries?
No, I'm saying that I think the focus should be right here on New York City. I respect the work that Councilmember Osei has done.
But what does that mean? Should he not run?
I think that right now is not the time to be engaging in that kind of a primary. I think the focus should be on delivering on this affordability agenda.
In other words, when offered an opportunity to dispel the claims that he will not be supporting Osei and instead will be backing Jeffries, he did not dispel those claims. If anything, he just kind of doubled down. So two quote unquote progressives from New York have just thrown the left under the bus again after taking a bunch of y'all money, using the clout that y'all gave them, and making a bunch of promises they had zero intention on keeping. And y'all still think this party and these motherfuckers are redeemable.
Niko, my question to you is who is following you in Hotspot and telling you that you're crazy for predicting this? Are they not like what are they watching? Are they not? Bro. They're right there. They're seeing this obvious capture. What's going on here?
This was like whenever I did the video. So this was the video I did after. But whenever I just covered the story about the supposed falling out that Mamdani and Osei had, I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. I mean, right. As far as I'm like, okay, this is a story. It makes sense. Mamdani has been courting establishment support. Of course, he's going to support Jeffries if another leftist tries to get into the race. This is par for the course. Bro, if you go to my Instagram page on that video that I did, these people went crazy. And the video got like 50 or 60, actually I think I got more, like 50 or 60,000 views on IG. And these people were going crazy in my comment section, dog. Oh, we're just gonna trust New York Times. I said, no, I'm gonna trust patterns of behavior. Like the assumption is that New York Times is always gonna lie because they're untrustworthy. I said, no, they are untrustworthy. And one of the best ways to split the leftist movement in this particular case is to tell the truth. Yeah. Just tell the truth about Mamdani.
Yeah.
That he's going to sell y'all out for Hakeem Jeffries. Like that's the same goal. You don't have to lie for them to achieve their goal in that particular case.
So is Mamdani doing this because he is checking in with his handlers, or does he just know to do this? Just like AOC knows where are they getting? Are they getting like an email? Like how are we understanding their alignment right now? Because it seems like everybody's saying the same thing from the Dems right now, and this is in relationship to the files dropping, the Epstein files, and who they're protecting, who you're not allowed. We know AOC saying we're not allowed. No, this is a bad time to go against Jeffries right now. So they're all, are they just knowing this without going to a meeting, or are they getting specific instructions?
AOC, I don't think is getting instructions anymore. I think she just knows, because she's already been a part of the game for long enough, and she's had her hand slapped enough time that she knows, like, you're not going to go against Hakeem Jeffries in the same way that, like, when you talked, like, not even talk bad about Nancy Pelosi, just mildly critiqued her, like, they came and put the hammer down on her. I believe that Mamdani is getting instructions, because he's like, at the inception of his career, there is this belief that he could run for president, even though technically he wasn't born in the U.S. If there's an argument that can be made for Ted Cruz in 2028 with his weird situation with having like a parent that was a citizen and one that wasn't, even though he was born in Canada, there could be an argument made for Mamdani. And if he wants the Democratic Party to allow him to think he can win, then he needs to play ball. So I believe that he's getting his directions from Soros, not Daddy Soros, Alex, at this point. And the billionaires that donated to his campaign via super PACs instead of donating directly, which is a whole different thing.
Can I jump in there, Matt?
Yeah, go for it.
So today when we did the show for WBAI earlier, I kind of jumped in a little bit late. I had a family thing going on, but when I got in there, I had already known where the discussion was at. I already knew where you and Fiorella stood on this. Before Mamdani even won, we all pretty much knew where we stood because of patterns of behavior. But then I played the adversary, the one guy who was like, no, you're wrong. I mean, what if you do get a rent freeze, in New York? What if he does crack down on predatory landlords? And what if he does give us the free buses, even though he can't, which we talked about? But what if he does launch a city-run groceries to bring prices down, or offers universal childcare and, gets the minimum wage up to $30 by 2030? What about all these things that happen? What is the danger in your mind for the potential for the incrementalism that the Democrats are still selling, saying, listen, we're mitigating damage here. This is the lesser of two evils. If we get a few things, why shouldn't we take the W, NIKO House?
Well, there's okay, so what if we get a few things? I don't have any faith that they'll get the things. The few, you know what I'm saying? Like if he did achieve even 3 of those things, I would probably even consider that damn near a victory. But for example, if you are if you believe that he's going to freeze the rent, that would directly impact a commercial real estate industry that is already suffering in New York. They need people to leave where they're at and go to new places in these commercial real estate buildings, right? They already, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they already get rid of these real estate broker fees?
Idea.
I think that actually just happened. There used to be a 7% fee. I used to work in real estate in New York, and a lot of those buildings charge 7% fees for the brokerage. One of the reasons I got out of it, I'm like, it's kind of like predatory, isn't it? Because you're just showing them something that they can find online, but whatever. Now, so imagine if you actually did manage to freeze rent across the board, which I seriously doubt will happen, and the real estate developers that in some cases, part of them are part of his administration now. A lot of them have helped to fund his campaign. Are they really about to allow him to make that decision? No. And also that would be something that would have to be handled not only through him personally, but then the commissioners, and then council members, and then mayor for mayor, in every borough. This, being the mayor of New York doesn't mean that you can unilaterally make decisions for the entire city of New York, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah.
You won't be able to freeze the buses. But it's the false promise it's the false promises without the knowledge of how they would be achieved if he actually could get them achieved. And the danger of failing the people who voted for him and donated to him when he can achieve those things. Because what we know, if we've seen anything over the past decade or so, is that there is a tendency to overcorrect. So when Mamdani ultimately fails, and whether it's on accident or on purpose, which I believe will be the latter, who do we get after Mamdani in New York?
Yeah.
And everybody should be terrified of that.
Yeah.
Because it can
that's
be.
what we're witnessing now, right? I mean, that's what we're seeing now with Trump. It's like, this is
we
why
got-
we got Trump, because of Obama. And
And this is why we got, no, this better yet. So yeah, we got the 2016 Trump because of Obama. And many people could argue that we actually got 2016 Trump because Steve Bannon successfully used Bernie's strategy and he admitted it. He's like, yeah, I just tailored Bernie's strategy and applied it for conservatives. But Biden is why we got this version of Trump. The worst, most unaccountable version of this man.
You're right.
Because he's like, Biden fucked up so badly that y'all will take anything you can get. And the problem is now, people who are economic, like these, I mean, we know Trump is an economy, or at least he was until Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson kind of like broke the lever on that one. But like Trump, for the most part, has been an economy. And so now they can't turn back. These people are like, with this Epstein shit, right? Okay, first of all, hey, bro, you was out there giving that Gawk 3000 to Bubba. And so I'm starting to get a little bit of an idea why Hillary hated you so much. I'm starting to think it was you not woman enough to take my man. We're like, well, I may not be woman enough, but I sure am man enough.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, it was a Democratic conspiracy theory, allegedly, right? But then he comes out after this, the emails drop and says, I'm going to pursue all these Epstein files and release them and hold these people accountable for something that supposedly was a Democrat conspiracy theory and never happened. And then Kash Patel comes out and it's like, well, we have no proof, actually. There's no valid proof that the FBI has that he actually trafficked to anybody. But we were also told, by the way, that Trump is so pissed at what Jeffrey Epstein was doing that he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, and that's how we should know he had nothing to do with Epstein. Okay, so why isn't he pissed at Kash Patel for lying and saying that they have no proof of the things Epstein was found guilty of because of all the proof they had? Yeah. Like, all these things cannot be true.
Yeah. They rely on the fact that people have become such short-term memory kind of lapses. They don't think about what happened a year ago, 3 years ago. We have these conversations. It's important, and we tell our audience so many times that the historical context matters. We have to bring this up. I like that we're talking about why the first Trump got in, why did Biden get in, why did the second version of Trump come in. We have to remember these things when we have these discussions and hold them accountable for all the different maneuvers and the stories they're telling along the way. And then in moments like this, and this is why we want to talk about Mamdani right now, because this is a moment of truth that we're seeing, and compared to AOC, I would say he's closer to the goal of being part of the thing that he campaigned against, because he's still the mayor-elect. He's not even in yet, and he's still and he's gone to the place that AOC needed. Like, I think what did she need, like a week before she started calling Nancy Pelosi Mama Bear. But he's already.
No, it took a while for her. It took a while.
When she went on The View and said, "It's Mama Bear, we're good," like that, she was already in.
She showed signs, though, not too long along the way when her approaches to speech and to those hearings like Twitter and whatnot. And I just want to say real quick, by the way, but because it was very interesting, you pointed that out this morning, Nico, about the fact is that Mamdani can fail so badly that they'll usher in a right wing, maybe a Republican, a Republican mayor for the first time in a while, right? And he's just going to go hardcore the other way. What we see, the worst Trump possible because of Biden. I see that clearly. But I also just want to point out really quickly, and I'll hand it right back over to you, Matt, is that where I'm concerned is that the system is designed to give you these emotional wins. Like, he'll get a rent freeze for a little bit. He'll get free buses because nobody's paying for the buses anyways, whatever the case may be. He'll give you these little emotional wins, but it's how he advances the oligarchs and the 1%'s agenda behind the scenes is what the real problem is. It's like Bill Clinton passed NAFTA because Reagan couldn't get it done, right? You know what I'm saying? Reagan could not get that done. You had to hand it off to a Democrat because if it was a Republican doing this, forget about it. In this particular presidency,
That's the playbook,
right now,
too.
Yeah.
That's the playbook.
In this presidency right now, the thing that is so shocking, right, is the handover to Palantir, is the handover to Larry Ellison and Sam Altman and their contracts and stuff like that. That is something that if Kamala or Biden tried to do, the Republicans would have lost their proverbial mind. Can you imagine Biden having Jolani in the White House? They would have lost their mind. And this guy can get it done. Those are the things that make me concerned more than anything, because Mondami looks like he's getting this people built on emotion that want him there. His culture, he's different. He's using his hands. He's a non-Zionist. We get these emotional wins. But policy-wise, what he will advance for Wall Street, what he will advance for the 1% in that state, that is the scary part and what we have to watch out for.
You know, Craig, you're mentioning the Giuliani part. This is interesting because we talk about the timing, and it's like you're like, how do you have the right wing that is furious that Mondami is going to be mayor, and they're scared to death of Sharia law, of communist China. They're literally like ripping their hair out about this. At the same time, their president that they voted for is hosting Giuliani in the White House. I think this isn't just like a coincidental timing. This is them doing that in the exact calendar that this is all happening at the same time, because it's a litmus test to say, you see, we can keep
Let's see what we can get away with.
exactly in place, exactly where we need
the
them.
Twin Tower photos with Mom Donnie, like never forget the Twin Tower photos. Like, bro, 4 days later, maybe not even that long. 4 days later, this man got Mr. Al Qaeda himself in the building, shaking hands, and the Prince of Saudi Arabia.
Perfume, spraying the perfume on Giuliani.
Like, where all the Twin Tower photos go?
Yeah.
Oh, that's y'all literally like, bro. I felt like my timeline just completely erased all of those, which is crazy, right? Because y'all know how Twitter's been lately. It's definitely been very agenda driven in the way that the algorithms on Twitter have been. And all of those photos of Mom Donnie and how he's going, and the Twin Tower shit specifically, just gone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they disappear when Al Qaeda shows up.
Yeah.
But like, I'm confused.
Yeah.
Because
and
the
then
Sharia
you
law
hear
shit is actually Giuliani. Like that's a like that is, he is currently suppressing and oppressing religious minorities in Syria.
Yeah.
That's happening.
But he has, we all have hard pasts, right, guys? We all have
rough pass.
Rough pass. It's a rough pass, guys. Come on. Like
a rough day. He has a rough pass. He's a rough pass.
I know. Like I used to chop people's heads off and pose with them online and stuff. Dude, the thing that you want to talk about top censored news, what really should be in there. I don't know if you mentioned it on one of your videos, Nico, but when we did this, the Giuliani section last week, me and Fiorella, I pointed out the thing that people should notice most is that he went to the IMF as well. He went to the International Monetary Fund and he is taking on loans. So in other words, Bashar al-Assad would not let the Rothschilds and the banking go into Syria. It's in there. So it's the same old blueprint. Give them austerity loans, which they cannot pay back, and then take all their resources legally. They're doing it illegally now.
Because like, why do you even need, like, okay, first of all, Syria is an oil-rich, resource-rich nation, and you just had your sanctions removed. Why do you need to go to the IMF? Or did you go to the IMF, and that's what got your sanctions removed? Trump was like, good job, good boy. Now we can take off your sanctions. Yeah. Because there's nothing.
Now we're going to own that oil.
Exactly. Like that's your collateral. Because there's nothing demonstrative that Giuliani has done to justify removing the sanctions. Like there's nothing at all. Like
he plays basketball. Didn't you see him playing basketball, dog?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that was one of the worst goddamn.
He was probably the best Syrian forward I'd seen. He's a big boy. He's
pretty tall. Like
he's a big boy. Yeah.
I mean, nothing to say about presidents. Like you got to be tall, or dictators, like terrorist dictators specifically. But in all seriousness, like the sanctions were probably removed because he let Israel in without challenging them, right? Yeah. Because he went to the IMF and is letting the World Bank in. But he's being rewarded despite the fact that he's like actively killed. Bro, they went to a hospital and just like just wipe people out. It was his government forces. And I covered it but I was one of the very, very few people that actually covered this story of Jelani's government wiping out doctors, medical people, and even patients in a hospital because they were part of the, quote, he considered them to be part of opposition forces. Like, that was it. It's absolutely insane that we can witness Trump's cult just ignore this, man, because they rage about Sharia law, rage about Muslims. At this very moment, they're trying to sell this bullshit about Christians being massacred in Nigeria to give themselves an excuse to go into Nigeria. And they're like just ignoring the fact that more Muslims have been killed than Christians.
But they were predominantly Christian areas, Nico. That's how you can twist the things. If it's 60% Christians versus Muslims living there, but more Muslims are killed, then you can say there's a disparity.
They point to a church. I'm like, yeah, but what about the mosque? Yeah, but the church. I'm like, but what about the mosques? Like, the mosque got I saw a number that actually overall 80% of the people that are killed are Muslims in Nigeria. And it's ironic, I know, because it's Boko Haram and they're a Muslim terrorist organization, but that also lets you know maybe their goal isn't to target Christians or Muslims. It's to kill any and everybody as long as they can destabilize the region, because that's what the hell they're paid to do.
And also,
maybe it's that.
You gotta, if you want to present a solution in the United States, you gotta have a problem. They're there to create the problem.
That's it.
And these people go along with it. I do this Christian radio show on Saturdays. I got to tell you, the first day I did it, like 3 weeks ago, they were talking about helping out the Christians in Nigeria. These theocrats buy this shit hook, line, and sinker,
bro.
Ignoring the fact that Boko Haram is funded by the CIA. How do we know this? Because a Republican senator talked about it in a hearing in February. He exposed
literally, bro, just casually, like, yeah, like we pay for this. Why are we acting like we don't know this?
Yeah,
like we fund these organizations, and Congress just sitting there like, shit, bro, you're not supposed to say that shit out loud. We're not supposed to talk about that. Like, and for example, Nicki Minaj, a little useful idiot from Trinidad, by the way, which is not surprising considering Trinidad is used to launch, half of Southcom's Latin America operations. But she's talking about religious people have the right to practice religious freedom all over the world. And she's like, not just in Nigeria that there are Christians being massacred, but it's happening all over. And she couldn't name one other country. Why? Because they ain't tell her other countries. Why? Because the goal ain't got nothing to do with other countries. It's about putting boots on the ground in Nigeria so that Nigeria does not look over to the left and say, hold up. Hey, man, real quick. Tinubu, that's the president of Nigeria. It's a puppet, by the way. Why does Mali and Niger and Burkina Faso have all this shit and they have less resources? They had less resources, had less opportunity, and they were less organized. And yet we can even get our oil companies to produce oil in a way that will benefit our country financially. How do we get that? Because they was able to kick out France, right? So like, how do we get what they got? And then eventually, because what will happen eventually, there's one or two things that will happen. The EU is going to fucking fail because France is the second largest economy of the EU. It's like 18% of the EU's economy, and their deficit is insane right now. They've gone through 5 prime ministers in 2 years, and no one wants to admit the problem. It's because the AES was successfully able to kick out France and has kept them out. Now, they can't put boots on the ground in Burkina Faso, Niger, or Mali. They've tried to use terrorists. It's not working. And eventually, one of two things is going to happen. The AES is going to hop their ass into Nigeria, or the people of Nigeria are going to ask for the AES's help. And once they get the green light, the AES, which works together militarily and has Russia's help militarily and China's help economically, they will get Nigeria. Once you have those 4 West African countries together, I don't know how the empire survives that. So this whole Christian thing, like, that's how you can see the largest Christian church in Palestine be targeted, and none of these motherfuckers care.
They don't care.
Like, target Christians get. Yeah, hey, Brandon Taylor, my favorite clip. We only got spit on one time when we went to Israel, man. I don't know why.
Who said that?
No, that
Brandon
was
Officer Tatum, the Republican.
God, that
Uncle,
dude.
Uncle Tom.
We covered that one. That
I
was
wasn't
insane.
there for that show, Matt.
No.
You should have shared that with me. I would.
No,
That guy
Bro.
is the worst.
The worst.
He puts his
been
toe so
working
far up the
hard for that
Zionist
check.
ass.
He wanted that 7K so bad, bro. Like, whenever he was talking about the fact that he didn't get it, he sounded mad as hell. He's like, I don't get paid for none of this. I'm like, hold on. Are you trying to defend yourself, or are you expressing how upset you are with Israel that you are not part of this program? Because then after that, bro, all of a sudden he started appearing on more and more and more programs. I'm like, oh, so you got the check now. Okay,
He got the
bro.
check.
He finally got his check. Bro.
CPAC,
He was,
right? He talked to CPAC, I believe, too.
he was pissed. He was pissed. Like,
And
he
by
was
the
so
way,
mad
Nico,
on Twitter.
You talked about the Christian church in Gaza. Let's not forget Christians in Iraq, Christians in Syria. Those two countries had, like, in the Middle East, other than Lebanon, probably the most ratio of person Christians to public ratio, to ratio, than any other country. They're all gone now. They've been killed.
Yeah.
They've been slaughtered. They've been run off. American
Bro.
bombs helped that happen. It wasn't radical Islam. And the radicals are still, we can't forget, are funded by the United States, the CIA, through USAID, NED, and all these other NGOs.
Yeah, like, and which is on purpose because Syria under Assad was a secular nation, the radicals went after Christians because otherwise the Christians would get behind who? Would they get behind extremists like Jolani or a secular government like Assad's?
Yeah.
So you go, and they were a minority, and they were somewhat separated because they live in their own communities. So they go after them, and the U.S. says nothing. Why? Well, because then y'all start looking a little bit deeper into who's funding these terrorist organizations. And while we aren't saying anything about those Christians being massacred, with Boko Haram, they keep saying, by the way, that Christians are being massacred, but it is very rarely mentioned that it is Boko Haram doing the massacring. And I'm pretty sure it's because that clip started going around of what's his name, Congressman Scott?
Senator Scott Perry.
Scott Perry. It's because at the same time, Trump is like, yeah, I'll put boots on the ground. The Scott Perry clip started going viral again, saying that we fund Boko Haram. But it is Boko Haram that is primarily doing the slaughtering in Nigeria. And people, because, finally information and technology is catching up, and you can only memory hold something for too long. But once that shit hits your algorithm, now everybody's going to talk about it, and people will put two and two together and start saying, well, hold on. Is it us doing it? And then you start getting deep because the Nigeria rabbit hole is way deeper than what most people know because they don't know Tinubu. They think that we want to overthrow the government. But that's not what we want because Tinubu actually works for us. Tinubu is a Chicago fucking drug lord with a fake name and a fake college degree that we took from Chicago and put in charge of Nigeria, so that we can constantly keep them under our control, especially because the Sahel states were always kind of like in pushing back against France. But we could never let them lose Nigeria. We can never let the West lose Nigeria for various reasons, strategic reasons. It's a brain drain. We got a lot of us and the US and the UK get a lot of engineers, doctors, and things like that from Nigeria. And BP, if I'm not mistaken, is primarily in control of their oil. So we could not lose Nigeria from a military perspective, strategic perspective, and an economic perspective. So people think we are there to take their resources. No, we don't want to go there to take the resources. We already got it.
We're there to set up shop and get the other countries around.
We're there to set up shop because we can't set up shop in Mali anymore. We can't set up shop in Burkina Faso anymore. And we can't set up shop in you damn sure can't set up shop in Niger anymore. And they all successfully converted their resources to being owned by the state to benefit the people. And more importantly, Russia has dedicated military troops and resources and assets to those three countries. And they are in an alliance. We have not seen three major countries from Africa in a military alliance before. And people don't think about that. They're like, oh, that's not
and
not a
that's
big
Mali,
deal.
Burkina Faso, and
Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger.
Yeah,
they call it the
I do
triangle.
get the sense,
They call
though.
it the triangle. What is it? They call it the something triangle?
The North Triangle? No.
No, it won't be the West.
Latin America.
No, you're thinking about the lithium triangle.
No, that's Venice. That's the
another
Venezuela. Yeah,
that's
there's another there's a triangle, African triangle that this is
African horn
setting up
is
shop.
something
I don't have it in front of me, but there's a.
But
it's definitely
I
but
do
basically, if you look at the map, is Nigeria in those three countries.
Yeah.
Like if in Nigeria, because of technology, social media, like the even USAID being reduced in the area, like, and more independent journalists actually telling the truth about what's happening in Nigeria now, because that's been a big problem. We've always controlled their media. Like, they are going to look over there and be like, well, why the hell can't we have that? Hey, man, y'all want to come over here real quick? Come talk to us. We just want to converse with y'all. And it may not be the Christian population in the South. It might be the Muslim population in the North that's actually a little bit closer to Niger. And that all you need is like 55% of the population that wants liberation. That's all you need. Probably even less than that. Yeah. And that's if they do decide, if the AES does decide to go into Nigeria and overthrow Tinubu and allow Nigeria to put its own people in charge, what's NATO going to do? Y'all have been able to take out Libya, because Libya was by itself. You were able to take out Nigeria, the Nigerian Muslim president in the 90s, because it was by himself. They've been able to take out presidents in these countries because they never formed military alliances with each other. Even in Burkina Faso, with I know you know his name. Thomas Sankara.
I forgot it.
Thomas Sankara. Okay. Even with him, as organized as they were able to get to him. Why? Because Burkina Faso wasn't able to form military alliance with their neighbors yet. It's not the same game anymore. Like, this shit it's getting real for the empire, because everybody, I don't think people remember, but they threatened, the US threatened to invade, and ECOWAS threatened to get involved too whenever those three countries first overthrew their governments. And you know what happened? Not a goddamn thing. France left.
Yeah.
France left.
They left.
They knew that 70% of France's energy relied on Niger. They knew that they would crash economically. They knew it. This was a all or nothing. And they left. They said, we can't win. So imagine, that was before this AES alliance was formed, guys.
Yeah.
Everything that we're seeing right now is that I was on my show today, I was explaining how the Mexico color revolution is about this shit too. It's about what's happening in Africa, and the fact that China is the number one controller of lithium in the world. I know people have their issues. Like, there's some issues with Sean Baum that people have. Like, basically, she's not AMLO to a large degree, but like, y'all gotta dig a little bit deeper and look into the nuance, because like the criticisms that you would have of Sean Baum, if you actually do the research, don't actually align with the policies. So the number one export of Mexico right now is automobiles. Like, that's what they do. Now, people don't realize Mexico is resource rich like a motherfucker. They have everything that the rest of Latin America has.
A lot of lithium.
Sean Baum, lithium specifically.
Yeah.
Sean Baum will not let them destroy communities and destroy environments to extract those resources. People don't know that. Now, if you are Trump, this Venezuela shit ain't really working out how you thought it was going to. Okay, you thought you were going to be able to get, overthrow Maduro, and it's not really working out. And now Colombia is getting involved, and they're like, we're going to protect each other. Milei, that motherfucker's days are numbered. Okay, so you lost them. Ecuador, pretty soon enough, I think he'll be out too. But he's not enough by himself, even though he's like the fucking plug of all plugs. Okay, the Congo is a free for all right now. We don't really know how that's going to turn out, unfortunately. But we do know that you just lost the second largest economy in the EU. Ukraine is draining the EU and draining the US to a large degree. Russia has cut off natural gas and cut off energy supplies to the EU. And you don't know whatever's going on. the Middle East is weird as shit right now. We don't know what's going on there, but we do know Iran is wishing the motherfucker would. They're just sitting there waiting. They're just waiting for somebody to give them a reason. Israel is losing. It's slipping. Everything is slipping for Israel right now. So Mexico's our neighbor. We know that there are cartels there. And we're going to make sure that they stay there because, hell, the only reason they've been able to thrive for so long is because of what? Because the U.S. is helping them. So, yeah, Sean Baum, communist, narco politician, time for a color revolution, basically. Why?
Yeah.
So we can put boots on the ground. People don't even realize that the reason that Sean Baum and AMLO is so positive is largely because of Calderon, the president who did decide to wage a military war against fucking cartels and sacrificed tens of thousands of people to do so. And you know what happened? The cartels fractured off, there became more of them, and they had more competition, and the drugs got cheaper.
Wow.
That's what happened. That shit did not work. And that's why these leftist politicians in Mexico are so damn popular as it is. And the Mexicans know that, which is why Sean Baum's fucking popularity fluctuates between like 70% and 80%. So but they don't, the US and the empire, right? They don't know what their next move is. And it's specifically because of what's happening with China, Russia, and Africa. They don't know.
It's all happening at the same time. You mentioning what's happening right now in Mexico. Did you see this? We saw this story from CBS. They're not reporting it totally accurately, but they're saying that there's warning signs appearing on the Mexican beach declaring there's this area restricted by the U.S. Mexico rejects Trump's offer to strike the cartel. So like you say, she's not wanting to do these strikes. But what is Trump doing as a result? So she ruled out on Tuesday. Sheinbaum ruled out allowing U.S. strikes against cartels on Mexican soil a day after Trump said he was willing to do whatever it takes to stop drugs entering the U.S., which we know that's his all his excuse. Public policy. He likes to
narco terrorists.
Yeah, we got to blow up some more fishermen while we're trying to stop the drugs.
That shit's so crazy to me, bro. That you just like out fishing and like boom, insane.
So Mexican American diplomats were trying to sort out what may have been an actual U.S. incursion. On Monday, men arrived in a boat at a beach in northeast Mexico and installed some signs signaling land that the U.S. Department of Defense considered restricted. So the Mexican Foreign Affairs Ministry said late Monday that the country's Navy had removed the signs, which appeared to be on Mexican territory. The origin of the signs and their placement on national territory were unclear, the ministry said in a statement. The signs driven into the sand near where Rio Grande empties into the Gulf of Mexico caused a stir when witnesses said men in boats had arrived at the local beach known as Playa Baghdad and erected them.
Baghdad. That is just like the most ironic shit ever.
Now,
serendipity.
They're going to spin this and say it was an oopsie. But let's see. So the sign said in English and Spanish, warning, restricted area. Went on to explain that the Department of Defense properly and had been declared restricted by the commander. It said there could be no unauthorized access, photography, or drawings in the area. Changes in water depth and topography altered the perception of the international boundary location. So it was the water depth. They got confused. And the government of Mexico personnel, they removed the signs based on their perception of the international boundaries location, which was basically they should not have been there. And so this is a more accurate assessment from Rogue POTUS staff. It says the U.S. government, their excuse is that the water levels caused a mistaken identification of the border. But that's a laughable excuse. Even the land rightfully on the U.S. side is still not DOD property. This was an intentional act and is reminiscent of Putin style. Okay.
That's super weird. That's a weird way to go.
So I love how we pick
reminiscent
and choose
of U.S.
I love it. I love how we pick and choose the thing we're calling out when it's like, okay, but not that one, but this one. But anyways, but we know the drill here. So it was this an actual I would say technically an invasion onto foreign soil that occurred. Was it accidental or was this on purpose?
Oh, no, it was on purpose.
Yeah,
it was on purpose. I mean, I think that it was like, let's see if they let it slide. And because if you give them an inch, you take a mile. And because the U.S. tried that with Venezuela.
Yeah.
right? They they're just sitting both there, send a couple guys there. Let's see what happens. Yep, yeah, that shit didn't work out either. And so they're put. And I'm gonna be honest too. I do believe that there is an angle to the fact that Sean Baum is a woman and they are testing her gangster. They want to see if she is about it. They want to see if she can be bullied. Yeah. I just really believe that because this is Trump we're talking about. Right. So I believe that there's an element to let's see if we can bully her ass into letting up. Because they didn't try that shit with AMLO. So why would you think? I don't think that it's going to fly with her because Sean Baum has been she's been very surgical in the way she has ran her administration, even letting this, I can't remember what her name is, but this is businesswoman. She's an elite, right? And she lets her do this liaisoning but she knows we want to cut the US off, but we can't do it right now. Because I would have to then screw these neighborhoods, screw these communities, extract resources, and that will have to be the way that we make the money. But I can't do that because I'm not going to screw over my people. So I have to navigate these waters of businesses in a way that's still going to benefit Mexicans, but I'm not going to let them take advantage of us. But I also can't completely cut off the U.S. yet because that would ultimately tank Mexico and destroy their social safety net system. And so this woman is methodical. I got to give her credit. I've been doing as much research on her as I could because I'm how is she so damn popular? Because even when we were all enamored with Obama, he was not that damn popular. Even at his most popular, he was not that popular. And people were well, yeah, boy, she took a meeting with so-and-so. She took a meeting with so-and-so. I'm but if she's a strategic, I would take a meeting with my enemies too. Would you not? Would y'all not take meetings with your enemies to know what they're planning? Because if I know in the back of my mind, America is my enemy, BlackRock doesn't work for Mexico. They work for and in the US. So whatever their interest may be in other countries, it ultimately goes back to the US empire, in the US surveillance state, in the US real estate and resources. It always goes back to that. So it's I'm going to take a meeting with everybody so I can know what y'all plans are for me. Whatever y'all try to convince me of, because otherwise, why wouldn't she just let them ravage Mexican land? There have been complaints from Republicans that she is not letting them ravage their land. Let us ravage your land. No. The Republican Mexicans, the Mexican Republicans are begging her to let Trump invade Mexico and attacking her for not allowing her to do so. I'm bro, y'all are wilding. This is not Scream Color Revolution. Is this not exactly what happened in Ukraine, actually?
Yeah.
Right? Basically, exactly what happened in Ukraine. It's what Maria Machado is doing.
Yeah.
We call her. Sorry, Nick. On this show we call her Maria Coronavirus Machado. Just so. Yeah, that's our.
She got the coronavirus.
Basically, she basically is a damn virus.
By the way, I would like to point out that the Moreno party has been in power. This is the second president they've had. AMLO was the first, Claudia Sheinbaum being the second. Before that, they had 120 years plus of the same two-party duopoly there for so long. It's hard for somebody to just come on in, wave a magic wand. Our intelligence apparatuses are attached at the hip. There's a lot of people in the deep state of Mexico that are tied to the deep state of America. So it's very hard, the waters she's dealing with now. She can't just come in there and do whatever she wants. People got to remember there's hundreds of years of history, before she took office.
Yes. That is directly tied into the U.S. Like it's inseparable. So the ultimate question I think that everyone always asks, and should, especially when talking about international politics and how you plan on governing within your nation and who you prioritize. Did you kiss the motherfucking wall?
There it is.
She has not.
She is not.
In fact, Israelis have been coming at her talking about she's a fake Jew. They literally are calling her that. They're like, oh, she's a fake Jew. She's been avoiding her Jewish heritage her entire life. I'm like, what? How do you do that?
Hold on. Now, look, just to be devil's advocate, Mamdani is not going to take his first trip to Israel, right? When he becomes mayor.
Hey, but he already kissed the wall metaphorically.
But I'm saying there is an element of we are doing something against the thing that you got, that we can understand the sentiment. The public sentiment is not, like you said, Israel is kind of slowly losing the narrative. So we have to maybe put people in place. And I'm just being devil's advocate because I agree with mostly what you're saying. But there has, like, on the other hand, you can get the people to think that because someone's not willing to go kiss the wall, that we're moving in a direction, against this fallen empire. Yes.
Context.
Yeah.
Sean Baum, she is Jewish, and she was what, if I'm not mistaken, she was a mayor of Mexico City, right? Before, yeah. How long has she been in power? She kissed the wall yet?
I mean, as mayor, yeah, I guess no. She didn't kiss the wall while she was mayor. Yeah, that's a good point.
No, as a matter of fact, she was saying free Palestine while she was mayor.
She was saying free Palestine. That's a good point.
Since I've known about her existence, she's been saying this. Right? Okay. Mexico, obviously under AMLO, was like, nah, Palestine needs to be a state. She's never veered from that rhetoric. She didn't say, I went and I talked to some of my Jewish brothers and sisters, and I wanted to understand better how globalized the Antifada could be perceived as offensive to them. Right? Like, she didn't get in power and it's like, I'm going to keep the same Zionist commissioner that was letting the NYPD beat the shit out of students during pro-Palestinian protests at the universities in my city. Like, no, I agree, like that is a possibility that, like, maybe she saw the wind was blowing, but she was saying all of the stuff that she's saying now and held the positions she had now before she knew it would be popular to have these positions. Her and her party under AMLO, but even more importantly, she did so as a Jewish politician who is constantly having her heritage questioned. And she's still like, yeah, fuck y'all, I'm gonna wear this kippah because fuck y'all. Like, and then she gets she becomes the first female president, which is like crazy in and of itself in Mexico, which is a very machismo country.
Sure.
But then she does so as a Jewish woman. And then people are like, oh, well, that's not a big deal. No, it is. If you understand Mexican culture, it is a big deal for a Mexican Jewish woman to come in, and she didn't, because what have we seen in other countries, other Latin countries, when a Jewish person becomes president? They use their Latin last name, their Spanish last name, so that you don't know they're Jewish.
Yeah, it's the reverse. They hide. Yeah, they
exactly.
They're doing their nefarious stuff. Yes. So no, those are great points, and I do think there's something that's very reminiscent of a Maduro or a Chavez or a you're seeing this a lot. You talk about, Nico, this like, how do you stop the empire? You have to form coalitions together, like we talked about Nigeria. Yes. Do you think there's a chance that there could be some, like, Latin American kind of coalition? We already talked about Venezuela, Colombia coming together. Do you think maybe she should get into those conversations? Because we know exactly why Maduro's being targeted beyond the oil, beyond the gold. We know that there's also something about being anti empire beyond just the US, but we're talking about, Israel as well. And that,
I mean, dog, for all we know, if Claudia is as smart as she's seemingly shown herself to be up to this point, for all we know, that alliance is already being talked about.
It's already happening.
Right? But we won't know until it needs to be known.
Let's hope. That would be an amazing alliance there if that's happening. That's amazing. Can I just throw out one more curveball, one more devil's advocate about her, because I'm here with Pasta, and it's Pasta. You remember we covered the digital ID situation, and she did greenlight that in Mexico. That is
blind spot.
Yeah. And I think, Craig, do you still have the same assessment? I remember, Pasta, your assessment on that was that she unknowingly went along with it because she didn't fully understand it. Do you still
blind spot? Yeah,
I believe that's a blind spot for, unfortunately, for almost. But that's a blind spot here in they don't have digital IDs in Brazil, but it's mostly because it's like a lack of affordability. Like they can't afford to have digital IDs.
But Lula has signed on to be part of the digital passport program before he even took office. So
yeah, he wants but Lula, I don't like Lula. I don't like Lula anymore.
This is like signing on to Palantir, right? When you're saying free Palestine, but okay, I know I get it, but we don't.
Yeah, but fuck Lula. He tried to invade Haiti. Like, he sent troops to Haiti. Like, people forget about that.
That was so old.
Yeah.
Huh?
That was so long ago.
Yeah, nah, fuck that noise. Like, why are you sending troops to Haiti? Brazilians are still pissed about that. Like, Brazilian leftists still, because they don't even know why the hell they were sent there. They're like, why the hell are we going to hate? Because Brazilians love Haitians. There are a lot of Haitian Brazilians. So because there's a lot of Dominican, y'all know the DR and Haiti are connected, right? I don't know if you know
same
that.
island.
They're literally the same island. So like there are a lot of Dominican and Haitian Brazilians, and Brazilians are still pissed that they were sent there. That's part of the reason why Brazilians never get sent anywhere. Because if you're gonna take me away from my churrascos on Saturdays, like you got to give me a damn good reason I'm not out here eating steak and rice and feijão with my family. So they were a little bit, no, I don't rock with Lula, but I do believe that like when it comes like digital IDs, so to play devil's advocate as a Black man from the US, we have to remember how IDs have been used to disenfranchise Black people from engaging with society, right? From voting whenever we need to vote, from getting our driver's license to being arrested. Like because they up the fee. And if you don't get a real ID, you can't travel. And if it just becomes hard to do everything. And when they decide to close fucking 8 DMVs in a 24, 48 hour period, then you get screwed over. Right. So like she's thinking about the disenfranchised and the people who live not in Mexico City, but the people who live on the outskirts, where going to get an ID is a hassle if you don't have the money or the time or the freedom to do so. And so, but of course, like you said, like I don't think she understands, like it's not you we're worried about, it's who comes after you.
Yeah. And
you know what I'm saying?
She did all the talking points about how, hey, your health records are all in one place. Everything's in one place. It's very convenient. You're like, you're signing your people up for this thing that they're not going to have. There's just more control. So maybe she just doesn't. Yeah. And Pasta had that analysis that she didn't fully understand what she was like. And she was so excited. She's like, oh, this is, and I think you hit it on the head. She's thinking about the people that didn't have access. Well, here, now you have everything in one place and you can just, and it's all on the same system. We're all on one supercomputer together. Isn't that great? And we're like, oh no. But like,
but I think because we're Americans, like we immediately go to that, like, fuck no, we don't, because we know our information is being stolen. We know for a fact that it is not they're trying to monitor us and surveil us. But she's not of that mindset. She's thinking, because like my family, my ex-in-laws are all Mexican. And like, I've seen this is like, there's always problems with the family in Mexico because somebody lost documents. Or when my mom-in-law was trying to get her citizenship, she needed something in Mexico and no one knew where that shit was. Like no one knew where it was, and yet she needed it to get her citizenship. And it was like she had to go all the way back to Mexico to get the shit done again. And I think it has something to do with like maybe her vaccination or something like that. I don't know what it was, but it was a medical document that she needed from back in the day. And she had to go all the way back to Mexico to Michoacan to get it. Like it was a whole hassle because they did. So like because of the area she was from, because of her age, because like, they just didn't. And if you're handling business in the small city that she was at, everybody knows everybody. It's cool, but we're living in a different world, in a different age where so many people are traveling. She's trying to give Mexicans more freedom, more access. And that's where she's coming from. She's coming from a noble place, but like you said, maybe go about it differently because once you get into that digital ID space, it's like once you get onto the credit system, how often are Equifax or what's the other ones? Equifax. What other ones?
Experian. Was that
Experian? Yeah. They're always getting hacked.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Without fail. Once a year, one of the three are going to be hacked, and I'm going to get 550,000 fucking phone calls from telemarketers every single time, bro. One of the major companies came to Brazil recently, immediately hacked. My wife never got these telemarketers calling her, and all of a sudden, like within the last year, all of them are calling her now.
Wow, there you go.
So
it's
crazy, bro.
She needs to learn a little bit more there. But I think I'm with you on, and we're cautiously optimistic here about what's happening there. Is this coming to her future in Mexico? This is a quick one on Venezuela because we were talking about the covert operations, and Trump has just signed on to this CIA operation in Venezuela. And Fox News put this out that Trump gave his approval for the CIA to carry out these covert operations in Venezuela. This was just reported.
Is it really covert if you make a whole announcement? I don't think that they really.
That's a conundrum, right? It's like jumbo shrimp, right? Something like that.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, we're doing, but that's
public
Trump.
announcement for everyone. It's a
fucking
covert
Trump.
operation. Yeah.
That is so bro. That's like the most Trump shit ever. Like he just wants to brag about the covert opera. Just in case it's successful, I need to let everybody know that it was my idea.
Yeah, but
signs off. They were already there.
Yeah,
exactly.
There. But what do you think is the? Give your predictions. How about both of you guys? Give your predictions on what happens with. I mean, we're talking about Mexico, Venezuela. Let's these two outcomes. Mexico and Venezuela. What are your predictions, Nico?
Well, the CIA is already in Mexico. We already know the Fed's already in Mexico. But I do believe, like, and this is not just Mexico and Venezuela. I think Latin America overall will. I don't know if you want to call it more left, but they will become more anti-U.S. And Venezuela is probably leading the charge on that because once Russia, Russia's building up infrastructure to help refine Venezuela's oil. So that will make them the superpower in Latin America. It should be Brazil. And if we can get past this whole Lula shit and it's becoming very duopoly here. Like it's getting bad. I'm not gonna lie. But like if we can get past it and we get somebody who actually is anti-imperialist and not just pretending like they're anti-imperialist, it could still be Brazil. But even if it is Brazil and Venezuela working together alongside Colombia, they already have a solid relationship with each other. But if Brazil actually gets their shit together and they bring in Mexico, the rest of Latin America will get at least the countries that matter, especially the lithium triangle. Because I believe that there's about to be an overcorrection in Argentina because Milei fucked up. He is done. You got Bolivia. You got like I said, Venezuela, Peru, right? So like you have all these countries. They're like, guys, we've already tried to get along with the U.S. Look at what's happened over in Africa. They work together military. They work together economically. And AES is a little bit different than the rest of the African nations. Like the AES, they're only letting China in to the extent that it benefits them, but they're not letting China take control, which is important to remember. I need everybody to know, like China can be good for those countries that are trying to develop, but they also can be predatory in a sense like they're offering you a false choice because like, what's your other fucking option? Let the U.S. beat the shit out of you, or are you going to take this money, right? So like, they have to manage their situation and who they let help them in that regard. But there needs to be a military alliance and an economic alliance with Mexico, with Venezuela, with Colombia, and eventually with Brazil, because Brazil has the best economy out of all of them. And they need to start having exports and imports between themselves instead of letting the U.S. control the outcome of their currency and their resources via like NAFTA and shit like that. Because this isn't, bro, like they say in Brazil, no da, it's not going to work. Because the U.S. is like that. It's like a rabbit, like a cornered fucking dog right now. They're unpredictable, but like that unpredictability is like making them very predictable. And when I mean predictable, I mean like they will predictably start just fucking shit up. They're going to cause chaos, and there's going to be a lot of casualties because of it, because they are desperate right now and they don't know where to turn. None of the West does. So what does that mean? They're gonna start fucking countries up, and we're witnessing it in real time.
Yeah. Craig, are we going to war with Venezuela? Is that happening? Is this like
I don't know if it is going to happen. I do like the saying that Larry Johnson has been using. Venezuela is Spanish for Vietnam. It's not something that's really obtainable. They try to go in there, forget about it. The region, the way it looks at it, like they could take over the airport pretty quickly, right? But after that, forget about it. Trying to go over those mountains and into those areas, they're going to be dug in. There's militias that are set up all in Venezuela right now. They really upped that up since the kidnapping of Hugo Chavez. After that, they just started arming people. There's like master at arms that have keys to a closet full of military weapons that they can hand out to the citizens, and the citizens go to the spot. They're ready to fight for their sovereignty. So I don't think it will be wise for them to do it. However, there's an old saying, right? America doesn't care who wins the war. America doesn't care who loses the war. All America cares is if they have the war, because money will be spent that way. So I do believe there's going to be some attention that is going to be drawn to Latin America. I think eventually they're just going to stop paying attention to what's going on. I mean, they're not reporting it at all in the news, Russia and Ukraine, right? I mean, I still don't know what Russia's going to do as far as like wrapping that up over there. I don't see a scenario in which they can find some peace if they don't take Kiev. You're not going to let Nazis live next to them. So, I mean,
Putin just announced we won a complete and total victory. He that was just like maybe an hour ago. Hour or two. He's like, we want complete total victory. Yeah, he's not playing.
There's nothing he can do at this point. You know what I'm saying? Kiev. He's not going to let Nazis living on his border that hate his people that want to kill him. He's just not going to do it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't either. He gave them every opportunity to fix the shit,
and they never did. Yeah. So I do believe there's going to be more attention drawn to Latin America, the Monroe Doctrine. I think the key here is the relationship with China. You know, they said we're no longer going to export rare earth minerals to the United States. And that's when you started hearing a lot of rumblings about Latin America, about Nigeria. That's when it happened. And then, you know, supposedly when Donald Trump went there, Xi Jinping lifted the ban. He'll give them rare earth minerals again. If they do cut us off again, we need that. You know, I can't see a scenario where the United States wouldn't do what Elon Musk said. We'll coup who we want to coup, right? Like, it's going to be that situation. They're going to try because they need those minerals and stuff. So it's no surprise to me. It's not a coincidence that there's elections coming up in Honduras in a couple weeks. They want to try to get Honduras back. They got elections next year in Nicaragua. They want to try to get Nicaragua back. You know what I'm saying? Their hegemony depends on who they can get, if they can get their puppets in there. So they're going to swing the bat in Latin America. The Monroe Doctrine is back. What will the results be? It's a different it's a different world nowadays. We'll see.
Brazil 2026 elections happening here.
Yeah, but Bolsonaro can't run, right?
He can't.
Can't run. That's
the Bolsonaristas, bro.
Decision.
They got a lot of people that support him. They got a lot of politicians. I don't know if there are any that are as charismatic, but there are a lot of people who are pissed about, bro. Like, I don't like Bolsonaro, but they fucked him. What they are doing to him is not, bro. This man got charged because some randos not even destroyed the building. They graffitied the building.
January 8th.
Yeah. Basically,
it's our January 6th. It's the same thing, the same sides. You saw military men telling people to come into the building. A lot of psyops they run over there in Brazil and stuff, and that's the whole thing. It does seem like, you know, Lula's definitely gone along with a lot of it. You know, Victoria Nuland going there right before the election, and it's weird. You know, it seems like he cut some backdoor deal of sorts. I don't know. I could be wrong. You know, I don't hate Lula.
Oh no,
I surely don't like the way I used to.
Bro, that boy guy. I mean, there was articles here like asking why the CIA was in Brazil during the presidency, like in Portuguese. Actually, Glenn talked about it. Glenn Greenwald actually talked about it too. It's like I said, he was castrated when he was in the jail. That boy was scared straight. Like, you know, they send them kids to jail to hey, this is gonna be like if you don't get your act together. I think that he was scared straight because unfortunately in Brazil, the judges here have way too much power. It is, I mean, like I said, Alexander Moraes was able to accuse Bolsonaro of something, like accuse Bolsonaro of something that he did against Moraes, and then be a judge in that case and help determine the outcome. Bro, like, we can't even do it. Like, if you're in the US, if you try that as a judge and somehow got away with it, that shit would immediately be dismissed in the appeal. Immediately. Like, no one would ever be able to get away with that, especially with an ex-president. And especially when it's clearly a political attack. And it's like, people, I've had my leftist friends get upset with me because I'm like, they think I'm like defending Bolsonaro. I'm like, I'm not defending Bolsonaro, but like, I'm never going to be mad at somebody being mad because they thought they won the election and he wants to try and argue his case. And if his supporters also want to argue that case for him, more power to them. So what the fuck we call democracy? Like, they all have a right to be mad. And if Lula lost, they would have a right to be mad. But like, what y'all don't have a right to do is literally throw someone in fucking jail and claim that they were trying to initiate a coup, because that's not what happened. I'm being honest about it. I don't have to like Bolsonaro to be like, yeah, but I prefer democracy. I like democracy more than I don't like Bolsonaro. Because This shit always bounces back, bro. It's a boomerang.
Of course it does.
Yeah, let me say this much though too as well. The reason why they are able to pull this off is because what they did do to Lula in the past with the State Department of the United States when they unjustly put him in jail for the whole Operation Car Wash thing, and then Glenn Greenwald exposed that. It was almost like that stuff was leaked on purpose to get him out. It was like, oh my God, we got this guy who's just not getting in order. He's not getting in line when it comes to the shots. Let's get Lula out so we can get him to get some shots and some arms. You know, put him back in power. But I mean, that's why it's justified, because what they unjustly did to Lula. So what we're seeing over here, like with this whole thing, we talked about the memorandum that Donald Trump just signed, which is like equated to what Biden signed when he the labeling of domestic terrorism. You know, it's the equivalent, except this one it labels the left, the people on the left, anti-Christian, anti-capitalist. You know, but it also directs all the three-letter agencies to start participating in pre-crime by disrupting this stuff. I mean, this is scary stuff, but that's why it's allowed to happen. They did this to Lula so that it gets justified against Bolsonaro. And I made a stink when the Supreme Court of Brazil said that Bolsonaro couldn't run in the next election. I'm like, that is insane. Bullshit. I don't like Bolsonaro, but that is bullshit. You have to be principled.
Bro, when I found that, I was like, hold on, what do you mean, Cameron? Yes, he can. And they were like, no, he's not allowed to. I said, how is he not allowed to run? Oh, the Supreme Court said so?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I'm like, how can the
Lula
Supreme
couldn't
Court
run when Bolsonaro won? I didn't think that was okay either.
Exactly. I'm like, okay, so like, how long is he not allowed to run? Like, is it just the next? Because, and what's crazy is it's specifically because Pasta, he would win. I've lived in Rio, people. Like, even in Rio, well, actually, we actually have a Republican in charge now, but that Republican kind of fucked up recently with this crazy ass operation that he did. They got a bunch of people killed, a bunch of innocent people killed, but that's a different conversation for a different day. But like in Rio, which is predominantly Black, a lot of poor people, but a lot of wealthy people too. They a lot of them were very much so pro Lula. And then Lula started making life harder. Every social safety net to get access became more difficult to get access to under Lula. He was creating more and more barriers. And people were like, what the hell's going on? Like, yeah, Bolsonaro said some racist shit, but like it was still easier for me to handle my business. And everything became more, bro. I'm telling y'all, dog. I remember I was shopping for groceries the other day, and I was telling my wife, like, yo, why the hell I feel like I'm paying as much as I would pay in the US? What's going on? Because it was not like this when I first moved here. The value of the dollar had gone up, but it felt like it didn't matter because I was still paying more in dollars. And I'm thinking to myself, how the hell are Brazilians surviving? Like, how are they grocery shopping? And I'm like, we're literally asking family members, and I have my family, or my wife, rather my wife's family, come over all the time, like during the weekends, like with the kids and everything like that, because like obviously with the currency difference, it's easier for me to buy groceries. Like especially like for example, we have today is Black Consciousness Day, basically consciousness for African Americans, like Afro Brazilians, and so like there's a 4-day weekend, and so like my wife's aunt and her daughter. And so my friends will come over because like, I know having the kids in the house for 2, 3, 4 days, your groceries is not going to last. I can go to the store and get more groceries. It's a bigger deal for their budget to have to go and spend 500, 600 reais for just a few items because their kids had 2 extra days in the house. Because, you know, in public school here, everything is free. Like all the food for the kids are free. So like, which is a big deal when you're budgeting. So like, life has not become easier for Brazilians under Lula, and no one knows why, because he had a mandate. He didn't have like the largest mandate, but in the cities that he won, like Rio, São Paulo, like he had a large enough mandate where he at least shouldn't have made things worse.
Yeah.
And it seems like he did anyway, which sucks. Because I mean, shit, once, like we said, I don't want an overcorrection. I don't want to have to go through a Trump to get a shine bomb. And I don't want an Obama to create another Trump. Like, I don't want that. And yet we keep seeing it over and over again across the world.
Yeah. Well, we just have to learn as a people, as not just as Americans, but as people of the world, of the planet, that's going to continue to happen until we prove to the whatever party that we're closest aligned with, we have to prove to them that we're capable of walking away. They need to make this adjustment. And that's the thing. We go back to that. I think it was Lawrence O'Donnell who said that exact thing in 2010 before he got his nightly show, or his regular show on MSNBC. He said, you have to prove to them, Democratic Party or whoever, you're willing to walk away. If you don't do that, they're going to keep doing this game. And you guys both, I think we nailed this. This is a game where the thing that we're in now is setting up the thing that's going to happen tomorrow. Until we say, no, now's the time we walk away from all of it. And then they're the ones that are going to have to make the adjustments.
Treat your political party like you treat a woman. You know when a woman wants you the most? When she knows you can walk away and not care. Or at least you got to act like you can't. You don't care. At least pretend. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, man, I'll leave right now. I'm walking out the door.
I love it. That's
baby, please, whatever you need.
They
look, you want to be Bubba? Hey, you want to be Bubba? I can treat you like Bubba.
The guy walks out the door. The girl's like, "Get out of here! I don't want you anymore." He walks out the front door, and there's another girl there, and he's like, "Hey, what's up?" And the girl's like, "Wait, get your ass back in this house."
Yeah, exactly. It ain't hard, bro. It really isn't. But like, if you keep staying, that relationship will become more and more abusive. Because and that's what the relationship with the majority of the world seems to be when it comes to their political parties, man. That's what. And so, like my man said, you gotta be ready to walk away and deal with the temporary blowback for the long-term gains, and because it is indeed worth it.
Yep, agreed, 100%. Hey, so I know we've been kind of improvising it today. We've had a great conversation, doing geopolitics and American imperialism and U.S. Israel stuff. We talked Mandami, all this stuff. We've been all over the place today, but it's all been great. NIKO, I wasn't sure how much I had you for. I know that Pasta, we have you for another 10 minutes. Can we do one more thing, the three of us, before you go? Is that okay? Do you have time?
Yeah, I got 10 minutes. I can do that.
Okay. So I wanted to do this. I know our viewers were asking because because I was prepared to do this one with you and Jay, but can you give us like a brief breakdown of your analysis on Candace as she's going after this Erika Kirk situation, and new information came up. I'm going to start with this tweet you put out here, and I know there's a video, but I could play a clip or you could just tell us, but this is what's going on right now. And I want just kind of talk us through this maybe, but Candace Owen reveals that the Egyptian military aircraft present in Utah that she believed was surveilling Kirk on the day he was killed and had been for some time was actually surveilling Erika Kirk since 2022. Despite Owens providing proof, Erika has denied the allegations. What's really going on here? Can you walk us through what's happening? Yeah,
man. So Candace broke the news a while ago that there was this random Egyptian plane that was present in Utah the day that Charlie Kirk was killed, which is already weird in and of itself because it was like a military plane. So once she had said that, one of her audience members actually started doing some research into the plane numbers and all that good stuff and discovered there isn't just one plane. Oh no, the audience member discovered that this plane had seemingly been following Charlie and that there was not just one, but there was actually two, and they were both military planes. And so after Candace went back and did more research, she cross-referenced Erika's flights with the movements of these planes and discovered that the planes weren't following Charlie, they were following Erika and had been doing so since 2022. And that the morning of that Charlie Kirk was killed, one of them that was surveilling did take off, but the transponder for the other one turned on and then turned off. Yeah, which is bizarre shit. Like, why are there two Egyptian military planes following Erika Kirk of all people? Like, and it goes back to this whole the connection between her family and Israel, the lies upon lies. Like, Erika herself has been lying. Like, she kept pretending like her mom was raising her by herself and her dad was never part of her life. But then she slipped up and actually admitted that her dad moved to Arizona to be a part of her life. And her mom and her dad started a company together after they were divorced, supposedly. It's the most, and like, talking about at the top, they both ran the company together. The Erika Kirk rabbit hole is scary as shit because at the end of the day, bro, she couldn't even muster up crocodile tears for my guy.
Yeah.
I don't like Charlie Kirk, but like the fact of the matter remains, guys, Candace Owens, you can feel how you want to feel about her, but she showed the proof that Charlie basically gave the middle finger to Israel before he was killed. She showed the text messages. She showed the problem with the gaps and where money was going and coming from in TPUSA. She showed where Charlie said, I'm going to investigate where the hell this money's coming from. Like, at the end of the day, I don't even know if it was just Israel, because like in order for something like this to have had happened, the U.S. would have had to be okay with it.
Sure,
and the problem with all of this is that the FBI doesn't give a damn. It's basically what it seems like.
Yeah.
They're not doing enough to invest. They want to give him a street name. They want to give him a day, but they don't want to actually investigate the actual murder. And when you start giving people street names and days instead of actually doing an investigation, it reeks of an assassination. And
don't forget the mural in Tel Aviv. They had that one ready in 24 hours. That one was ready to go. Yeah.
Fucking bro, bizarre. Like there's so much shit that hasn't added up there's so much shit that's adding up too well.
Yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like there's too many coincidences. Like with Erika Kirk, the Romanian angel shit, which that is crazy. Like she thanked the man who was responsible and investigated for running a child brothel on a NATO base. She personally thanked this man in a video for his participation in her Romanian Angels program, a program that couldn't have been run without NATO's involvement. Like, dog, it's crazy. Because I'm like, how the hell did she get so much access to the military? And then you find out who her damn mom is, because she was making it seem like her mom was like this innocent pageant mom who was just, no, like she wasn't. She is a military contract. That's the whole reason she moved to Arizona. And then you go back to this, like this is the part that's a little bit, probably the most conspiratorial part about the whole thing is, I personally believe that there's a good chance that Erika was an MK Ultra victim. Because she was at ASU, but she was, I believe she was at Notre Dame. Was at Notre Dame at one point playing basketball, if I'm not mistaken. One of the schools she was playing basketball, but she was at ASU at one point. And it just never, and it was like, I guess they didn't expect anybody to figure it out, but they accidentally mentioned it. And ASU is one of the MK Ultra hotspots.
Yeah.
Arizona in general is, but ASU specifically was used to research.
So,
and if her mom is part of the DOD, as much as we know she is, you tell me that she wouldn't have her put her daughter through that program?
I mean, this investigation, every bullet point you just went through, Nico. I mean, these are things that we know, and you mentioned the FBI. Kash Patel is never going to look into any of this. His job is to do the opposite. His job is to suppress this information, bully people who are asking these questions, and then try and steer the court for gag orders against people asking these questions. Not just Candace. Obviously, she has a massive following, but you have people that were there, people that have, lower on the echelon as far as engagement with people. They're also asking questions, and they're being threatened. We're seeing footage from cell phones disappearing. We're seeing people that still trust the FBI, and they say, hey, I have some information. I'd like to give it over to Kash Patel. And look what happens to them. They never see it again. And so this is why, Candace, people ask us all the time, why do you think? Because they're looking for a reason to stop, Candace Owens from being taken seriously on this issue. Like, well, why is the only one that has this stuff? Well, people are sending her stuff because they trust her more than they trust Kash.
And she said on various occasions, like, no, they actually tried to send this to the fucking FBI. The FBI didn't do anything with it.
They don't want it. Yeah.
Basically, she's like, yeah, they're trying.
Yeah. Where are you going to go? So I guess we're not at the end of this by any means. There's a lot more to go through here, but I just want to, put that out there that I like, you're reporting on this, that we need to remember principle, right? Because we talk about that with the other topics on the show here too. But it's about, look, we can disagree with Candace on a bunch of other stuff. We certainly can disagree with Charlie Kirk and the things we certainly didn't like that he said or represented, but But make no mistake, that we're talking about this assassination and things not lining up. We need to align with people that are doing actual journalism right now. And that's my take on it. I know, Pasta, you've been quiet on this. I know we've had debate on this before, but anything on your end, Pasta, that you've seen since we used to talk about this at the early stages? Has anything changed in your mind on this at all?
Not really. I think it's, I think Nico hit it on the nose that, Israel couldn't have done this by themselves. Maybe they could have, but I don't think they did. I don't think they're the ones who had to gain the most. I think the ones who had the most to gain was the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like this was really divisive. People got really emotional about Charlie Kirk. There was a pitcher for the Dodgers who dedicated the World Series to Charlie Kirk. In fact, they let him take off a game to go to Charlie's funeral. You know what I'm saying? He had it on his hat. So this is part of that whole divide and conquer thing. You know what I'm saying? So, I just think multiple groups working here,
So along the lines of what Pasta said, I said, yo, it's like that shit. It is nowhere near like people had right before Charlie had died, right? People were figuring out Israel is the problem, right? Like the problem. People were coming out against Trump for what he did in Iran.
Yep.
And they were coming out against him specifically for threatening Iran further. Like also kissing Netanyahu's ass. Also, the Epstein files was constantly a topic. Also, remember Alexandrovich?
Who?
Tom Alexander, the guy who got caught in the fucking pedophile raid in Vegas?
Yes. Him up and threw him. Yeah. He's
and the U.S. helped him escape.
Yes. He was doing surveillance for, I guess, was for Elon or something, right? Was he doing?
I don't know, but I do know that he was handpicked by Netanyahu for his government job and did not lose that job.
Handpicked.
So
the lady let him. The lady helped him. I can't remember that lady, the Jewish lady, the Israeli lady in Vegas.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but I just remember.
Yeah,
it was like I remember for the first time. I'm like, oh shit, are people figuring it out finally? I kept seeing so many people agreeing with one another, and people were criticizing MAGA, and that MAGA economy for the first time was breaking. They were like, uh-oh, this is a problem, and most importantly. People were figuring out like, nope, Israel's the fucking problem in Palestine. It is Israel. It is. I don't care how I feel about Hamas anymore. I don't care how I feel about the Palestinians. I don't care how I feel about Christianity or Islam. No, Israel is a problem because they just try to drag us into this war with Iran and everyone knows that they were lying and yet we still did it. So out of nowhere, when everyone was finally about to agree on everything, at least the most important issues, because we can all get to the other shit once we figure that issue out, boom, Charles gone. And now we're all then. And what was the reaction by Trump and by these people that were clearly sent on a mission to divide people even further? Look what the left did. Huh?
Yeah.
Based off of what?
Based off that's always the deflection.
There had to be a trans involved, right?
But
it was like, there's trans. And in Discord,
he called his trans boyfriend. Oh, we told you.
Yeah,
bro. What was crazy was when Discord was like, "Bitch, none of that shit happened on here. Don't fucking lie and use our name." And they were like, "We ain't had nothing to do with that. That didn't happen. That conversation's not real. He didn't discuss anything on us." Bro, the whole situation with Tyler Robinson, when you start breaking down, like, oh, well, he was living with his parents. Oh, he was living with his trans lover. Oh, he was living with that. Oh, he was a leftist. Where all these guns come from then? Oh, well, he wasn't always like that. He just became that recently. And oh, okay, well, somebody gonna go on record? Someone going to have an interview? Like a parent want to have an interview in real life? Or are we just going to keep taking Kash Patel's word, the same Kash Patel that just tried to tell me that there is no proof Epstein was trafficking kids
Same guy.
to fucking adults?
Same guy. And by the way, Nico, you know why the relatives of Tyler aren't talking to us? Because they know that our national security is at risk if they say anything, right? Because that's also the language we get. We get national security risk for us hearing anything about what's actually happening. Just trust us. We're doing everything behind the scenes. So every one of these things, and some of our viewers are writing into the gun, the 30-06 was definitely not the bullet. We know that. The crime scene being cleaned up immediately. They paved over the damn thing. They stole all the footage. It's
the
all
same shit that happened in Parkland High.
There's
by the way,
much there. And I do think that, I know, Pasta, we've had this debate on who to benefit. And I think that's a legitimate question, but clearly I think we all agree on is that they were all working on this together and all in on it at some degree. Obviously, Kash Patel knows he's not doing an honest job. Is he doing it against his will? Is he doing it because he just likes lying? He just wakes up and for whatever reason, he's in on it in some degree. But we do know that Israel and the U.S. both have something to gain from this, as long as we stay compliant and we stay silent and we stay, name calling Candace Owen and name calling each other. Then they get a lot to benefit from this.
Hey, Candace Patel is a bitch, Matt. Like that's really like nobody. I mean, I just won't call it space. Like he's a bitch who is scared and is being ordered around like a little puppy dog.
Yeah,
he's in over his head. He doesn't realize he was picked because no matter how much he was pumping up his chest about what he would do if he became the FBI director, they're all running the same circle. Like, boy, Cash, you ain't gonna do a goddamn thing, and that's why you're our guy. Because we know you're not gonna do shit. You're gonna do exactly what we tell you to, and you're gonna shut the fuck up about it, ain't you? Good little boy, come here. That's what happened. Because, bro, and you're right about them. They keep wanting to call out Candace, and now, of course, Tucker Carlson, right? Yeah. Because they did something that they didn't want the conservative side to know would be possible. Yeah. They left the Trump economy. They left the pro-Israel, and Candace was always kind of like she was never really super pro-Israel. Her whole thing was like, I'm gonna be as anti-black as possible, and that's how I make my money. But with Tucker was kind of like not pro-Israel, but he didn't really criticize them. They both left that pro-MAGA, neocon, pro-Israel economy, and they got more famous. Yeah. And then Charlie, and so what I keep telling people is, I'm like, I don't even know if Charlie Kirk was going to abandon the pro-Israel movement because of some altruistic reason or because he legitimately was critical of how Israel was handling international relations with the U.S. and dragging us into war. I said, y'all ever consider that it was just hurting his fucking bottom line?
Yeah.
Like, anybody ever consider that? Because look at Candace. She left Ben Shapiro, and I'm going to be frank, guys. In no world, I don't give a damn conservative or liberal. In no world that I think somebody like Candace, who is basically pigeonholed into a box of criticizing black people, can leave an apparatus like the one that has been handed to Ben Shapiro and become this.
Yeah.
The #1 podcast in the world.
Yeah.
And that's the woman who said, fuck Israel, criticized Donald Trump, and decided to investigate Charlie Kirk's murder. And even though it's Charlie Kirk, there are still a bunch of leftists still watching her because she's the only one who's doing the honest investigative work that they were expecting the FBI and the authorities to do, but they're not doing. Right?
I don't know about that. I really think that you guys are looking past this, that this is clearly the radical left and all the transhuman in the World Economic Forum. They're behind this. The Soros. You people need to wake up, okay? The lizard people are on our doorstep, and you're sitting there and you're blaming Israel thing. It's not. It's the radical left. Donald Trump is our savior. He's here to save us. By the way, buy my dick juice, Infowars.com. We'll see you there in the next show.
Hey, and fuck Owen Shore. Don't forget, fuck Owen Shore. Fuck Owen.
Owen was supposed to come on my show, but completely blew me off, so fuck Owen too.
Well, yeah, I think he was going through something at the time, Craig. It was timing, right?
Yeah,
it's called Let's Not Talk to Sensible, Common Sense Leftist. That's what it's called.
No, that's not fair because Owen actually invited me on his show and Alex didn't want me on. He invited me on War Room 3 times. Yeah, he invited me on War Room 3 times.
Nice.
Yeah, which was weird. I was like, what? Okay. And then when he invited me back on, I was like, hold up, he wanted me back? It's like, yeah, no. I was like, Alex, no. Owen had a whole argument because they didn't want you to back on, but Owen wanted me back on. I was like, oh shit. He was like, no, NIKO, I like you, man. Yeah, you're a straight talker, bro. I was like, oh shit, appreciate it, man. That's dope. Because we were having a whole conversation talking shit about Elon, and I thought that he liked Elon. And he was like, nah, bro, I don't trust that man at all. It was clear. Just as an aside, by the way, that there were some topics that Alex did not want him to broach because he would kind of steer the conversation in a different direction. And I could tell I'm not going to push it because I feel like he's not really in control completely of this conversation. But he let me discuss ways that Trump was basically acting like a liberal and how the left actually goes through a lot of the same shit that the conservative right be going through as far as censorship and things like that. And I was kind of surprised. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, you're pretty cool dude, man. Shit. So that's why whenever he left, I was like, yeah, I'm not surprised by that shit. I wasn't surprised at all.
Well, this has been a great conversation, guys. Nico, so cool to have you on Homeless Left, and going through all the stuff and staying ahead of things. I love that, and it's about supporting good journalism, good on the ground, honest, analysis and investigation, which we need more of. So yeah, keep it up at Hotspot and everything else you do. You want to tell us how people can get on board and find you? I think we had some people share it in the comments, but you can just tell us. I'll try to find it as well.
Yeah, I'm on obviously I'm on X at Real NIKO House. Also, you can follow us on Hotspot on X at Hotspot. We just got our Instagram account back. We were like at 200,000, and then Meta like fucked us out of nowhere, literally. And then like there was a big, we actually had to go take them to court to let us get our account back. But they they made it start after like a year and some change, they made it start at 0. But we're I got faith. We're gonna be right back to where we was at. I'm not worried about it. So because good content is gonna find its way to the algorithm one way or the other, bro. That's how I feel about it. And so as long as you keep doing the consistent work, like people gonna find it. And so because as long as we keep supporting each other, and there's no other choice. So you can find me on Instagram at Real NIKO House as well. At Hotspot. No, excuse me, it's at hot_spot media on Instagram. Find us there. And also you can follow my Hotspot brother socials, MMA, Nick Cruz from Revolutionary Blackout Network, and David Hundayan as well from West Africa Weekly. Definitely check them out as well. And For the People podcast, of course, my YouTube channel.
Awesome.
Appreciate you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Nico. NIKO House, everyone.
Of course.
All right. See ya.
Hey, Pasta.
Yes, sir.
Fuck you, buddy.
You got it. Love you too.
And he's out. All right. It's been a one of those shows we've had to kind of just play it by ear and mess around. I hope we I think we kept it together. I know we didn't even follow it.
It was very mellifluous.
Yeah, we didn't even follow the thing at all, but that happens sometimes. Yeah. I have Jay coming on a little bit because we had some stuff.
Yeah. I got to roll, man. I got to go. I got to go feed mom.
I know. That's why I figured that we wanted to get one more in there. So I know you had said it. You committed to this time, but those guys that came in the waiting room, I was like, oh my God, what happened? It was a time change issue, but we worked it out. We got some stuff done. So thanks for your contribution today, Pasta. Always a good discussion with you.
So. No doubt, man. And remember, go to the Truth Wire at Yo Pasta. You can watch me and my commie co-host, Fiorella Isabel. We break down things. We talk about the deep state. We talk about the World Economic Forum. And you can buy my vitamins and look as good as me. And don't forget, Donald Trump is your savior. He's trying to crush the deep state. And I'll see you there on the flip side. Thank you, Steve. And bye-bye.
All right. See you later.
Later, buddy.
All right, guys. NIKO House and Craig Pasta Jardula. Really good conversations, man. We had we did have, as I was saying, we had to wing it a little there because the order of topics and people coming in and out in different times, but we figured it out, and we still have more show for you right now. I think Jay Scott will be with us shortly. So what I'll do is let me do this. I'm going to give you guys a 2-minute, give you a 2.5 minute here, and I'll be right back. We have some more topics coming up. Jay Scott, I got a This Week in Hollywood for you. And we haven't even dived into the Epstein stuff. That was supposed to be earlier. It's going to be later now. We're going to do Epstein. We're going to do Elon for you. Elon AI stuff going on. So yeah, we got a lot more show coming up, guys. And get those comments coming because we will have Leslie in here as well, and she'll be doing some talking back with you guys. I think at the top of the next hour. So we'll be at some point soon. Okay, we'll figure it out. Thanks for being part of the Homeless Left today on this Thursday. We're with you all afternoon, guys. More show coming up with you real soon. We'll be right back in a few. All right, welcome back. We are back, guys. Thanks for being part of the Homeless Off today. I see all your guys' comments. We are going to get to a lot of good stuff. I tried to put a few up during our conversation with Pasta and with Nico along the way. I'm going to start trying to do a little more of that because I know we never get to you guys when we do talking back. We can never get to everything. We can never do it. And you guys got some good stuff there, and we like to respond to it. But sometimes, yeah, it's just nice to throw some up. So we'll try to do better with that and getting you guys kind of sprinkle you in throughout the conversations a little more often, especially when we have a guest on that, and they're, sharing with us. You guys are responding. So we'll do better with that. Man, a lot of maneuvering stuff around today, but guess what? It's working out, guys. I think it's working out. I'm seeing some good responses from you as well. So without further ado, and we have some more, like I told you guys, we got some more show. We're going to be with you the rest of this afternoon. I think another couple hours. Man, this is going to be a 5-hour one today. I'm excited. We're heading into, I guess, we're finishing up hour 3 and we're going to head into hour 4 here soon. And you guys can always go back and watch the live that you missed. We keep it up on Rumble. You can go back and watch them, and we keep the raw show the way it aired. We don't take anything down. It's all on Rumble. The only stuff that's taken down is when YouTube takes stuff down. We don't ever take stuff down. So you can always find that the show's in their entirety. 149 episodes now. We're going to have a 150th coming up next week. So that'll be awesome. I can't believe we got to 150. Well, we're not there yet. We got one more. But for now, let's go ahead and do this. I think we're all set up. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in our other co-host for the next hour. We got, you guys know him. You guys love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? I'm mad I wasn't there for that NBA talk earlier, man. Like, the Miami Heat have a championship a lot more recently than the Knicks, so I would have had a little bit more stuff to brag about than, Pasta and Nico, but it's all good. I could talk my shit next time, so. Yeah.
They did not want to. They probably did not want you bringing up Miami. If you did, I would have been rooting for you because then you'd have to acknowledge that LeBron James was part of those 2 championships, and you know how those guys feel about LeBron James. So,
well, LeBron learned a lot from Dwayne Wade about how to lead a team. Mm-hmm. So, he was able to take that information and then, take all that knowledge that was given to him over to, the Lakers to, help you guys out for a little bit after that. So, maybe the Heat could take a little bit of credit for your championship too. I'm going to just go ahead and throw that out there. But, I'm a Heat fan. Although I will say the past year or two, like, I haven't been doing a good job keeping up. So I'm talking about history right now. But no.
Yeah. Hey, historical context is important. A lot of people didn't know that Miami Heat already won a championship before LeBron took his talents to South Beach. And that was Shaquille O'Neal, who was the original guy who took his talents to South Beach. But he didn't
because Wade had an amazing series. That was actually statistically one of the best series any guard ever had in the NBA championships. It was right up there with Jordan in terms of field goal percentage and points scored. Like, he averaged over 40 points a game when, Shaq won, when Shaq was there and, he helped him win. But I will say having Shaq in the key definitely opens up, a couple of things for your guards outside. So I got to give Shaq some credit. But you got to put some respect on Dwayne Wade too. It was the injuries, man. That's what cut his career short. So yeah.
But hey, you know what? Historical context does matter. We're not living in the past. We're reflecting from the past to engage to inform us how to think about the present and how we prepare for the future. It's not just in sports. This is in every day, guys. This is why we do the show. We look at we look at the world in the same way. So that's how we're doing it. Yeah, exactly. So Jay, we're all. Since the last couple hours here, we've been kind of moving around doing different stories, and I do have some good ones that were left over for us. So I'm excited about this. I want to tell you. So, and I think people watching know that we haven't done the Epstein update. So are you okay? You want to start with that? We also didn't cover Elon, so I want to do that one as well. The Elon AI, and then I think we also have. We have a few other ones. Is that cool? Do you want to do Epstein with us?
Let's do it. There's been a whole lot of Epstein info coming out over the past few days. Hard to keep up with everything. So
it really is. So let me just make sure this is all set up. Yeah, we're going to start with, as we like to do here on the Homeless Left, we give you guys an update on one of these ongoing stories, like the Epstein files, because it changes and it shifts every day. We'll give you the most updated info, and then we'll work backwards to some of the stuff and fill in some holes for you guys. So we'll do our best in the time we have. But this, if you guys haven't heard, here's what we know. As of now, Trump has signed the Epstein bill into law, releasing the files from the DOJ. He signed it's called the Epstein Files Transparency Act. He's now directing the DOJ to release all, and I'm going to do little air quotes, all unclassified records and documents connected to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The move marks a stunning reversal for the president. Well, not so stunning if you've seen his pattern of behavior, but a humorous reversal for the president, who until days ago was adamantly against releasing the files. Trump called on House Republicans to pass the bill on Sunday evening in the Truth Social post, saying it was time to move on from the controversy. Nothing to see here. And we see the famous line is, I like to look forward, not backwards. And that's you can attribute that to Obama. And we've seen so many people use that one since. And it's a nice one. It has a nice little ring to it. You don't have to look in anything back here. Let's just move forward.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with Palantir getting all this control. Now we can really prosecute the thought crime. So there's no sense in prosecuting, crimes of the past. Now we can really do the thought crimes, man. So, now Obama's line has an even stronger meaning, thanks to all the contracts Trump has been doling out to his buddies.
Yeah, exactly. And and we'll play this clip in a second, but it was Stacey Plaskett, who's one of the people that's implicated in this. She's using that same line. These are like the term, this vocabulary very well. It's I don't want to look back at my text messages with with this guy. I didn't know he was a sex offender. It doesn't matter. I like to look forward. So that's her whole thing. We'll get to that part. Right?
Every single Democrat is ignoring Stacey Plaskett completely. At least the ones I'm seeing on Twitter, all the main Democratic influencers, they're not talking about her. All they're doing is they're talking about Trump and how long he took to release the files. They're accusing him. And of course, Trump is definitely implicated in it in a few different ways. But I will say Republicans do seem more willing right now to hold their own accountable for this Epstein stuff. Like Democrats are just trying to pretend it's all on Trump. And that's pretty annoying, man. There's no way we can reconcile if you're not willing to criticize your own time. So Democrats need to wake up, get with it. We got to find some common ground over here.
Absolutely. And maybe some of them are ready to just a little bit of a nudge, and they might finally wake up, but we'll see. Let's still fill the story in, and we'll get back to Stacey Plaskett in a second here. But just finishing this breakdown from the Hill, the Republicans. So they fell in line because their boss told them, right? King Trump told them, get in line. Let's get this done. Let's just effing do it. And so combined, you had a 427 to 1 vote on Tuesday. And that's the House and the of Republicans and Democrats, and only one. It was Republican Congressman Clay Higgins was the only lawmaker to vote no on the measure. And then hours later, Senate goes 100% in and passed it almost immediately. And then Attorney Pam Bondi, she now has 30 days to make this what we call all of the unclassified. I love this, all the unclassified. Well, don't worry about the other stuff we've already redacted, but she has 30 days. Isn't that
That's
bizarre?
my question.
After all the little, go ahead.
How can they call it unclassified when 80% of it's going to be redacted? All the important parts that actually name names that they couldn't take out of there, you'll just see black lines all over the page. I forget which document it was, but one document got declassified since Trump came into office, and it was all just black lines, all over the page. It might have been, I don't know if it was JFK.
Was it JFK?
Stuff. Yeah, everything was just redacted on the whole page. And I'm like, how can you call this unclassified if you're not giving us any information? It makes no sense.
Yeah. and then we found out what was being crossed out was a little bit of Israel, a little bit. Like, oh, well, that's for national security, right? That's the other one. National security.
Exactly. And then they said, oh, we can't release it because it could be dangerous, you know, like for national security, because I guess there are people alive who could be implicated. Well, maybe they should be in jail. Maybe our national, I mean, we know what they mean when they say national security, but unfortunately, I guess a lot of, you know, average everyday people still haven't dove down that rabbit hole. So,
yeah, well, I'd say either they need to be in jail or they should be in the Guinness Book of World Records for how long they've lived, because there's that. I thought they were all dead anyways, but you know, who knows? Maybe a couple of them are heading 105. Who knows? I don't know.
It's probably the money trail. You know, if you can see who was involved back then and you see what's happened, you know, with people in those same positions, you'll probably see they're still all tied together doing the same thing. So, you know, there's probably some of them, a few of them that are still alive, and a few of them, you know. But I will say really quick, you know, everyone remembers where they were on 9/11, who was alive at that time, and every member I've spoken to of the last generation remembers where they were when JFK got assassinated, except for George Bush. George Bush Sr. has given like 2 or 3 different explanations on where he was the day JFK got assassinated. So I'm sure that has nothing to do, though, with the JFK files not getting released. So
I was really hoping for a deathbed confession from George Sr. I don't think we got it.
That's right. Yeah, he did pass recently. But, you know, it's embarrassing to his kids. You know, it's embarrassing to his kids. So they wouldn't want that out there because they got to protect the legacy at least while the kids are still alive. And then once the kids are no longer gone and you can separate it by another generation, maybe the grandkids won't care as much. So
all right, so this is where it gets real fun. We're gonna go through each of these little oddities or you know, red flags, whatever you want to call them, but it's entertaining nonetheless to see all these different oopsies come out of this whole mess. Let's start with the first oopsie. I guess it's the one guy, since it's in the end of this article, the Clay Higgins. Who's this guy? Does he matter? Is he significant? Does it really? Maybe this one little clip should tell you all you need to know about Clay Higgins. Here you go.
Okay, so can you answer the original question? Who do you care about more, U.S. or Israel?
There's no variance. It's like you asking, you know, do you love your wife more than your daughter?
Well,
and you said it's a simple question.
It is.
Do you love your wife more than your daughter?
I love the United States more than I love Israel. It's a very simple question.
Great love, and you as a human being, you express that love, and you have core principles that drive you to your love for your wife and your love for your daughter. It's 2 different loves, but neither of them is greater than the other. You understand?
Who's the priority when you're casting a vote in Congress, America or Israel?
Priority is love, son.
Well, it's a very simple question. You're not answering it, Representative.
He's a cheap one, man. He doesn't even charge 6 figures. All it takes is $19K to buy him off like that. Like, come on, man. Have a little more self-respect, man. Come on, man.
Well, look, we appreciate APAC Tracker. They've been doing some excellent work. We're always referencing their numbers. They're usually right on. Or if sometimes we need updates because they'll have information from like a year or 2 ago and then it's updated. But they're usually right on. The part that we miss, though, when APAC Tracker does all that work, we missed the part about what else do they have on you? Is it not just the money they put in your bank account? What else do they have on you?
Well, you know, I think what people forget, right? Yes, campaign donations mean something, but none of these people are in Congress forever, right? Eventually, like they retire and they move on to other business ventures. And a lot of times the payout really comes after, you know, they're in Congress. So they go in there, they serve their masters, and then afterwards they can get a nice cushy job, you know, like as a lobbyist or, you know, as an executive director or a board member. Maybe you don't do anything, but you just get a paycheck for showing up to a meeting or 2 each year. So, you know, they may not take the money while they're in Congress, but it pays off in the long run. And Jasmine Crockett actually is another perfect example because she actually hasn't taken any money from AIPAC, as far as I know, but she's still pro-Israel, like all the way. She has no criticism of what Joe Biden did in Gaza. She has no real criticism of what Trump's doing over there. All she does is talk at Trump, say how mean Trump is and how racist he is, but has no substantive real criticism, especially over the foreign policy.
So again, and just a short list of people, so you guys remember this. So anytime you see somebody say, "Oh, well, they don't really," and I know that our vice president has also said, I had barely any money from AIPAC, and that might be true. And like we just saw the 19,000 with the dude that voted no on this act. But there's these other ways they get you. They can threaten to end your career before it even started or barely started. Because they'll just hype up another candidate and you're out. That's what they'll do. And like you said, there's a payoff at the end of your career. There's also blackmail. There's so many things they can do to you besides, and not to mention, it's not just AIPAC. When JD Vance tells us that he's never barely taken even just crumbs from them, he has private Jewish donors as well that are not officially with AIPAC. So there's that too. So we have to consider all of those elements, not just the number on AIPAC tracker. So I just wanted to, give that perspective.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention, even if you're not taking money directly from them, we have to remember all the different businesses and industries they're involved in. Like Palantir is one of their best customers. Yep. Peter Thiel funded, JD Vance's whole career. So it goes without saying that if you answer to Palantir, then you're not going to criticize Israel too hard. You might pretend to be against them because you're setting yourself up to be Donald Trump's successor, and you can see how unpopular they are, but you're not really going to offer substantive, criticism. You'll just do a little posturing here or there and be like, yeah, we're independent of Israel. We only do Israel's bidding when it suits us, which happens to be all the time. But yeah, we're still independent, which is what JD Vance is trying to pull right now.
Yeah. All right. So this will be fun. Let's go into some of the rest of this here. Okay. So right before Trump, or as he was signing it, obviously Pam Bondi had to make a statement. And so this has been circling around. Let's watch this. This is Pam Bondi being asked about what she knows is she has this now 30 days to come up with this stuff. And it's the same stuff that she told us previously doesn't exist, or she's done looking at it. It's over. I think I remember the one thing she had told us, that this was back in the summer. She told us, well, I didn't really look at the Mossad connection, so I'll have to. That just is kind of a new thing you just asked me, so I'll go see about that, but I don't know. But as far as all the evidence, she told us everything was already taken care of. It's all done. And Kash Patel said, yeah, there's no victims. He killed himself. So now she has to backstep because now you are being ordered to release whatever they consider all the unclassified materials in the next 30 days. So here's her trying to answer this question. Now watch how she stutters through this, and watch Kash Patel right behind her during this very awkward press conference here. There we go.
DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will continue to provide maximum transparency under the law.
Information, Jay. Information. What's going on there with Kash? What's his deal? What the hell is going
on? Sweating bullets back there, man. So, we wouldn't want to, implicate his girlfriend at all. We know that she's completely innocent and she has nothing to do, with how nervous he is. But, I remember him saying, like, during, before he even got appointed, one of the things he intended to do as soon as he got power was crack down on all the anti-Semitism. And, he's definitely following through on that so far. So, I think most of them are really posturing for the money because they understand how much money is connected to Israel and they're not going to be in that job forever. So if they're obedient enough servants while they're in power, they cash in after. So it's the same pattern, like you see with all of them. But with Pam Bondi, though, it's so funny because with her, She went from saying we got thousands of documents with all these videos to, oh, there's nothing. And then now she's back out again saying, well, actually, yeah, I guess there is stuff. But I can't tell you exactly what's changed because it's under investigation. And yeah, I understand the entire point of this conversation over the past 3 years has been, hey, is Israel blackmailing our politicians? I'm going to pretend that this is the first time I've heard about it and there's no other evidence there. But like, we've known about, Ehud Barak, like for at least a decade. Like Whitney Webb wrote a whole book on the connections between Israel and our deep state and Jeffrey Epstein. So it's like, maybe if I can do that and it's not my job, you can't convince me that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel do not have access to the same information. And, if they were really serious, there's just no way that Lex Wexner would still be out of jail. He would have been in jail, or he at least would have been in court, and they would have made him, like testify, because nobody does that while they're alive and they have their mind. They don't give away power of attorney to someone else to manage their entire estate. So, there's definitely something weird going on over there. You have more than enough evidence to, arrest Lex Wexner. Like, don't forget, what's the famous saying? You can indict a ham sandwich, if you want to, if you're, an attorney general or a prosecutor. And that just means it's easy for them to make up a reason to take you to court. So if they can do that to anybody, I mean, they're doing it to Elijah Schaffer, right now. I'm not a big fan of his, but like they're taking him to court saying that he's accusing, what was it, like Kash Patel's girlfriend of being a honeypot, when all he did was quote tweet, somebody with a picture. So, yeah.
They chose the wrong guy because you go back through his transcripts, he never actually called her a honeypot. So the accusation is that he insinuated it. But even if he had, who gives a shit? Like, it's not, you're saying you're going down, a rabbit hole, as you say, but you're going through this information that lines up and you have to ask these questions. And he didn't even use the term. So it's really interesting that they chose a $5 million for that one. And the rest of us need to be aware of this. The rest of us who are doing journalism or podcasting or, whatever you call it, what we're doing right now, having conversations, using our right of free speech and free press, we are also going to be targets, because if the FBI says that our conversations and our investigations are worth, $5 million lawsuits to shut us up, then that's a new precedent being set, that's being set by Kash Patel, standing right there, looking like, I always say looking like a deer in headlights, but he's more like a cross-eyed deer in headlights, and he is always sweating. And I think we had one of our, we do that. Look at this. Molly Littlebird says, he looks like he has been hit by a truck. I found one more on here from this is how you spot what's happening on his face. And this is a funny meme I found. If you think it's drugs or alcohol related, think again, because that's what alcohol looks like, guys. The second one, that's what weed looks like. That's what cocaine looks like. The third one, and the last one, well, that's what looks like lying about Epstein. So there's a distinction. So study up, because this will be very useful in the future.
Yeah, and the fact that Elijah is in court while Lex Wexner is not in court, that tells you all you need to know about the amount of justice we're going to get from Epstein from this current administration. So that's where their priorities are.
Yeah. And so let's look at how this tipping happened. Now, we've heard some theories that, well, on one side, if you're still on Team Trump, you're thinking Trump's sending a curveball. He's got a plan to pin this on the Democrats. Well, let's look at that plan. What is this? Does this look like a plan? Because I see a lot of people sharing this out on Twitter. This was his Truth Social. Man, the guy can babble on Truth Social. He really knows how to babble. I don't even know I want to go through this whole thing, but it's interesting because even the way he writes in this like one paragraph form. Do you think that's weird when he always writes in this one big paragraph form? He doesn't know how to separate thoughts. He just this is one long slot, and he always ends with "Thank you for bringing attention to this matter," right? But this is his little maneuver. Oh, wait, go ahead.
They've done analyses like on the way he speaks and now he writes, and he has a vocabulary, I think, of like a fifth grader or something like that. So it shouldn't surprise people, that he doesn't know how to separate paragraphs, because all it is one long train of thought that's completely
Yes.
unorganized. So
Yeah,
that's how we
no separation here. So this is his way to maneuver. And this is, I mean, give him a little credit because this is a hard dead end to get out of, right? Because you've already told us it's a Democratic hoax. You've already told us, you know, that let's not waste our time. That guy's he's already gone. He already, you know, and there's no there's no victims, and there's no, you know, he killed himself, all this stuff, and Democratic hoax. So what now? What are you saying? Okay, well, Jeffrey Epstein, who was charged by the Trump Justice Department in 2019. So he's reminding us the context that he was president when Jeffrey Epstein went to jail. Yes. Okay. Was a lifelong Democrat. Okay. So this is the right. So Jeffrey Epstein specifically had relationships with Democrats. That's all. That's what he's going for?
That's his new switch. You know, first he said it was a complete Democratic hoax and they made it up. And now he's saying that, oh, well, no Republicans are guilty. It's actually all Democrats. So how do you square those two things? Like, how is it that it was a Democratic hoax, but they're the only ones who's guilty? Well, if you knew this, sir, and you guys had access to all these files, why were you telling us it was a hoax? And Trump may be able to, you know, hide from explaining this because obviously, you know, he has control over what questions he takes and who he answers, and he can walk away. But his supporters online, I mean, they were justifying like, you know, his actions before. He's putting them in a really tough position because it's like, you got to explain this to us guys. If you're still sticking with him and standing by him, you got to tell us how you square that.
Well, look, I mean, you're dead on here, Jay, that he's now doing the exact opposite. But what he does here is he reminds the voters why they voted for him, because he's saying, look at all these relationships, and they're accurate. He's right. The Bill Clintons, right? He's got Hakeem Jeffries. He's got Stacey. So he's going through the list, and that's all accurate. The Biden administration. So you go through all the different things, and he's like, oh, that's right. That's why a lot of people voted for you, because you were supposed to be the guy that called this out. Why did Biden sit on this for 4 years? Obviously, we know why, but we also know why you were trying to sit on it too, because you're all in on it.
Well, here's the thing. He can pretend, real quick. He can pretend that it's only the Democrats, but in his last administration, he appointed Alexander Acosta to be the Secretary of Labor. And Alexander Acosta was the prosecutor who gave Epstein that sweetheart plea deal where he didn't really have to be in jail. It was only a fraction of a few months that he was in jail for. And he put that guy in charge of the department that is responsible for fighting child sex trafficking. And he also appointed Bill Barr, whose father gave Epstein his start, you know, in his whole career. So, and of course, you know, he also appointed, what's his name, Wilbur Ross, who was a manager for the Rothschild Bank. They're connected to Epstein now because I don't know if you have, those files pulled up, but essentially, now a lot of Epstein operations are being connected to the Rothschilds too. So Trump also surrounded himself directly with people who were connected to Epstein. So, and that's just from the last administration. So
yeah. So, and if you guys, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but if you look at the second half, you see all of these. So he's just distracting with basically changing the subject like 10 times in half of what he constitutes a one paragraph tweet. He's changing the subject like 10 times, talking about Russiagate, which was a hoax. He's right. Talking about all the great things he did, big beautiful bill, which we know is not beautiful. It's definitely big, but it's not beautiful. Tax cut bill. So you look at all these things he's throwing in there, and it really shows you. Oh, he's got Ukraine. And I don't know, why is he bringing up Ukraine? I get the Russia thing, but dude, you like literally took Biden's Ukraine policy like textbook, and you went all in on it. So what is it that you're? Yeah, it's bizarre. He's all over the place here, more than I think I've ever seen on any other tweet.
Yeah, he's desperate. Well, we're taking a couple L's back to back right now, or he is, I should say, because we're getting our ass whooped in Ukraine. I think I heard during the last segment, did NIKO say that Putin is declaring victory, or he's saying that he's going to take Kiev or something like that.
Yes, he's saying he's not retreating 1 inch, which I guess should be news to people who weren't paying attention. But I think we said that from the beginning. We said once you go to war, once you bait Putin into war, you're not going to get the deal you had on the table. We said this, and this is before we even had our show. I was telling people, I was like, you guys, you understand, we're not, you have an opportunity, the Minsk agreement, you have an opportunity, or there was the Minsk 2, you had an opportunity, you had another opportunity, you had what's his name from UK fly out, Boris Johnson meets with Zelensky. Here, look, we can do this deal. Like, Putin will do the deal, man. Like, let's do it. And Zelensky said, okay. No, I'm sorry. Boris Johnson came out to tell him, don't do it. Don't do it. Zelensky said, no, I want to do this. I want to be done with this. And Boris Johnson said, no.
Man, I wish I had
NATO has other plans that don't involve you having an opinion on this.
Yes. And I'm pretty sure we played the clip, but for those who didn't catch the episode, there's a clip of Zelensky saying, hey, we want peace in Ukraine, and peace with Russia, but there are those in the West that want to use Ukraine to hurt Russia economically. So he actually told the truth for a little bit, I guess, before his life got threatened or they put enough money in front of him. And then, now we have the Zelensky who's going to fight till the end. But, for those who don't know what's been happening, we're actually starting to see some defectors over at Ukraine. I was watching a show, The Duran, earlier today, and I'll be honest, I'm the worst with some of these Ukrainian names because they're a little bit complicated. But one of the guys who is high up in the Ministry of Defense apparently was going to Turkey supposedly to restart some kind of talks with the Russians. And last I heard, as of this morning, the guy actually reportedly came to America instead of going back to Ukraine after, and he might be working with the FBI to talk about corruption over there. So, they're at the point in Ukraine where they're getting whooped so badly and they have so few fighting age men left that people are starting to defect. And what you may wind up seeing is more and more people at those top levels running away, starting to snitch, claim asylum, and you might even see Zelensky dip out, because what Russia has done over the past few weeks is they've shown that they have the ability to knock out Ukraine's entire energy system like that without using planes. They have enough missiles to do it now. And, they're essentially trying to give Ukraine a chance to come to their senses, because the truth is, the worse Russia destroys Ukraine, the more money they're going to have to spend to take care of those people after the war is done. So it's in their interest not to destroy it more than you need to, but they're also not going to allow NATO on their borders. So they're in a tough spot. Ukraine is getting their ass whooped, and now you're starting to possibly see people jumping ship. And even Zelensky, he's going on a tour across Europe right now and going to some strange places where people can't even help it. Because I don't know if but a lot of the people who have defected and left from both Ukraine and Russia wind up in Spain, and Spain doesn't produce that much military weapons. There's no strategic reason for Zelensky to be over there. But he was just in Spain, a couple days ago. So if Zelensky does try to claim asylum and then leave, he probably ends up in Spain or the UK. Weather's better in Spain, though, so he'll probably prefer there.
Well, let's look back at the ramifications of the Epstein files, all of the undisclosed files about, we have, I guess, the 30-day clock has started. And here's all the people that are squirming. And even in that squirming tweet by Trump we just read, the people in that tweet are also squirming. We don't think Bill Clinton's doing too well these days because he's been officially named. And that was this is a reminder, guys, back in January 2024, that we knew that this, and again, this goes back to why a lot of people voted for Trump, was to get justice for this part, this half of it, right? This was the half that they wanted to get justice for. Whereas, so both sides want the other, they want to ignore their half and go after the other half, where we know it's all of them. That's what we're talking about here. But let's get back to, because we mentioned Stacey Plaskett earlier. Now she's the one that had the texts with Epstein during the trial. Back in, I guess it was 2011. I'm sorry, 2019. Wait, now I'm mixing up the years here. He was asking, or he was advising her. She was asking him questions about the Michael Cohen hearing, and so from after he's already been convicted, and he had a record of rape already on record, and she was doing that, so that's been exposed. He's using the terminology that we're very, very used to at this point, where you say, I'm going to be looking forward, not backward. I kid you not. She literally took the Obama playbook, went on CNN, and said it. Here she is.
That Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what we as American people should do, is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand that. What is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender, and it had been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. And
oh my God, she's doing the Trump line about Giuliani. We all have had we've all had rough times. We've all had rough stuff happen to us in our lives. Oh my God.
What, Matt? You don't have any pedophile friends, man? Come on, man. That's just pedophilia. It's not like that's something you got to write someone off for. Like, they might rape a few kids, murder a few people. Small things. You don't hold people's past against them. I guess that's what she's trying to make the argument for, which is, pretty strange. But then here's the thing. Elon did the same thing. And I got to remind people about that, because Elon came out when him and Trump fell out over some business and said, guess what? Trump's in the Epstein files. That's why he won't release him. And then a week or two later, he's back by Trump's side, working with him again. And just recently, he's at the White House eating dinner, with the Trump Palantir, Bill Gates, all of them. They're all getting together. So it's like, so you guys know this. The best case scenario is that you might not be involved, but you know it and you're willing to let it slide. But the most likely thing is all of them probably have some dirt and some type of connection to it. So that's where we're at.
That's where we're at. So they're all squirming. They're all using the language we know so well, deflection language, and and they're all in on it. So on the Democrat side, obviously you have Hakeem Jeffries. He's stepping up to support Stacey Plaskett, and then you have AOC defending Jeffries. Jeffries is also known in a 2013 event asking Jeffrey Epstein for money after he was a convicted sex trafficker. So we know that about him. And now you can't primary the guy because AOC has his back, and we also know Madani has his back as well. So all the Democratic Party are lining up to protect anybody that's mentioned here. There's one more funny one. Larry Summers. This was a funny one. We saw this because he teaches at this one university. He opened up class. I kid you not. We'll introduce this. Hustlebitch put this out. So he teaches at Harvard right now. He's also part of the OpenAI board as well. So he's doing a multiple step. This guy, the class goes silent as he opens up the lecture by saying, "Hey, I just want you guys to know, I'll show you. There's a footage from it, and I just want to put this out there, and then I want to keep going on with class like that never happened." So here's the video from the actual class when he did it.
My statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities, but for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward and talk about the material in class.
With your permission, I want to talk about the material in class and never talk about this again, because I have a commitment to you students for me to keep my job and keep teaching as if nothing happened. What was he thinking? He thought he was going to keep his job, because guess what? He did not. he has to step away from his Harvard teaching after he comes out in the emails. This also includes him stepping away from OpenAI as well, from the board. And so, yeah, this is an example. This one kind of went viral because the student filmed it, but everyone's squirming right now, Jay. Are they overreacting? Or, I mean, it seems like at the end of the day, everybody gets each other's backs anyways. So
it'll be a soft landing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a soft landing. You're right. They have each other's backs, and they have to step away and act like, yeah, I regretted I'm being punished. But it won't take too long until they wind up getting a good job somewhere else. It's probably just be a little bit more in the background, but you can bet whoever takes their position is probably going to continue going down the same path because the network still exists. It's not like those networks didn't exist before Jeffrey Epstein, and it's not like they ended after Jeffrey Epstein died. And that's why, I really encourage people to read Whitney Webb's book, because that gives you the real good context surrounding Epstein and what he was doing. But yeah, I mean, I can say it's still positive that we're now having the conversation. And I think, another positive we can take out the situation is, we now know that public pressure means something, because I personally believe it was a lot of the public pressure and, the outrage from both sides actually that got us to this point where now the files are being released, because they tried to bury it. People wouldn't let it go. They kept piling on. So we need to take this lesson and we need to apply it to a lot more issues. So that's my opinion. We got a small win. It's not, obviously we're not getting the justice yet, but we're one step closer. And if we continue piling on, well, maybe we'll be able to get some of the redacted parts out. So, and all it takes, remember guys, all it really takes is a couple of sheriffs here or there who are willing to continue unturning stones and continue prosecuting crimes. And it is actually possible, for us to get to the bottom over here. So everyone out there, take a little bit of time, look at the files, see if any of your congressmen are involved. And if they are, maybe you should point it out to your sheriff and see if your sheriff wants to do something about it.
Yeah, exactly. I have a piggyback story on this that we'll start a new story on, but it's just quick. It's a quick one because we do this. Jay, we started a new segment. It's called I don't have a what's it called, a jingle for it yet, but it's called hold on, I got it right here.
Drum roll.
The name of the segment. Oh my gosh, I don't have it in front of me. Hold on. Okay. It's called Apologies Long Overdue, Real or Fake. And today we're going to look at Marjorie Taylor Greene because she went on CNN and with Dana Bash, that is, you guys know Dana Bash, Miss Zionist propagandist herself, like the King Cheese propagandist at CNN. And Marjorie Taylor Greene decided she'd take the opportunity to take seemingly full responsibility for playing her role in the divisiveness and the propagandiness before she came out of her shell and went toe-to-toe against Trump. She actually, I believe her apology is to not the viewers of CNN, but to all, it seems to me, all of the American people or anybody that was affected by her playing this role up until it seems like she's not playing that role anymore. So let's look at the apology and then we'll figure out if this is authentic or if it's total bullshit. Or the there's a third option. It could be somewhat authentic, but definitely is it a careerist move, or is this completely authentic? So let's look at that, and then you and I will have a final vote on it. Okay, here we go.
Let's do it.
Posted on X that President Trump is, with his comments, fueling a, quote, hotbed of threats against you. Obviously, any threats to your safety are completely unacceptable. But we have seen these kinds of attacks or criticism from the president at other people. It's not new. And with respect, I haven't heard you speak out about it until it was directed at you.
Dana, I think that's fair criticism. And I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics. It's very bad for our country. And it's been something I've thought about a lot, especially since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is that I'm only responsible for myself and my own words and actions. And I am committed, and I've been working on this a lot lately, to put down the knives in politics. I really just want to see people be kind to one another, and we need to figure out a new path forward that is focused on the American people, because as Americans, no matter what side of the aisle we're on, we have far more in common than we have differences.
Yeah.
And we need to be able to respect each other with our disagreements.
So just
She's got really uncomfortable. I don't know if you saw that. Dana Bash did not expect that reaction. She was like, so she's going to deny all responsibility and then attack me. And then when MTG didn't do that, she started blinking more. She got a little uncomfortable, moved around a little bit like, damn, now I got to handle it. So her reaction was really telling. And what she goes on to say after this is even more telling, but I'm not going to spoil that part.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we had that on. I think we had it on another clip, but we'll follow up on this one because I have something else that she did on after this in a press conference.
Well, sorry, if we're not going to show the rest of it, what Dana Bash does after that is essentially double down. So you are saying that you were terrible in the past and you were responsible, for inciting violence and all this other stuff. And MTG says, well, I said what I said. I apologize now, and I'm trying to move on. And, I will say, whether or not she's authentic, I think our reaction to it should be, it's very rare for a politician to say, I was wrong and I'm sorry, and, be specific about how they were wrong, and she didn't actually have to do that at that point. She could have continued on. And she is one of the ones, whose actions are showing that, she might actually, mean this, because her and Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie were the few of the only people that have been consistent about pushing for these Epstein files to be released, no matter who's in office. So her actions actually line up with her words, and it does seem like she's willing to cooperate. So, as far as whether or not she's serious, I think time will tell based on whether or not she actually tries to build some of these coalitions, because there's plenty of places Republicans and Democrats agree. We agree on being against war. And, we agree that the corruption needs to go. So is she really going to make substantive steps towards, fighting either of those battles? I don't know, because from what I heard, she does seem to support the intervention in Venezuela. I could be wrong about that, but I believe I've seen some people insinuate it, but I do need to do a little bit more research there. But I do know she's been against the war in Ukraine, and she has questions about Israel. So you got to give them props for that. We just got to see if she's consistent across the board, and is she actually reaching out to people across the aisle to make something happen?
Yeah,
if there's anyone to work with.
I will trust her more than Ro Khanna right now. I'll trust her more than Mandami, because we're talking about people who pick and choose the empire they're going to be battling against, and then they kind of are silent. Well, I'll go further. They're more than silent. Ro Khanna's big on sticking it to Putin. Mamdani has said that Venezuela, that Maduro is a dictator who needs to be stopped at all costs. So it's like, yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't spoken out about Venezuela, but I haven't heard her say that yet. We have to look at that. I think we have to look at that, like you said, do a little more research. Yeah. But at this point, her actions seem to be lining up with her words. And I have to say, a lot of people are saying this about her. She was one of the big, if not the biggest reason that Trump caved on the Epstein files was
her and Massey, both of them were applying a lot of, both of them were applying a lot of pressure. And you're right, Ro Khanna has said that, but he has also been consistent on trying to get the Epstein files released. So I'll give him credit, on that one issue. But,
yes.
One thing interesting I did also hear from MTG the other day is she started talking about the cost of health insurance and how we need to figure that out, but she hasn't actually proposed any solutions yet. But, an interesting turn in this conversation, obviously I think Nick Fuentes is a racist jackass. Sorry for cussing, but you know, he did actually come out and say, you know, a day or two ago that you know, he thinks that the right and the left need to build you know, a coalition where the right cedes some ground on social programs and a safety net, and the left cedes some ground on immigration issues. So as much as I don't like the guy, he is actually right, you know, about his core opinions there. So it's funny that he's coming out and saying that, you know, MTG and him, you know, have she's been to his events, and you know, like they do seem to have an off and on relationship with each other. And she also now seems to be trying to reach out or at least speak about some of the issues that people on the left care about. So, you know, who knows where it goes. But
well, she sounds like a lefty right there on the she's talking about we have more in she sounds like a Jimmy Dore, like homeless lefty, like us, like we have more in common with each other than they want us to believe, and we can unite together. Like this is the kind of language we never you didn't think of when you thought of a right-wing extremist, right? And so this idea, this, like you mentioned, Nick Fuentes, and this coalition between what they label as far right and far left coming together, it's a real people's movement. And this, yes, we don't have to agree on everything, but if you can make some concessions, you understand that there's more stuff we do agree on. It's actually true. So and Nick Fuentes, I you know, you brought him up. We should do another segment on him another time, but like I think we should be less afraid of his racism and insanity and just understand that he's just kind of immature. I don't know. He's kind of immature and he's kind of a character. And there's some Donald Trumpy in him where it's like kind of this like showman. It's very showy. So yeah. We should be less emotionally affected by him and more like he's trying to get clicks. There's that. And that's not really something. If we understood that, then he's not going to be in the conversation when we talk about people doing real shit, like Marjorie Taylor Greene's trying to really do shit. And I would say Tucker and Candace are trying to do real shit right now. I wouldn't say he's in that conversation, not because he's a horrible, hateful race. I just think it's because he's an entertainer who isn't in it for the same reasons. I think he's just in it for the head.
I personally, I will work with people on issues where I agree with them. So, you know, if Nick Fuentes wants to rein in Zionist influence and he can mobilize people to do that, I'm all about that. However, you know, I've seen clips of Nick Fuentes calling for, you know, a holy war, you know, against the Jews. I've seen, you know, Nick Fuentes spew out a whole lot of garbage data, you know, like around a variety of issues. And the truth is, we are in a situation in America where, you know, race relations are getting more and more, you know, unstable. And if we are going into a recession and hard economic times, just historically speaking, it's easier to for people to become tribalized and to retreat to their groups during hard economic times. So now is the time actually where we have to talk about what the actual, you know, who the actual enemy is. So that's not to say, you know, that nobody can have a conversation with him. And it's not to say you can't talk about places where you agree. But if I ever had the chance to interview him, like I would talk about places where we agree, but I would also talk about some of the places we disagree, because he's intentionally ignorant about a lot of things, and he hyper focuses on a couple points to justify his worldview. So I do think, you know, it's dangerous. We are at a point where you are seeing, like, I don't know if you know this guy, Chud the Builder on Twitter, but he's essentially a guy who goes around yelling slurs at Black people and then brandishing his gun when people react. And, you know, we have a lot more people online since Elon Musk took over Twitter, you know, like yelling slurs at people, you know, all over the internet. So there are definitely, you can see it, you know, like online in the discourse, that there is tension growing there. So I do think, yes, of course, you know, we can agree he's right, but it is also important to talk about some of the places he's wrong too. But you know, we could do another segment, you know, on him.
Yeah, we'll circle back to Nick Fuentes next week or so. But for now, since we're talking about apologies, long overdue, we did get one officially from Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I think we agree on the Dana Bash show on CNN, made her uncomfortable because nobody was expecting that. And then we talk about the actions. Do the actions line up with the words? And I certainly think so. And I want to bookend this segment with this clip, which I think happened after that apology. And this is important because we know that Trump is furious, but I say more scared of Marjorie Taylor Greene right now. And you can see it in the way he behaves and the way he talks about her. And she's not backing off at all. And I thought this statement that she said in response to Trump's attacks is everything, because this is putting action into the, following up action from the words. And she's not backing down. So listen to this response. I don't think she's going anywhere anytime soon. And this wasn't just for show. She's in it for the long run. And I believe she's the number one reason that that Trump had to cave on Epstein. And who knows what else she can get done here. But listen to this, what she says back to about Trump.
We did by fighting so hard against the most powerful people in the world, even the President of the United States, in order to make this vote happen today. I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women standing behind me. And I want to tell you that this only became possible today because the American people whom we serve as representatives here in Congress demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files, but the real fight will happen after that.
So Jay, I'll just follow this up. That a lot of people are angry. The Trumpers are angry that she basically insinuated, or they're saying that she's insinuating that our president is a traitor, and that's their response to this. Well, I would say back to that, if you think she's talking about Trump, then you're admitting that he's loyal to Israel and himself, and not America.
Let a hit dog holler. That's what they say, right? So, like all she said was, if you're more loyal to a foreign nation than you are to this nation, that's treason right there. So if you think Trump fits that category, then that shows what you really think about Trump. And it shows that either you agree with him or you're willing to let it go to quote unquote own the libs, even though Trump is actually merging the government and the private sector even more than it has been throughout history, because for the first time, the US government is taking ownership positions in private sector corporations. I mean, like Trump is literally implementing a totalitarian regime. And it's only a matter of time before, in my opinion, we hear from the government that they're taking ownership stakes in, I would guess, OpenAI and possibly Palantir, depending on how much bad press Palantir continues to get. But OpenAI is in a tough spot right now, so don't be surprised if, in the next couple months or so, you hear Trump say he's taking a position in them too. So the U.S. government never invested in companies before. And think about it. That means the U.S. government will now have a direct say in what technologies, or even stronger say, even stronger saying what technologies are allowed to be rolled out and how they are used, because they're taking direct ownership in the companies right now. So that's where we're at.
That's where we're at. Well, listen, to end this, this is what we do with the apologies. So we'll put our hands up like Gladiator, Jay, and we're going to count of 3. So you go like this. Get your hand in the camera, and so on the count of 3. Apologies apologies long overdue. Marjorie Taylor Greene to the American people. Was it real or fake? Here we go. Yeah.
For now, I'll give her a pass on it. And I think we all have to get to the position where we work with people where we agree, and then where we disagree, we talk about that after. And I would love to ask MTG right now, okay, so you say there's a problem with the cost of health insurance, but you haven't proposed any solutions. Well, there was a great proposal out there that had the support of over 50% of the country called Medicare for All. Where do you stand on that? And if you don't like it, what do you have, to replace that? Because in my opinion, that's going to become more and more of an existential issue. So,
do you know where you start that conversation on healthcare? You start it with, guess who we've been funding free healthcare for our entire life? Israel.
Yeah.
So there's that. So you start with that, and you say, maybe we can redirect some of that money back here. And I think she's already there. I think she's already there with healthcare. I think she actually did mention, like, hey, who are we funding? What foreign country are we funding all of their healthcare, free healthcare? Interesting.
She did say that, but then she didn't take that next step.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
But let's see what her actual proposal winds up being, because she's brought up the issue now. So now that you've brought it up, eventually you're going to have to propose your solution. So let's see.
Work in progress, my friend. And as we say on the show, it's we are cautiously optimistic moving forward.
Yes,
okay. Jay, can we do one more with you?
Let's
I know
do it.
Okay. So let's decide, because we have to move on. We're going to be bringing in Leslie soon for talking back with our viewers. So would you rather Jay, would you rather do our COVID story, or would you rather do Elon AI? Which one?
I think we got to do COVID. Don't get me wrong, Elon and AI is important, but the COVID situation is one that I think we really need to grab Democrats and wake them up like on this, because it's becoming more and more of a problem. It's not going away. And the study you mentioned actually has a couple interesting parts that we got to talk about. So let's do COVID.
Okay. I'm setting that up right here. Okay. This is important. We'll call this, we know what it's not. But I won't get into the died suddenlies. We'll say that for next. There's so many, dude. They just keep popping up on my screen. I don't even know what to say anymore, man. They're just.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing a lot of people, talk about cancers they're getting, long COVID issues, and whenever I see that on Twitter, I'll be honest, I go to their page and I just type in like the word vaccine or mRNA or
Find
Pfizer.
out.
And not all the time, but probably about 80% of the time, they've talked about how either crazy anti-vaxxers are, or, how, people need to just take the shot and how it's the best thing ever. So, again, it's not about pointing the finger. It's just about recognizing that, it's causing a lot of damage to a lot of people right now.
Yeah.
So.
But we're going to focus on this part of the story, which is this new study. So here we go. I'll intro us in. Let's do it.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. We still don't know what's going on. We have seemingly a medical emergency happening around the globe in all aspects of health. We're talking about cardiovascular issues, neurological issues, all sorts of issues, and it's happening in young and old. In fact, young athletes, young male athletes, we see it all the time. But we don't know what's going on. We're waiting for the doctors to come back. We're waiting for the autopsy still, Jay. We're just gonna have to be patient. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, we know for a fact, because we were told this 100% without a doubt, we know what it's not. So this study just came out, and we're basically calling it breaking news because this is probably one of the more important studies we've seen in the last several months. We've determined that anomalous amyloid microclots have been found in 100% of the COVID-19 vaccinated.
You know, and I do want to jump in real quick because in the study, 94% of the people were what do you call it? Had long COVID, right? Sorry, 94% of the people were vaccinated, but 100% of the people in the study, did have long COVID that they were studying, and the microclots did show up in 100% of the people in that study. Now, the 6% who were unvaccinated all had long COVID. The control group that did not have long COVID were all vaccinated, and they made up that 6%. So what study needs to be done next is, honestly, we do need to take a look at the blood, in my opinion, of unvaccinated people too, to see if there is also, small hints of these microclots happening. Because, we do know that people who are unvaccinated and have long COVID are also showing signs of these microclots. But if you don't have long COVID, are even smaller signs of it there. And then the next question we have to ask is it easier to get rid of these microclots, in unvaccinated versus vaccinated people? And how do we do that? Because right now, we're not even having the conversation. But I'm hoping this study is going to start to really set off the alarm bells, because the clots they're talking about are a brand new pathology. We've never seen this before. Like, it's hard blood clots, white blood clots, and they never looked like this before. It's a completely new color that only started with COVID, and they did happen before the vaccine, although the rate of it occurring skyrocketed after the vaccine came out. So, I just want people to recognize, if you're unvaccinated, you still may be affected, and it's likely you're probably not affected as much. But we do have to ask that question. For unvaccinated people who do not have long COVID, are we seeing some of the same signs there? And I don't know if they've done that study yet.
Yeah, there's so much more work that needs to be done here. But again, it's the gaslighting and the pushing away of this information that makes it even harder. Could you imagine a world in which we were all actively working on finding answers together? That would be awesome. And that still would be hard. Jay. If we all were honestly trying to figure out what's going on here, but we're not. It's a very small amount of people trying to do this while they're getting pushback from a very large mechanism called Big Pharma and the propaganda machine that they control with all their billions of dollars, which we know how that functions. So it's a very tough uphill battle. But this study does give us one step in the right direction. We know that RFK Jr. is not talking about this. We know the people in positions of power are not talking about this. That's a given. I'm not holding my breath for that. But it's these people working hard on these peer-reviewed studies that are going to give us answers little by little. Here's another part of it. So it is a peer-reviewed study, to be very clear. It quietly, and I say quietly because why would anybody report on this that's sponsored by Pfizer? Why would they? They revealed that one of the most consequential biological findings of the era that we've been living in, the pandemic era or plandemic era, whatever you want, whatever your preference is, they acknowledge that every single, and we talked about this, every single vaccinated participant in the study had fibrinosis resistant THT positive amyloid microclots circulating in their blood. So these are microclots, like blood clots, but a micro, so small, but not good. This is not good to have in your blood. And then so hidden in all the tables, the patterns that completely reframes this paper. And as you said, Jay, 94% of the participants were vaccinated, and that left the 6%, which is very interesting to look at those 6% and what them to get to that place.
And the 6%, sorry, who were unvaccinated all had long COVID.
Yes.
And the difference is that there was a control group of people who did not claim to have long COVID, who were vaccinated, who also had the microclots. So that's like the most troubling part of the story, because I guess it would make more sense if people who had long COVID were suffering from it. But the fact that they didn't have long COVID, but they were still showing signs of that's a sign that COVID is actually different from the flu and the cold and those other things. So, I will say, my opinion on COVID has evolved slightly because, for a while, I just considered it to be a bad flu. And I think this microclotting situation does mean it's not the same thing. It is more than that, actually. So,
yeah, so we talked about the condition labeled long COVID. And my question, Jay, and I don't know if you know the answer to this one, but who's coining this term from the beginning? I was always suspect of the term long COVID. To me, that was a deflection of this idea that you have to give a new diagnosis to something that people were continuing to get because the thing that they were getting to treat it wasn't actually working. So you had to come up with another thing called long COVID, which then would justify getting it over and over again. And so I always thought it was a very dishonest terminology. Do you know where that actually came from? Is there anything legit about the term long COVID, or are we just all saying it because we know what we're talking about, so we might as well just keep saying it? What does it even mean?
Well, there were people who presented with the symptoms that, we are labeling vaccine injury because it happened right after the vaccination. But there are people presenting with those symptoms before the vaccine ever came out. And the overwhelming majority of those people were people who had very bad COVID, sicknesses. So if you had COVID, but it didn't last too long or it was really light, then most of those people did not wind up having long COVID. And apparently there's still instances where some of those people got it. And I think we should do some more research into that to figure out how many of them had pre-existing conditions to see if we can figure out what's driving that. But long story short, the symptoms that we're seeing in vaccine injury did appear from COVID infection before the vaccine ever came out. It's just, it happened at much, much, much lower rates. And you'll even see that with the reports of, from the embalmers, because the embalmers were the first ones actually to raise the alarm on this new pathology of clots that, they're talking about in this study. And they did see some of the clots starting to happen in the bodies they were embalming during the COVID outbreak in 2020, before we had the vaccine. And then the vaccine came, the number of them just skyrocketed. And, they went up a lot as people took a lot of the vaccines. And then as people started taking less of them, we're actually seeing the instances of the clotting in the bodies go down from the embalmers. So there is a pattern. And, so definitely the vaccine is a major factor. That's not to say, it seems like it could be affecting all vaccinated people to different extents. But that doesn't mean you can't get rid of it if we're aware of it. I just hope people take this as an alarm to wake the fuck up. Like, honestly, wake the fuck up. Let's talk about how we fix this, because this is affecting everybody. And I'm the only one in my family, at least adult, who is unvaccinated. Everyone else took it. So this issue is very important to me personally, not just because I'm wondering if I have the microclots. Like, I don't know, what is going on right now. We need answers. So
we need answers. And I think in the meantime, as we're still trying to push for more studies, like you said, all the other questions that haven't been answered. But we do know these microclots, according to this study, the 100% of the vaccinated had the microclots. So we're talking about the spike protein. We're talking about how do we get rid of it. Everybody has a different degree of it. So this study doesn't seem like it's saying they all check the box for having it, but we don't have different degrees of it. We know there is different degrees of spike protein. We know you can get rid of some of it. So I think the stuff that we've learned talking to the professionals we've talked to on this show, we've talked to a lot of these medical freedom doctors. They've come on the show with us, with you, Jay, And I think
Peter McCullough, Peter McCullough has
yeah.
done a lot of work trying to figure out how we get rid of it. So I think we need to invest more money into some of the pathways he's spoken about, and then talk about other possible ways, we can solve it too.
We had a chance to ask him specifically. And I ask this question to every doctor that comes on the show. I ask them what their opinion is on intermittent fasting, because that's a product you don't sell. And I know, look, people know that McCullough has at one point been affiliated with the wellness company. We get it. There's products to sell. We understand that. Like, here, get on this monthly, subscription, and we'll make sure you're ready for the next pandemic. And so there's definitely a money element there. But when we talk to every single doctor we've had on this show, including McCullough, who's been on with us, we ask them about intermittent fasting, and they all give a thumbs up, every one of them. And we know that is sincere because they're not making any money. You can't package it. You can't send Jenny Craig, fix your health, fix your diet. Here's a box of nothing. Order today, and we'll send you 5 boxes of nothing. Fasting is nothing. It's something you do. You cleanse yourself of consumption. So we're not going to go down that rabbit hole right now, but I will say, for those who are nervous seeing this information, just know that nobody has disagreed with that. People don't talk about it because they don't want to, or they don't think about it, or for whatever reason. But when you ask them, they all say that's something that helps cleanse the body, because the body, when it's not digesting, which is the hardest function of our body throughout the day, through the week, through the month, the hardest function of our body that takes the most effort is digestion. If you eliminate digestion for short periods of time, or even extended periods of time, you give your body a chance to do other things, like detox poisons that might be in your body. I don't know, maybe like a spike protein or something might actually come into play, of something your body will naturally want to get rid of. It can't do that if you're constantly in digestion mode. So that's what we've learned doing this. So I wanted to throw that out as our cautiously optimistic approach, while we're still going down this very tough battle road, which is an uphill battle, trying to get more information when most of the medical community is trying to stop this information from happening.
Yeah, I mean, we're to the point where the next time I go to a checkup, for my doctor, I'm actually going to see, what my options are to get my blood analyzed, man, because, it's better to just know, like what's going on. So, you can try to take steps, and I'm unvaccinated. So, I think it's a conversation, we all need to have. And I don't even know if that's like a test that I can charge to my insurance. I have a feeling I'm probably going to get a negative answer, but I'm at least going to bring it up. And I'd encourage everyone out there to do the same with their doctors, because, the more they hear about it and the more people ask about it, the more incentivized they're going to be to actually try to find a solution here. And just to add to what you were saying about fasting, at least once or twice a year, on top, I try to do intermittent fasting anyway, like I incorporate that as part of my life, but at least once or twice a year, I do an extended fast where I have nothing but water, herbal tea, and black coffee, AKA 0 calories, over a 5 to 6 day period. And, like that, once your body passes 72 hours, you actually get a lot stronger autophagy than you would even in intermittent fasting. So, it's a powerful tool to help the body completely reset. So that being said, this isn't medical advice, especially if you're on some medication, I don't think, it would work the same if you have to take medication with your food. So I'm not saying everyone should try that, but if you're healthy, then, I'd encourage you to work up to trying something like that, because there's a ton of benefits you can get from letting your body completely reset.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll give you one more tool before we end this segment, one more tool for you guys to utilize in your day-to-day lives. So you know about fasting, you know about the good people that are working on this, about the bad intention people who are trying to stop this. Here's something else to look out for. We showed you real studies, real peer-reviewed studies. This is what you're going to get more of. The more that we get this information out, real information, you're going to get fake information sent from the top down. Friend of the show, Dr. Mary Talley Bowden, told us to watch out for this one. This is a top-down Pfizer-funded study and they do this shit, guys, you got to watch out for this crap. They're telling us that the mRNA flu vaccine tops the standard shot in trial. And they're saying they're in this article, and I'm not going to break down the article. They're telling you that they're worried that the current administration is not going to take this information seriously. And they really want people to know how important it is that they get their gene therapy flu vaccine because it really checks out. And so here's Dr. Mary Talley Bowden telling you, this is what you need to look for. Pfizer supported this study. Lynette is an employee of Pfizer. 14 co-authors are also all Pfizer employees. So when you see that list of co-authors, you go, oh, this checks out. Look at every one of them. She did the work. She says all of them are Pfizer employees. Other disclosed relationships with AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer, and Sanofi Pasteur. Now, look, all of these, so the patents in there, she's talking about the mRNA patents. Again, the patents is what makes the money, right? The vaccine patents are what makes the money. They don't make money off of ivermectin. We already know that story, right? So they're all involved. Luminex, Merck, Novavax, Pfizer, Sanofi, they all are involved. And you always, as she says at the end, always read the fine print. So thank you for that, Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. This is the information we give to you guys. Anything else you want to add, Jay, as we're still waiting for the doctors to come back with their analysis, because we're still baffled on what is going on. But
what I want people to remember is mRNA. When it first came out, we were told that the mRNA shot would not leave the injection site. We were told you'll take it in your shoulder, it'll be there for a couple days, and then it'll be completely out of your system. When they told us that, they were lying from the start, because they had the information, they had the evidence already in rats that it did not stay at the injection site. It went all over, the rats' bodies, and then that information has already been replicated in humans. So, the danger of it is we actually don't know if it breaks down. Now, there are a lot of people who were given different levels of mRNA in their shots, and a lot of the side effects have been concentrated in specific batches. So don't freak out. However, the issue is mRNA is producing a toxic spike protein in your body that is causing problems. So if you catch a bad COVID infection, you may get that spike protein. It may be hard to get rid of, but you don't have the mRNA integrating with your cells as it's been shown to do to continuously produce it. So it may be easier to get rid of it if you hadn't taken it. So the mRNA technology itself, if they're using it for other diseases, it's gonna likely have a lot of the same impacts because if they're using cytotoxic parts of the virus and your body is creating this cytotoxic stuff, because you've been injected with mRNA, you're going to get the same impact. So it's the platform itself. And don't be fooled when they change the name of it, because that's the next move they're trying to do. They're calling it self-replicating RNA because mRNA is already getting, a bad label, and self-replicating RNA is even worse. Because,
that sounds really bad.
Yeah, because on top of the ones that don't go away, it's quote unquote self-replicates and reproduces and then creates more of itself. So
hold on. They're rebranding it by
and
telling
making it
us
worse.
that it multiplies like the blob.
Exactly.
Wow.
So there's a lot of dangers, with that technology, and we have to start having real conversations. If you're vaccinated, if you're unvaccinated, start pressuring your doctor. And honestly, I think we all need to start talking to our sheriffs more, man, because I don't know if we're getting changed through the political system, but maybe law enforcement, because this is a crime against humanity, in my opinion. So, let's see if we can get justice on Epstein. Let's see if we can get justice for COVID. These are two really important issues that are affecting every American, because Epstein touches everything. They're blackmailing our government, guys. But anyway, I know I'm ranting.
Touches everything, as we know.
Pun intended.
Pun intended. So yeah, okay, Jay. Well, listen, that's great show today. You brought it. You brought your A game. Feeling good about it. So, hey, have a great weekend. Tell us where people can find you. And yeah, man.
Yeah, find me on X at JS Ascension. But more importantly, guys, get involved in what's happening in your own community. And I think the way to do that is through a third party that isn't centrally controlled. And you can do that at the website right there, www.wtpnational.com. That's wethepeoplenational.com. Because again, if a party is not centrally controlled, it's a lot harder to bribe a whole community than it is to bribe a small executive committee. So solutions exist. So don't get discouraged. Use it as motivation. Go out there, make the change that we all know needs to happen in this country. So appreciate you, Matt.
Awesome.
Keep up the good fight. I'll see you soon.
Awesome. See you later, Jay. Thank you.
Later.
Jay Scott, everybody. All right. Man, we are into our 5th hour. I think it's about time we talk with you guys. I think it's about time. You guys have been waiting patiently. We appreciate all the engagement. We appreciate the engagement on our multiple channels, on not just on Rumble, not just on YouTube, but you've also been on X as well. So we appreciate all of it. And we're going to get our Facebook, official Facebook page locked in here soon. We have to go through some sort of screening process with Facebook, and then we'll be on there as well. So whatever you guys choose to be on, we love you, and we will get to you right now. We got Leslie coming in, do some talking back with you guys for a little bit. So let's just get right to it. I'll go ahead and play it in, and we'll bring her in. Here we go. It's Talking Back with Leslie. Hey, Leslie. Welcome back.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Matt. Thank you. It's a beautiful rainy day. I love the rain. So,
yeah.
I think there's people from all over the globe watching. Yeah. I love it.
We love it. We love it.
Some people are enjoying sunlight. Some people are enjoying snow. I think Florida is really nice weather right now, but I'm enjoying the rain right now. So,
yeah,
very happy.
It kind of lines up with the sentiment of the show title. We're calling this, we're feeling cautiously optimistic, which I think rain can bring that to us as long as it doesn't get all thunder on us. It's this cautiously optimistic. It kind of brings out a little peace, little cleansing, little optimism, but cautiously, right? Because you got to be careful driving in the rain, all that stuff. So it kind of goes along with the show title. But today we had a packed show, man. We had Craig Pasta on. We've had Jay Scott on. We had NIKO HOUSE on for the first time with us, and we were talking geopolitics with him, all of our nefarious behavior all over the globe, not just the Israel stuff, Middle East. We've been talking Latin America, wars. We've been talking Africa wars, all these different wars in the process, not to mention the war on the American people. We're talking about the two-party duopoly. So that's been a big thing. Had a little medical freedom discussion just now with Jay Scott talking about this new vax study. So I know you guys have been going to chime in on that and a few other things. Obviously, the Epstein files, that's big. They going right by Trump's desk, ready to release all of the unclassified files are ready to come out in the next 30 days. That's crazy. They get 30 days to whip something together for us. So everybody's squirming. They're all squirming. And we're ready to talk shop with you guys. So I'll pass it to you, Leslie.
Well, I'm curious. What do you think, Matt, would happen with the Epstein files? Should Donald Trump not be president? Like, what would have happened if we had Harris as our first lady president? What would happen to those Epstein files? What do you think? Would it be any different?
Now that is I've not heard that question. That's a great question. How would the Epstein files scenario be playing out right now if Harris was president? Now that's not a totally fair question because we know that Trump was hand selected. So if Harris was hand selected, there would have to be a good reason that they feel like she could be the puppet they needed. I think she might have been somebody they were considering if she could figure out how to not be drunk and have a coherent sentence and not cackle laugh through every effing question. But let's say she had the skills and let's say she did she was hand selected. In this case, you would have well, it's hard to say because who's controlling Congress? One thing would be exactly the same. I'll tell you this. One thing would be exactly the same is that both parties would listen to their overlords to tell them when it was the right time to be mad about Epstein and who to be mad at. Everybody always checks in with their overlords and they tell them what to be angry about, but more importantly, what to ignore. And we're seeing that right now. So I would think it'd be pretty similar in a sense. You'd still have the Dems and Republicans spinning the story that it's a unique problem of the other guy and ignoring the problem on their side. That would be my general assessment. But Trump was picked for a reason. So we'll see how this thing plays out.
And the very last comment by Justice by Karma on YouTube says Harris would have done the exact same thing as they do everything else the same. Okay, you guys are right.
Good summary. Good summary. Lot more concise one than I just did. But yes, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. Okay.
Let me know if my connection's bad because you keep freezing, and I think it's on my end. It's not you. It's not you. It's me.
It's not you. It's me. I think it is you because I feel like I'm good on my end, and I don't think if anyone wants to chime in, let us know. Are we both looking good here? Leslie just doesn't hear me, maybe, but are you guys seeing both of us clearly?
I hear you. It's just broken. Like every 15 seconds, I don't know. I'll log off and come back in if it continues to be a problem. But let me just read some comments.
Okay.
Starting from 12:59, Leora W. Thank you for being on. I thought this was cute. I crave my homemade marinara sauce. I want to taste that. Now I want to go eat Italian food. Welcome, Blame April 23. I don't think I've seen Blame April before. Maybe, I don't know. Citizen Pendejo. We're friends on Twitter. Thanks for being on. Let's see, at 118, Citizen Pendejo. Welcome, NIKO House. I watched all your videos on Erika Kirk. Hi to Donald Duck's mom. Thank you for being on earlier today. I'm not sure if you're still on. But all our usual, thanks for being on, guys. This one was nice. At 131, Mouse SF writes, looking good pasta. He is looking good, isn't he?
Yeah. I should have thrown that up. He always smile. If we get pasta gets compliments on the show, and it's better if I throw. I got to get better at that because he's not here now to see the compliment. But yeah, thanks for that.
I'll send him a screenshot.
Yeah, cool.
Wonder if he's intermittent fasting. I was on when you guys were talking about it because it was like 10 minutes ago. I forgot what the documentary was called, and I think it was on Hulu. I thought it was really interesting, and I think there's more and more studies coming up about intermittent fasting. We talked about doing the 1 day, and then 2 days, and then 3, and then 4 and 5, like Jay Scott. One day we'll get there, Matt. I do get very hungry and hangry, but it is very beneficial to our health for sure.
So the documentary that you're referring to is actually on Prime.
Oh, that's right, Amazon Prime.
And the name of it, I think I got it right here. I can find it. Okay. So the name of the documentary is called Fasting, The Healer Within. And it's about these two brothers in Australia that attempt a crazy ass 40-day fast together. It's 20 days on water and 20 days on juice. And it's pretty phenomenal. And I like how Jay Scott has to qualify this, and we should do this too, and because it's a different segment now, and we just want to be absolutely clear. We're not recommending, we're not medically recommending it to people, but we are recommending you watch the film. And there's actually medical experts in the film that will tell you their experience with fasting and what they saw as a result of it at various levels, not 40 days or 20 days necessarily, but there's all sorts of levels of there's results that you see in your body as far as healing and health goes.
Yeah, so just get informed, you guys. Get informed. All right, at 202, Citizen Pendejo. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. Wait, no, I didn't read that one. 202, Preach Nico. Most of my fellow Mexicans know that once Trump is done with Venezuela, Mexico is going to be next. Oof.
Yeah. I liked what.
Oh, I was like, is that a link? Sorry.
I liked what Nico was saying about the alliances that have to happen in order to stop imperialism from being successful. And he mentioned Libya and the way we were able to take out Libya so easily. As if you guys want to go back and watch Hillary Clinton high-fiving with Condoleezza Rice on Jon Stewart's Apple show. Go check that out. It was a couple years ago, and they're literally gloating and high-fiving about how easy it was to take out Gaddafi because he was such a threat to our capitalist, imperialist, you know, our plans. He was taking, because he wanted to have his own currency and a people that were independent of this capitalist neocon imperialist monster that controls mostly everywhere else in the planet. So the way they were able to do that so easily is because he was acting independently on his own. What NIKO is saying about Latin America, and this is interesting because we see it in Africa right now. There's when countries unite, they can form coalitions to stop the empire together. So we already know that Venezuela is aligned with Colombia and other countries around them, and that's good. That's really good for them. And there was, in our conversation, Mexico, there was this possibility, and we might not know this because we don't have access. We're not flies on. We can't be in the closed door rooms. This is secret stuff. But Mexico could be aligning in that alliance right now with Venezuela, with Colombia, and that would be a good thing. And NIKO was alluding to that could be a possibility. So we're hopefully looking at that, like cautiously optimistic that might be happening right now. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Matt, I'm going to do something real quick. I realize I'm on the Wi-Fi and not on the Ethernet cable, so let me switch, okay?
Okay. That will change it. Go for it. Yeah, while you're switching it, I just got to say, man, that conversation, we covered like every relationship we have. Right? I mean, if you guys want to go back and watch that, I'm going to figure out how I'm going to cut that together. The conversation it was with Pasta and with NIKO House. And we kind of went through every single country that we are being duplicit in, America and Israel, imperialism going on and all around the world. We went through everything. And I didn't know we were going to go there, but we did. And NIKO had specifically had knowledge beyond a lot of the guests we do bring on here. So I'll figure out how to cut it all together so you guys can get a little update on all of our geopolitical happenings. From the side that you're not going to hear this on mainstream media at all, period. We know that, but you guys know that.
Am I on?
Yes, we see you.
Look, guys, I solved one technological issue. Okay. Oh, yeah. At 207, Mac 913 Fitz from YouTube writes, Claudia is a cool customer for the cause of good, in which Citizen replies at 209. I guess we'll see, but let me tell you, Mexicans turned on her because of the way Israel roughed up our 6 Mexican flotilla volunteers. Ooh. Remember in the beginning, Matt, in the beginning of her presidency, I don't know if you remember, but the few people we spoke to in Mexico, they really liked her. Like our vendors, the street vendors that we became friends with in Tijuana. But now things have shifted, things have changed. And even my own family in Mexico have posted some things where now they're like, something is not right here. So people are, I guess, what do we use? Waking up a little bit to that. It's really interesting.
Maybe, but
she was very loved in the beginning.
Is she, according to NIKO, I mean, he hasn't seen any sign that she has done any sort of lip service to Israel at all. I didn't know about what happened with the 6 flotilla volunteers, but is that on her, or did she not? So I gotta look at that. I didn't know that.
Did she not comment on it? I'm not sure. You know what? Me too. I want to Google this because I'm not sure about that either. But I believe you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Citizen.
Yeah.
Hello to Airwaves, Molly Bird. Oh, this is talking about the Charlie Kirk stuff. At 2:48, Molly writes, a trans is always involved, laugh out loud. Yeah, they couldn't know what else to throw in, right? Matt, to that Tyler Robinson guy.
Man, yeah,
writing on the bullets, writing on the gun. Now the trans roommate, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever they were, they just threw everything at him.
Yeah, I was really impressed by NIKO's analysis, and he'd done a lot of work on this. And I hope. I know it was at the end of a 2-hour session with Pasta, and I told him, "Can we do 2 hours?" We did 2 hours, and that was at the very tail end. And I know he was ready to go, but I was hoping he was, listening to that part of it, because we've done our own analysis here on the Homeless Left on Charlie Kirk, and we seem to align with a lot of what NIKO has discovered over these last, couple months. And I think this is something worth reconsidering if you were in the camp with Craig and with Fee, and you're in the camp of, hey, let's not trust the people that are calling out Israel because they are the ones who voted for Trump, or they're the ones that been pushing Charlie Kirk ideology, and we're against that ideology. Therefore, let's not listen to them. And I just really did appreciate NIKO saying, well, it doesn't matter if we disagree with their ideology on anything else or any other topic. We need journalism right now. That's what we need. And so we need Candace Owen. We need NIKO HOUSE. He's did some great work on it. So I was happy that Craig was there to hear some of it.
Yeah.
And we can be curious about why are they trying to get rid of these people? Why are you? I mean, let's not defend Kash Patel here just because we don't like, Candace Owen or even you don't like Nick Fuentes, of course, but don't take the FBI side on this. And that's why the trans stuff is funny, because that's what they want to sell us, this shitty ass ridiculous text message chain that Tyler Robinson had.
My vehicle.
I mean, anybody buying that garbage. I mean, this is just insane. So don't defend that. Whoever you are out there, don't defend that bullshit. That's such bullshit. Let's keep asking the questions.
Hello to Jam Pan. I don't think I've seen Jam Pan before. Longmeadow, Ghost Star, Wish Shigo, Fluflan 531. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Let's see. I like this one from 253 Citizen. Sadly for them, their efforts to ghost Candace have failed. As NIKO is saying, she's the #1 podcaster because Israel assassinated Charlie. Ooh, just even saying that out loud with my own voice scares me because I don't know, because it does.
Yeah. Well, listen, this is important because I know, Craig, we skip past the part about who who's to benefit, and he makes the case that US benefits more than Israel. And I think, I guess you can make that case if you wanted to, but Israel benefits or did benefit a lot when Charlie Kirk was not asking questions because he was the #1 asset. And now it looks like Candace is the #1, as far as the biggest personality on the right. And that's not good for Israel, because that's not good for it. So I understand, who's benefiting right now? Is Israel actually benefiting? They'd be benefiting if we all shut the F up and told Candace to shut up. They'd be totally benefiting. Their purpose was, we have to do damage control. That's what this was about. This wasn't about gold mine at the end of the tunnel. This wasn't, and this is why if I were to continue this debate with Pasta, I would say this. This isn't about, it might be the wrong question to ask about who's benefiting, because that suggests that there's some sort of like we're robbing a bank here. Let's make some money for Israel. That's not what this was. This was damage control. The guy who was your #1 asset overnight practically became your #1 liability. You can't have that guy out there asking. He had too much influence. You have to do damage control. You got to cut it off. This is like a stock tanking. You got to sell. I don't care. You're down in the hole. So it's not. So you don't ask the question to the guy. Why did you sell all your stocks? They were crumbling. You don't say, well, why did you didn't benefit from that? Well, I kind of did, because I stopped the bleeding, and the bleeding needed to stop from Israel. That's what was going on here. That's what this is about.
Oh, yes. At 3:10, I'll read this one from Leora W. Wait, Trump has something up his sleeve. I will not be surprised if he manages to have the incriminating stuff redacted. Oh yeah, I wouldn't either.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but it's being redacted. It's already been redacted. In fact, we covered this. His own brother, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein. He told us he has insight to the redaction that was already taking place last week before it even went on the House floor or the Senate floor. They've already been doing it. The Republicans themselves have been taking stuff out, so we already know that's happening. And it's pretty obvious. It's why wouldn't they? If they can do it, and they did it with the JFK files, they did it with the 9/11 files, they do it. So they do this. That's obviously happening. And they get 30 more days. Really? Pam Bondi gets 30 days to figure out what is going to be presented to the DOJ. I can't believe it. I can't believe they get that much time. I mean, that's like a whole, I don't know. That's a lot of time. You guys can do whatever you want with that stuff. Yeah.
At 3:18, Molly Bird says Trump took $230 million from AIPAC. Angry face. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Don't they
I don't
all
know
these
if that
butt
includes the Adelson money. That's another 200 million from Adelson, from Miriam Adelson, who he says has complete VIP access into the White House anytime she wants. He's told us this. She gets to walk in. She's the only one that doesn't have to, to set a meeting. She can walk in anytime. He even says that he doesn't like that. But guess what? She's got $60 billion in the bank. He tells us that too. So anybody with $60 billion in the bank and 200 million in my account gets to walk in anytime they want. Even if I'm jerking off in the fucking back, she gets to walk right in. She gets her own key, and that's how it goes.
And these comments make me laugh a little bit because there are those people, Matt, that claim and accuse us of getting paid by Hamas. Not one penny from anyone, and we're out there fighting for the people suffering in the world. So I see these numbers, I'm like, oh my gosh. And people think we're getting paid out.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
We got people accusing us of that right here in LA. They're coming at us.
People yelling at you.
Oh yeah. They're like,
how much do they pay you, Matt?
I'm like, what the? They also think we're getting, yeah. And if we say anything about the Ukraine war, that we're getting paid by Putin, that's a big one.
Oh my gosh, I can't. Okay.
Yeah.
It's funny. At 3:21, Cash looks like he got hit by a truck. I just thought that one was funny. Thank you, Molly.
Oh wait, can I do this real quick? Because that's funny. For those of you guys who missed it, this was a really funny image we found. This was because Cash was standing behind Pam Bondi when she was giving the announcement about we got new information. We got new information, and he looked like he got hit by a truck. And so we're trying to figure out, well, what's going on. Well, somebody put a meme together, and the meme is going to show you how, because some people said, was he drunk? Is he high? What is wrong with him? Why does he look like so weird? Well, this is a good little template. So you guys remember this. If you want to know what's going on with somebody, the top picture means alcohol. So that's the look for alcohol. Right below that, weed. So that's the look for weed. So you guys know what that looks like. The next one under that, that's the cocaine look. But if you want to know what lying about Epstein looks like, look at the bottom one, and there's Cash Patel. That's what that look is. That's your getting hit by a truck look. Just so you guys funny. Know that. Have this ready to go. Your little key ready if you're ever confused about what you're looking at there. So yeah.
All right. Where did I leave off? I like this one. 323 from Citizen. This is the way it works. America sends 41 billion, you guys, billion to Israel. And in return, everyone in the government gets their cut, probably in the millions of dollars. Talking about money again. Yep.
Yeah, and it works the same way for Ukraine. It works that way. Any fake war, any proxy war, any illegal war, we create through NATO, through Israel. We have this. It's a money laundering scheme. It's always a money laundering scheme. Where do you guys think that money's going to? It's just It's just going through a little round and around into everyone's pocket except ours. And yeah, and it's not going to democracy. We'll tell you that.
Let's see. At 3:32, Molly also says Trump is having a breakdown and is trying so hard to make his failures. Oops, what does that say? As bad, but am I reading it wrong?
Aren't bad,
but a success.
And that's I think that's how when he goes on and on those long ass tweets, and the way you deflect is you just bring up other stuff and say, yeah, I remember we did this, the big beautiful bill and the tax thing and the Ukraine thing and the da. And you're just like, well, all the things you're mentioning, we actually have a problem with basically all of it. So I don't know why you're bragging about stuff that isn't like something to brag about, but it is. You are distracting from other stuff, which is like the Epstein file. So you want to here's all the things. We got ICE in every city. We got Palantir got $320 billion from our big beautiful bill. It's like we got to deal with Pfizer. We got to deal with Ellison. And the Star Company, and we got mRNA everywhere, and I just got my 5th booster. We're like, dude, would you maybe stop trying to list your accomplishments because they're not really accomplishments? But okay, we got you.
All right, few more. I like these Let me just read a few comments altogether. At 3:32, Justice by Karma writes, a lot is getting exposed now, and we need to turn these trickles of information into rivers and torrents and tidal waves of exposed criminality to wash it away with floods of justice. In which Citizen replies with, straight up, same thing Patel is doing to bury the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah.
Molly Little Bird at 3:34. They were kidnapping men off the street and forcing them to the front in Ukraine. Yeah, I've seen those videos, Matt. They're horrible. They're so sad. Those poor mothers.
Yeah. These are where the Dems don't want to look at that at all. And now the Republicans don't want to either because they got their guy in charge. So it's actually worse. I didn't think Ukraine could get worse, but it is, because at least when Biden was president, at least you had a lot of people on the right that were saying this is bullshit. Now they're all in on it, and there's nobody saying, wait a minute, why are we doing this? This is what Lindsey Graham told us was going to happen. He said down to the last Ukrainian. He told us that. Are you guys paying attention? Did you hear Lindsey Graham tell us we can't wait to use every Ukrainian life as a proxy? That's what a proxy is. You use other people so you don't have to use your own. He told us that. We're going to stick it to Putin, and we don't care if we have to go down to the last Ukrainian. Well, that's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now. And that was during Biden's term. And you had Republicans saying that was wrong, and independents saying that was wrong. Now you have less people saying it was wrong because Trump's doing it. And Biden, no way are people going to have second thoughts. Wait a minute, did we push a proxy war with Biden? No, they're that's in their rearview mirror. They're not looking at that anymore. So here we are, little small space of people saying it was always bullshit. It was always wrong. Who's with us? Like 5 people? It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts.
At 3:48, Justice says she's doing a lot of things that are catching the eyes and ears of the left. Of the left and citizen rights.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, yeah.
Oh, actually, I picked. Oh, Citizen responds with absolutely, absolutely. That's what Jay and Matt are here for, to build a new political party. And then there's some back and forth between some people that I'm like, hey, be nice to each other. But I do appreciate, respectful discourse and debate.
Respectful discourse, yeah.
And most of it was.
Cool. Okay.
Hiya Bingo Eat Me Baby at 3:54. All his groypers will get nothing political done. He has no plan or organization to do it. The ones he tried crash and burn because it's hard to get groyper fat cucks out of the basement. Thank you, Dingo. If you're still on, thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, and he's talking about Nick Fuentes. I don't think we should be so angry about the guy. I think he's an entertainer, and I don't think he's really. I don't think his intention is to do anything like important. I really don't. I don't think we should waste time with Nick Fuentes. I think I saw Jay and I said we're gonna do a story on him next week. But I saw one of the people we're trying to get on the show, and we have 1 degree separation with Shannon Joy. She's awesome. Shannon Joy's awesome. She interviews the same people we do with Dr. David Martin and all the rest. Mary Talley Bowden came on her show. Actually, that was a big interview she just did, Shannon Joy, where RFK got pissed at that one, came after both of them. But Shannon Joy did a post, I think, earlier today or yesterday saying Nick Fuentes is very dangerous. Look at the horrible stuff. And I looked at the thing and I was like, maybe we're going in at the wrong mindset. Cause she's like, no, this guy's really, really scary. And I'm like, but if you look at what he's doing, he's kind of just an entertainer. Like he kind of has a little Trump Apprentice vibe to me, little Trump SNL vibe. And I mean, unless he's running for president, I don't know. Whatever. I got to look at the guy more, but I don't think he wants to do anything important. I think he just likes like clicks. Oh, that's my take for now.
At 4:31, Witz says Holocaust Harris. That's a good name for her. Probably would have killed us all in the nuclear Armageddon by now. Yep. Let's see. One Cup tuned in. Thanks for tuning in, One Cup. And I think I read some from Eric 1568 already. Leora at 4:33. I think Harris would have released the files without all this delay. Maybe she wouldn't have anything incriminating like Trump surely does. Do you think she has?
It's a little more. Well, look, that's not. Let's just be clear. Biden was president for 4 years and Harris was vice president. So this isn't a total hypothetical. We know what happens when 4 years go by and the Democrats do nothing with Epstein. In fact, it's much worse. And I hope you're listening right now, because during that time, there was push for awareness of child sex trafficking. There was a push, a major push in the independent field. We know that there was a film called Sound of Freedom that was shunned by the left big time. Harris and Biden and all the people, they said this was QAnon. And you got to go back and look at that. QAnon conspiracy shit. We don't want to have anything to do with that. That there's some sort of underground child sex trafficking ring that elites around the world are participating in. They didn't want to hear about that. They said that. So those people that were being called QAnon for going to a movie about child sex trafficking, or we're calling these names by Democrats, went onto the Trump team and said, we want this guy to go in and pull the curtain back on the deep state, which included whoever was running those rings. And that happened. So let's not pretend that if Harris just got in there, she would be pushing for this thing. That's not how it works. They all have something to protect. All of them do. And turns out Trump did the whole time too, of course.
Hi, Pamela. I see. She said hello. Let's see. Donald Duck's mom is still on. Hi, Donald Duck's mom. Gup1 also tuned in. Nothing. Oh, I like this comment from Gup1. Is it Guppy? Guppy1? Gup1?
It's just Gup1. Yeah.
Gup1. I like the name Guppy. Nothing is confirmed as true until the moment Netanyahu denies it. That's a good one.
That's great. Netanyahu was the first one to deny that Israel had anything to do with Charlie Kirk. It was what was the word he said? It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. It's crazy. And he couldn't think of any more words, so he just kept repeating it. I thought it was funny. He was like, it's just absolutely insane. It's insane. Well, why is it insane, Netanyahu? It's just insane. I don't know why. Why would they? It's not like I was the first person to tweet out that he was dead. I don't know why they would think that.
They think we're damn fools.
Yeah.
Especially outside the world with Americans. They think we're really stupid.
Yeah.
One Cup says, I love the rain. May the gods be with everyone south of the border. Aw.
Yeah.
Heart for you.
That's
really nice for you to say that. I second that. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Good one today. You want to do one more and we'll call it?
Well, I'll end with this one because since we're talking about Harris and Epstein's files, by Justice at 456, Harris specifically said she would not do anything different from Biden. She did say that. I remember that when she said that. So that means she would have neglected the Epstein file issue just like old grandpa did.
Great point. Great point. And there's a clip of her recently on a stage, and she's getting heckled as she should. Anytime
I saw that.
On a stage, she's getting heckled, and she's having to change her tune a little on Israel and Palestine. And she's saying this stuff that it's just disgusting because you hear her act as if she had nothing to do with starting that genocide and writing that blank check to Netanyahu. And she's saying what's happening is it's really bad.
She should have said that last year.
Yeah. So again, this is very important. Justice by Karma pointing this out, that she was very clear on the campaign trail that she would not change anything. So you can talk all you want about how hard it is for Palestinians. You did that, and you had no interest in changing any of that from the guy standing right next to you, who was brain dead, by the way. So you were the most coherent between the two. I guess the drunken cackling hyena was more coherent than the bumbling old, tippy-toe dude that didn't know what was stage left or right, or if he was in his bed or not. He didn't know where he was. So you were by default the person who needed to be like, should we have a discussion maybe with Netanyahu? Should we do something? Should we meet with our financial team and maybe talk about moving some numbers?
Yeah, right.
Away from the people committing the genocide. Should we do that? No, she didn't want anything to do that. No.
Agreed. All right. Well, thank you all for staying so long. I think, Matt, you're nearing 5 hours. My goodness.
Yeah.
I can hardly sit still for half an hour.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. It's my adult attention deficit. I'm hyperactive. So I move a lot. But yeah, thanks to everyone for being on. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for your support. Thank you for having me, Matt. And I hope everyone's safe out there. Free Palestine and power to the people.
Awesome.
Free Congo, free Sudan, free the people.
Free the people. Thanks, Leslie. Okay.
Bye, guys.
All right. My God, we've had a good show today, and I cannot believe we're 10 minutes to the 5-hour mark when we started the countdown. Holy crap. You know, I have 3 more stories here that I wasn't able to get to. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to pick one of them because I got to do one. I got to end with one. Let's see. We had a loudest voice. Damn it. We had a Hollywoke. Damn it. You know what? I'm going to push those. I think we need to do Elon real quick. We need to do Elon real quick. Let me do that. Let me load that up. We're going to end with Elon because he's in the show title. He's in the freaking graphic art. I got to do it. I got to do Elon. Okay. Man, we just had so much to go through today. That's crazy. That's what happens when you bring on three guys who could hold their own on their own for probably as long as I'm doing it here with you guys. So yeah, you put us all together and you're going to have a show. You're going to have a show. Okay. Let's cover Elon and then we'll sign it off for today. And I'll bring those stories back next week, guys. It'll be fine. We'll still cover them. They're still good stories. They're still good stories, but this one was in the graphic art. So let's go ahead and do the Elon. It's an Elon AI story. And you guys might have seen this going around Twitter or wherever you guys are looking at stuff. Yes. Okay. It's loaded. And here we go. Okay. Here we are. Okay. Elon Musk. He's an AI dude. He's one of these technocrats. You know what his goal is with the human race? To hook us all up to an AI system, hook the human brain into the robotic computer system. That's his goal. He said it out loud. Well, what is he saying now that's getting people a little upset? Well, he's basically lying about AI, like bald-faced lies. He's saying right now that AI and robots are ultimately going to make everybody wealthy. And he's saying everybody wealthy, not just in a figurative way. He's saying in a literal way, more wealthy than what he says the richest man in the planet, which is kind of him. So he's saying you're all going to be richer than me. That's what he's saying. And is he giving any proof for this? Is he giving us any data? He's going on a gut instinct, which I'll go further and say it's not even a gut instinct. It's just a packaging marketing technique. So let's watch this go through in real time. But the good news is nobody's falling for this crap. Well, almost no one. So this is his tweet. He's saying the most likely outcome is AI and robots will make everyone wealthy. In fact, far wealthier than the richest person on earth. So he's saying you're going to be more rich than me. By this, I mean the people will have access to everything from medical care that is superhuman to games that are far more fun than what exists today. What? Games that are more fun? What the hell are you talking about? The games you can play right now are insanely distracting and I guess you could say fun. They're extremely addictive. They're extremely isolating. There's anything you possibly could want, you could see on a computer screen right now. So what are you I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Is that a need right now? The kids need more fun with their video games. They're getting bored and they're going outside and playing, and they're going out and playing outside activities, and they would be playing their video game, but it's just too boring. Is that what you're saying? So you're solving the problem of boring games. Okay. Got it. We do need to make sure that AI cares. There's an oxymoron. Oxymoron. AI cares. So AI has feelings. Thank you. Okay. I didn't think AI had feelings. I guess it does. AI cares deeply about truth and beauty for this to be the probable future. Well, you're already telling us it's not going to work because AI caring deeply. First of all, that's a conundrum. You can't care deeply if you're a non-human entity that is robotic. If you prove that wrong and you actually can care, then you are completely out of our hands of us being able to control it. So either way, you lose. There's no scenario in which an AI entity caring deeply about anything is going to work in the favor of the thing that created it and is now therefore not as powerful as that thing it just created. So there's no scenario where this actually makes any sense at all. And luckily, like I said, there's people speaking up. A lot of people are saying this is complete bullshit. Elon Musk says AI and humanoid robots will eliminate poverty and make everyone wealthy. He is lying. There is no profit motive to eliminate poverty and make everyone wealthy under our capitalist system. This is only possible under socialism. And that would be a hard thing to disagree with. I'd like to see people try to argue against that. And that's only if, again, I'm in the camp of this can't work at all. But if I had to choose between capitalism and socialism to see if it could work, even a slight possibility, like an Avengers Endgame, Doctor Strange, 1 in 1,000 trillion billion, I'd go with socialism just to see if there was a chance. As Jim Carrey says in Dumb and Dumber, so you're telling me there's a chance? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not holding my breath. Okay, let's hear him say it himself. Here we go.
But AI and humanoid robots will actually eliminate poverty. And Tesla won't be the only one that makes them. I think Tesla will pioneer this, but there will be many other companies that make humanoid robots. But there is only basically one way to make everyone wealthy, and that is AI and robotics.
And we can't talk about robotics without AI.
Now, look at where he's at. Remember this. So this is called, look at this. It's called the U.S. Saudi Investment Forum 2025. And he's up there with these Saudi investors. These dudes, this is like, you could say this is a panel of supervillains sitting up there. So remember this. We're going to come back to this in a second. But for now, let's look at some of the distraction from this, some of the people pushing this. I wish Craig Pasta could see this because I know he hates this guy. And as he should. This guy is the worst. Mario Nawfal is telling us, oh yeah, no, Elon's onto something big. The future where Optimus cuts the cost, not you. Optimus isn't here to take your job, but it's doing all the boring work for cheap. So yeah, let's take the jobs and give it to the robots, and then you have time on your hands, right? It turns chores into background noise. It makes essential stuff acting expensive. It frees humans to do literally anything else. Like roam through the streets looking for food because they're not getting paychecks for doing any work. Okay. So it frees you up for being homeless. Homeless people have a lot of time to kill sometimes when you don't have a job. You have to go around just kind of scurrying around looking for something to eat. Yeah, you have a lot of time to do that. He's right. Guess what drops next? Not Optimus, but your cost of living. Just because you say so? Just because you say so. Here's a little stupid graphic video accompanying Mario Nawfal's stupid post. Volume on this one down. This crap. And this just goes, we'll just go this on repeat. Look at this. This is the world that he's claiming and Elon's claiming that we're excited to look forward to. Who are these happy people? I can't tell who the robots are. I mean, obviously the ones that without the faces are robots, but look at these other, really? You're going to give us an AI depiction that's not even authentic. It's not even pretending to be authentic. Back in the day, we would have cast this in Hollywood and done a little short commercial, and you would have had actors doing this. You wouldn't have everybody look the same and look like they're in some sort of assembly line in some dystopian future with these fake ass smiles. What the? This is supposed to be changing my mind? Are you effing kidding me? This looks awful. And it's raining and everyone's got a fake smile on. And nobody has a job because all the robots have the jobs, but yet why are they smiling? And why are they all wearing the same outfit? And why are they being handed the same box? This is supposed to be changing my mind. Okay, got it. Well, let me give you one more, because Elon is bragging about this on his app right now, and he's sharing this out, and he's ignoring. We already saw that one. He's ignoring the people that are being critical of this, as they should be, and he keeps sharing this out. I wonder if he's just as excited and impressed about this moment, because he shared this out too, and this is awful. This is him back at that conference. So remember who he's sitting up there. This is a legion of super villains talking about new investments, and he can't even articulate what the discovery is. None of them can. All three of them on the stage seem to have an inability to communicate to us what the accomplishment actually is, because it doesn't really make any sense. The whole thing is a big joke. This is Emperor's New Clothes. I'm telling you, it's three guys on a stage telling us they're wearing clothes when we can clearly see they're effing naked up there. Listen, check this out.
Productivity. But we have some great announcements to talk about here today. Let's begin with you, Elon, the things that we're doing with XAI.
Yeah, we're excited to announce that we're doing a 500 megawatt. 500
megawatt.
500 what? What is it, Elon? What are you announcing? 500 megawatt what? What is it?
Megawatt, yeah.
We're doing 500 We're doing 500 megawatts.
Sorry,
Not
this.
quite,
Yeah, no, it's 5.
I'm sorry, where was Christopher Lloyd for this? They could have had Christopher Lloyd up there and say 121 gigawatts. That would have been more convincing. We got to get to 121 gigawatts for time travel to be possible. That's a more convincing pitch than this. What are you talking about? What 500 what? And it gets worse. It gets worse. Listen.
100 gigawatt one will have to wait. That'll be $8 bazillion trillion.
What did he just? I'm sorry. Did he just say $8 bazillion trillion dollars? What are you talking about? What is $8 bazillion trillion dollars? What are you selling to us? You should get the writers from Back to the Future. They can come up with something a little more believable, like 1.21 gigawatts. That would be more believable than $8 bazillion trillion dollars for 500 mega trillion ton of megawatt, whatever the hell you're talking about. And you're laughing. You're actually laughing. At least Christopher Lloyd can deliver the line convincing, because he actually believes that that's what makes time travel possible. What do you believe? You believe in anti-human technology, claiming that we're all going to be wealthy after you're done with us. It's absolutely nuts. All right, but he's got more.
Stop that.
That's your Dr. Evil laugh right there. Keep working on that, Elon. You're going to have more of those. The more crap you put out, you can get a little kitty cat and shave them and put your little pinky up to your mouth while you do this cackling laugh.
So yeah, we're doing a XAI, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are doing a
Humane 500 megawatts, starting with 50 megawatts phase one, and we're doing it with NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Humane team, to Target team, such a fantastic job. Jensen, I think we're also doing some great announcements this week.
Oh, here comes Jensen. He's going to tell you what we're doing. Oh, he's got even more good news for you. Check it out.
We are. We're announcing all kinds of things.
We're announcing all kinds of things. Well, isn't that what this is? Aren't you supposed to be announcing it right here? What are you talking about? None of these guys know what they're effing talking about. That's the big reveal here. They don't know what they're talking about. They might as well have an Austin Powers script in front of them and do a Dr. Evil monologue. They might as well have Christopher Lloyd's Back to the Future 1.21 gigawatts monologue pre-written for them, so that at least they can pretend to perform it. The only people that can survive on a stage without a script are the folks from Whose Line Is It Anyway? So I would get Ryan Stiles up there ASAP so he could deliver to you at least a convincing improv-alogue, as we call it, improv and monologue on the spot. Make it up. You don't get time to rehearse, just do it. That would be better than what you guys prepared, because you didn't prepare anything. Or maybe you just don't care, and you can tweet whatever you want about how we're all going to be wealthy and everyone's going to be great. Everything's going to be awesome. And you can put out these stupid ass AI videos and show us what a great dystopian future looks like. And we've had a head start on it because we have Spielberg movies to watch for the last 20, 30 years and show us what it's going to look like in Minority Report. Show us what Black Mirror is going to look like. Just turn on Netflix. You can see it. So no, we don't need any more of your AI videos. You're heckling, laughing, just sloppily through words. You don't even know what you're saying. So this is where we're headed. He's telling us, and we're literally saying, we're just showing you what you're saying. We're just repeating it right back. What you're saying doesn't really mean anything. It's a bunch of nonsense. And that's what we have to look forward to as we move closer to this being an actual reality, an actual Black Mirror episode that we're living in. We're kind of stuck in. And I don't think there's any going out from that. So enjoy your 8 bazillion, gazillion, trillion megawatts, Elon. We're rooting for you. Okay. That's it for today. Man. Yeah, we'll push those other ones to next week. Guys, actually, I think we might be gearing up because we have our 150th episode coming up, and we just hit the 5-hour mark today. I tell you what, I think we have some stuff going on next week. We'll have to look at it, but I think we're only going to do one. We're only going to do one episode next week. It's going to be our big one, our 150th. I haven't decided if it's going to be Tuesday or Thursday of Thanksgiving because it's Thanksgiving next week. So we either will do it Tuesday or Thursday. We're going to do a 150th episode. It might be a Thanksgiving show. We'll see. But it'll be a good one. It's our 150. I can't believe we've done it this long. It's pretty effing awesome that we got here with you guys. We couldn't have done it without you. So we're really excited about that opportunity to share that and be thankful. Be thankful that we got to 150. So who knows? We might do it on Thanksgiving, but there'll be a good one planned for you guys. And thanks for all of your contributions today and sticking it out with us whenever you came in and out. And we don't care whenever, there's other shows too. We got it. And you can watch us on repeat and share it out later and look for our segments. We're going to upload everything throughout this week. And we have some more to upload from the previous shows too. So we'll get all those out there. So thank you all, one and all. Thanks to our guests today. We had NIKO House on. That was awesome. First time on the show. Our co-hosts, Craig Pasta Jardula, Jay Scott, and of course to Leslie for talking back with you today. Thank you all. And you can check us out. Like I said, the 150th episode next week. We'll figure it out when it is. And until then, I might pop up on Truthwire with Craig and Fee. We'll see. I do have a Garland Nixon appearance overdue. He's back from Russia, so we might be doing one tomorrow. We'll see. Look out for it. We'll share it out. That should do it for today. And we'll end with this. The Epstein victims are real. And you guys know that. We know that. Everybody's known that the whole time. They never were not real. They were never, fake. They were always real. And they put a little video together we thought looked pretty badass. The actual survivors, the actual Jeffrey Epstein victims, survivors, that we call them survivors. And they have a little message about for us. So we'll play you out with that. And we'll see you guys next week. Remember, always when you go out to the world, go out there with principle, with conviction, and with curiosity. Actually, all of those are all important. And above all else, courage. Ooh, I like that one. Courage. That's it, guys. We'll see you next week. Have a great weekend. And power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
I suffered so much pain.
So much pain.
So much pain.
I suffered so much pain. I was 14 years old.
I was 16 years old.
I was 16.
17.
14 years old.
This is me.
This was me.
This is me. When I met Jeffrey Epstein.
This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
There are about 1,000 of us.
It's time to bring the secrets out of the shadows. It's time to shine a light into the darkness.